Chapter 1 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Muggleston. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 1. Alice Maybell. In the small breakfast parlour of Alton, a pretty girl, Miss Alice Maybell, with her furs and wrappers about her and a journey of 40 miles before her, not by rail, to Wyvern, had stood up to hug and kiss her old aunt and bid her good-bye. "Now do sit down again, you need not be in such a hurry. You're not to go for 10 minutes or more," said the old lady. "Do, there's a darling." "If I'm not home before the sun goes down, aunt, Mr. Fairfield will be so angry," said the girl, laying a hand on each shoulder of kind old Lady Windle and looking fondly, but also sadly, into her face. "Which Mr. Fairfield, dear? The old or the young one?" "Old Mr. Fairfield, the Squire, as we call him at Wyvern. He'll really be angry, and I'm a little bit afraid of him, and I would not vex him for the world. He's always been so kind." As she answered, the young lady blushed a beautiful crimson, and the old lady, not observing it, said, "Indeed, I don't know why I said young. Young Mr. Fairfield is old enough, I think, to be your father. But I want to know how you liked Lord Tremaine. I told you how much he liked you. I'm a great believer in first impressions. He was so charmed with you when he saw you in Wyvern Church. Of course, he ought to have been thinking of something better, but no matter, the fact was so, and now he is, I really think, in love very much, and who knows? He's such a charming person, and there's everything to make it. I don't know what word to use, but, you know, Tremaine is quite a beautiful place, and he does not owe a guinea." "You dear old auntie," said the girl, kissing her again on the cheek. "Wicked old darling, always making matches for me. If you'd remained in India, you'd have married me, I'm sure, to a native prince." "Native fiddlestick. Of course I could if I had liked, but you never should have married a Mohammedan with my consent. Never mind, though, you're sure to do well. Marriages are made in heaven, and I really believe there's no use in plotting and planning. There was your darling mamma, when we were both girls together. I said I should never consent to marry a soldier or live out of England, and I did marry a soldier and lived 12 years of my life in India. And she, poor darling, said again and again she did not care who her husband might be, provided he was not a clergyman, nor a person living all year round in the country. That no power could induce her to consent to, and yet she did consent, and to both one and the other, and married a clergyman and a poor one, and lived and died in the country. So after all, there's not much use in planning beforehand." "Very true, auntie. None in the world, I believe." The girl was looking partly over her shoulder out of the window, upwards towards the clouds, and she sighed heavily, and recollecting herself, looked again in her aunt's face and smiled. "I wish you could have stayed a little longer here," said her aunt. "I wish I could," she answered slowly. "I was thinking of talking over a great many things with you. That is, of telling you all my long stories, but while those people were staying here I could not, and now there's not time." "What long stories, my dear?" "Stupid stories, I should have said," answered Alice. "Well, come, is there anything to tell?" demanded the old lady, looking in her large dark eyes. "Nothing worth telling. Nothing that is—" and she paused for the continuation of her sentence. "That is what?" asked her aunt. "I was going to talk to you, darling," answered the girl, "but I could not in so short a time as remains now." And she looked at her watch, a gift of old Squire Fairfield's. "I should not know how to make myself understood. I have so many hundred things and all jumbled up in my head, and should not know how to begin." "Well, I'll begin for you. Come. Have any visitors looked in at Wyvern lately?" said her aunt. "Not one," she answered. "No new faces?" "No, indeed." "Are there any new neighbours?" persisted the old lady. "Not one. No, aunt, it isn't that." "And where are these elderly young gentlemen, the two Mr. Fairfields?" asked the old lady. The girl laughed and shook her head. "Wandering at present. Captain Fairfield is in London." "And his charming younger brother, where is he?" asked Lady Windle. "At some fair, I suppose, or horse race, or goodness knows where," answered the girl. "I was going to ask you whether there was an affair of the heart," said her aunt, "but there does not seem much material. And what was the subject? Though I can't hear it all, you may tell me what it was to be about." "About 50 things or nothings. There's no one on earth, auntie darling, but you I can talk anything over with, and I'll write, or, if you let me, come again for a day or two very soon. May I?" "Of course, no," said her aunt gaily, "but we are not to be quite alone all the time, mind. There are people who would not forgive me if I were to do anything so selfish, but I promise you ample time to talk, you and I to ourselves. And now that I think, I should like to hear by the post, if you'll write and say anything you like. You may be quite sure nobody shall hear a word about it." By this time they had got to the hall door. "I'm sure of that, darling," and she kissed the kind old lady. "And you are quite sure you would not like a servant to travel with you? He could sit beside the driver." "No, dear auntie, my trusty old Dulcibella sits inside to take care of me." "Well, dear, are you quite sure? I should not miss him in the least." "Quite, dear aunt, I assure you." "And you know you told me you were quite happy at Wyvern," said Lady Windle, returning her farewell caress, and speaking low, for a servant stood at the chaise door. "Did I? Well, I shouldn't have said that, for I'm not happy," whispered Alice Maybell, and the tears sprang to her eyes as she kissed her old kinswoman. And then, with her arms still about her neck, there was a brief look from her large brimming eyes, while her lip trembled, and suddenly she turned, and before Lady Windle had recovered from that little shock, her pretty guest was seated in the chaise, the door shut, and she drove away. "What can it be, poor little thing?" thought Lady Windle, as her eyes anxiously followed the carriage in its flight down the avenue. "They've shot her pet pigeon, or the dog has killed her guinea pig, or old Fairfield won't allow her to sit up till 12 o'clock at night reading her novel. Some childish misery, I dare say, poor little soul." But for all that she was not satisfied, and her poor pale troubled look haunted her. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Amy Mugglestone.
Chapter 2 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 2. The Vale of Carwell. In about an hour and a half this chaise reached the Pied Horse on Elverston Moor. Having changed horses at this inn, they resumed their journey, and Miss Alice Maybell, who had been sad and abstracted, now lowered the window beside her and looked out upon the broad, shaggy heath, rising in low hillocks and breaking here and there into pools, a wild and on the whole monotonous and rather dismal expanse. "How fresh and pleasant the air is here, and how beautiful the purple of the heath!" exclaimed the young lady with animation. "There now, that's right. Beautiful it is, my darling. That's how I like to see my child, pleasant-like and 'appy, and not mopin' and dull like a sick bird. Be that way always, do, dear." "You're a kind old thing," said the young lady, placing her slender hand fondly on her old nurse's arm. "Good old Dulcibella, you're always to come with me wherever I go." "That's just what old Dulcibella'd like," answered the old woman, who was fat, and liked her comforts, and loved Miss Alice more than many mothers love their own children, and had answered the same reminders in the same terms a good many thousand times in her life. Again the young lady was looking out of the window, not like one enjoying a landscape as it comes, but with something of anxiety in her countenance, with her head through the open window, and gazing forward as if in search of some expected object. "Do you remember some old trees standing together at the end of the moor, and a ruined windmill on a hillock?" she asked suddenly. "Well," answered Dulcibella, who was not of an observant turn, "I suppose I do, Miss Alice. Perhaps there is. I remember it very well, but not where it is, and when last we passed it was dark," murmured the young lady to herself rather than to Dulcibella, whom upon such points she did not much mind. "Suppose we ask the driver?" She tapped at the window behind the box, and signed to the man who looked over his shoulder. When he had pulled up, she opened the front window and said, "There's a village a little way on, isn't there?" "Shoulden, yes'm. 2 mile and a bit," he answered. "Well, before we come to it, on the left, there is a grove of tall trees and an old windmill," continued the pretty young lady, looking pale. "Grace's mill we call it, but it don't go this many a day." "Yes, I dare say, and there is a road that turns off to the left just under that old mill. That'll be the road to Church Carwell. You must drive about 3 miles along that road. That'll be out of the way, ma'am. 3 and 3 and 3 back, 6 miles. I don't know about the hosses." "You must try. I'll pay you. Listen," and she lowered her voice. There's one house, an old house, on the way in the Vale of Carwell. It's called Carwell Grange. Do you know it? Yes'm, but there's no one living there. No matter, there is. There is an old woman whom I want to see. That's where I want to go, and you must manage it. I shan't delay you many minutes, and you're to tell no one, either on the way or when you get home, and I'll give you £2 for yourself. All right, he answered, looking hard in the pale face and large dark eyes that gazed on him eagerly from the window. Thank ye, miss. All right. We'll wet their mouths by the Grange, or you wouldn't mind waiting till they get a mouthful of oats, I'd to say. No, certainly, anything that is necessary, only I have a good way still to go before evening, and you won't delay more than you can help? Get along then, said the man briskly to the horses, and forthwith they were again in motion. The young lady pulled up the window, and leaned back for some minutes in her place. "And where are we going to, dear Miss Alice?" inquired Dulcibella, who dimly apprehended that they were about to deviate from the straight way home, and feared the old Squire, as other Wyvern folk did. "A very little way, nothing of any consequence, and, Dulcibella, if you really love me, as you say, one word about it, to living being, at Wyvern or anywhere else, you'll never say. You promise?" "You know me well, Miss Alice. I don't talk to no one, but I'm sorry like to hear there's anything like a secret. I dread secrets." "You need not fear for this. It is nothing. No secret, if people were not unreasonable, and it won't be a secret long, perhaps. Only be true to me." "True to you? Well, who should I be true to if not to you, darling? And never a word about it will pass old Dulcibella's lips. Talk who will, and are we pretty near it?" "Very near, I think. It's only to see an old woman and get some information from her. Nothing, only I don't wish it to be talked about, and I know you won't." "Not a word, dear. I never talk to anyone, not I, for all the world." In a few minutes more they crossed a little bridge spanning a brawling stream, and the chaise turned the corner of a by-road. To the left, under the shadow of a group of tall and sombre elms, overtopped by the roofless shadow of the old windmill. Utterly lonely was the road, but at first with only a solitariness that partook of the wildness and melancholy of the moor which they had been traversing. Soon, however, the uplands at either side drew nearer, grew steeper, and the scattered bushes gathered into groups and rose into trees, thickening as the road proceeded. Steeper grew the banks, higher and gloomier. Precipitous rocks showed their fronts, overtopped by trees and copse. The hollow, which they had entered by the old windmill, had deepened into a valley, and was now contracted to a dark glen overgrown by forest, and relieved from utter silence only by the moan and tinkle of the brook that wound its way through stones and brambles in its unseen depths. Along the side of this melancholy glen, about halfway down, ran the narrow road. Near the point where they now were, it makes an ascent, and as they were slowly mounting this, an open carriage, a shabby, hired, nondescript vehicle, appeared in the deep shadow at some distance, descending towards them. The road is so narrow that two carriages could not pass one another without risk. Here and there the inconvenience is provided against by a recess in the bank, and into one of these the distant carriage drew aside. A tall female figure, with feet extended on the opposite cushion, sat, or rather reclined, in the back seat. There was no one else in the carriage. She was wrapped in grey tweed, and the driver had now turned his face towards her, and was plainly receiving some orders. Miss Maybell, as the carriage entered this melancholy pass, had grown more and more anxious, and pale and silent, was looking forward through the window as they advanced. At sight of this vehicle drawn up before them, a sudden fear chilled the young lady with perhaps a remote prescience. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 3. The Grange. The excited nerves of children people the darkness of the nursery with phantoms. The moral and mental darkness of suspense provokes after its sort a similar phantasmagoria. Alice Maybell's heart grew still, and her cheeks paled, as she looked with most unreasonable alarm upon the carriage, which had come to a standstill. There was, however, the sense of a great stake, of great helplessness, of great but undefined possible mischiefs, such as to the lookout of a rich galleon in the old piratical days would have made a strange sail on the high seas, always an anxious object on the horizon. And now Miss Alice Maybell was not reassured by observing the enemy's driver get down, and, taking the horses by the head, back the carriage far enough across the road to obstruct their passage, and this had clearly been done by the direction of the lady in the carriage. They had now reached the point of obstruction. The driver pulled up. Miss Maybell had lowered the chaise window, and was peeping. She saw a tall woman wrapped up and reclining, as I have said. Her face she could not see, for it was thickly veiled, but she held her hand, from which she had pulled her glove, to her ear, and it was not a very young hand, nor very refined, lean and masculine, on the contrary, and its veins and sinews rather strongly marked. The woman was listening, evidently with attention, and her face, veiled as it was turned away so as to bring her ear towards the speakers in the expected colloquy. Miss Alice Maybell saw the driver exchange a look with hers that seemed to betoken old acquaintance. "I say, give us room to pass, will ye?" said Miss Maybell's man. "Where will you be going to?" inquired the other, and followed the question with a jerk of his thumb over his shoulder toward the lady in the tweed wrappers, putting out his tongue and winking at the same time. "To Church Carwell," answered the man. "To Church Carwell, ma'am," repeated the driver over his shoulder to the reclining figure. "What to do there?" said she in a sharp undertone, and with a decided foreign accent. "What to do there?" repeated the man. "Change hosses and go on." "On where?" repeated the lady to her driver. "On where?" repeated he. "Doubtin'," fibbed Miss Maybell's man, and the same repetition ensued. "Not going to the Grange?" prompted the lady in the same undertone and foreign accent, and the question was transmitted as before. "What Grange?" demanded the driver. "Carwell Grange." "No." Miss Alice Maybell was very frightened as she heard this home question put, and relieved by the audacity of her friend on the box, who continued, "Now then, you move out of that." The tall woman in the wrappers nodded, and her driver accordingly pulled the horses aside, with another grin and a wink to his friend, and Miss Maybell drove by to her own great relief. The reclining figure did not care to turn her face enough to catch a passing sight of the people whom she had thus arbitrarily detained. She went her way toward Grice's mill, and Miss Maybell, pursuing hers toward Carwell Grange, was quickly out of sight. A few minutes more, and the glen expanded gently, so as to leave a long oval pasture of 2 or 3 acres visible beneath, with the little stream winding its way through the soft sward among scattered trees. 2 or 3 cows were peacefully grazing there, and at the same point a converging hollow made its way into the glen at their right, and through this also spread the forest, under whose shadow they had already been driving for more than 2 miles. Into this, from the main road, diverged a rudder track, with a rather steep ascent. This by-road leads up to the Grange, rather a stiff pull. The driver had to dismount and lead his horses, and once or twice expressed doubts as to whether they could pull their burden up the hill. Alice Maybell, however, offered not to get out. She was nervous, and like a frightened child who gets its bedclothes about its head, the instinct of concealment prevailed, and she trembled lest some other inquirer should cross her way less easily satisfied than the first. They soon reached a level platform under the deep shadow of huge old trees, nearly meeting overhead. The hoarse cawing of a rookery came mellowed by short distance on the air. For all else the place was silence itself. The man came to the door of the carriage to tell his fare that they had reached the Grange. "Stay where you are, Dulcibella. I shan't be away many minutes," said the young lady, looking pale, as if she was going to execution. "I will, Miss Alice, but you must get a bit to eat, dear. You're hungry, I know by your looks. Get a bit of bread and butter." "Yes, yes, Dulcie," said the young lady, not having heard a syllable of this little speech, as looking curiously at the old place, under whose walls they had arrived, she descended from the chaise. Under the leafy darkness stood two time-stained piers of stone, with a wicket open in the gate. Through this she peeped into a paved yard, all grass-grown, and surrounded by a high wall, with a fine mantle of ivy, through which showed dimly the neglected doors and windows of out-offices and stables. At the right rose 3 stories high, with melancholy gables and tall chimneys, the old stone house. So this was Carwell Grange. Nettles grew in the corners of the yard, and tufts of grass in the chinks of the stone steps, and the worn masonry was tinted with moss and lichens, and all around rose the solemn, melancholy screen of darksome foliage, high over the surrounding walls and outcropping the grey roof of the house. She hesitated at the door, and then raised the latch, but a bolt secured it. Another hesitation, and she ventured to knock with a stone that was probably placed there for the purpose. A lean old woman, whose countenance did not indicate a pleasant temper, put out her head from a window and asked, "Well, and what brings you here?" "I expected to see a friend here," she answered timidly, and you are Mrs. Tarnley, I think." "I'm the person," answered the woman, "and I was told to show you this, and that you would admit me." And she handed her, through the iron bars of the window, a little oval picture in a shag-green case, hardly bigger than a penny piece. The old lady turned it to the light and looked hard at it, saying, "Aye, aye, my old eyes, they won't see as they used to, but it is so. The old missus. Yes, it's all right, miss." And she viewed the young lady with some curiosity, but her tones were much more respectful as she handed her back the miniature. "I'll open the door, please, 'em." And almost instantly Miss Maybell heard the bolts withdrawn. "Would you please walk in, m'lady? I can only bring ye into the kitchen. The apples is in the parlour, and the big room's full of straw, and the rest of them is locked up. It'll be master, I know, who you'll be looking arter." The young lady blushed deeply. The question was hardly shaped in the most delicate way. There was a woman in a barouche, I think they call it, asking was any one here, and asking very sharp after master, and I told her he wasn't here this many a day, nor like to be, and 'twas that made me a bit shy o' you. You'll understand, just for a bit. "And is your master?" And she looked round the interior of the house. "No, he bain't come. But there's a letter. What's your name?" she added abruptly, with a sudden access of suspicion. "Miss Maybell," answered she. "Yes, well, you'll excuse me, miss, but I was told to be sharp and wide awake, you see. Will you come into the kitchen?" And without awaiting her answer, the old woman led the way into the kitchen, a melancholy chamber with 2 narrow windows, darkened by the trees not far off that overshadowed the house. A crooked little cur dog with protruding ribs and an air of starvation flew furiously at Miss Maybell as she entered, and was rolled over on his back by a lusty kick from the old woman's shoe. And a cat sitting before the fire bounced under the table to escape the chances of battle. A little bit of fire smouldered in a corner of the grate. An oak stool, a deal chair, and a battered balloon-backed one, imported from better company, in a crazed and faded state, had grown weaker in the joints, and more ragged and dirty in its antique finery in its present fallen fortunes. There was some cracked delf on the dresser, and something was stewing in a tall saucepan, covered with a broken plate, and to this the old woman directed her attention first, stirring its contents and peering into it for a while. And when she had replaced it carefully, she took the letter from her pocket and gave it to Miss Maybell, who read it standing near the window. As she read this letter, which was a short one, the young lady looked angry, with bright eyes and a brilliant flush, then pale, and then the tears started to her eyes, and turning quite away from the old woman, and still holding up the letter, as if reading it, she wept in silence. The old woman, if she saw this, evinced no sympathy, but continued to fidget about, muttering to herself, shoving her miserable furniture this way or that, arranging her crockery on the dresser, visiting the saucepan that sat patiently on the embers, and sometimes kicking the dog with an unwomanly curse when he growled. Drying her eyes, the young lady took her departure, and with a heavy heart left this dismal abode, but with the instinct of propitiation strong in the unhappy, and with the melancholy hope of even buying a momentary sympathy, she placed some money in the dark hand of the crone, who made her a courtesy and a thankless "thank'ee, miss," on the step, as her eye counted over the silver with a greedy ogle that lay on her lean palm. Nothing for nothing. On the whole, a somewhat mercenary type of creation is the human. The postboy reminded the young lady, as she came to the chaise door, that she might as well gratify him there and then with the £2 which she had promised. And this done, she took her place beside old Dulcibella, who had dropped into a reverie near akin to a doze, and so without adventure they retraced their way, and once more, passing under the shadow of Grice's Mill, entered on their direct journey to Wyvern. The sun was near the western horizon, and threw the melancholy tints of sunset over a landscape undulating and wooded that spread before them as they entered the short, broad avenue that leads through two files of noble old trees to the gray front of many-chimneyed Wyvern. End of Chapter 3. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 4 of Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 4. The Old Squire and Alice Maybell. Wyvern is a very pretty old house. It is built of a light gray stone in the later Tudor style. A portion of it is overgrown with thick ivy. It stands not far away from the high road, among grand old trees, and is one of the most interesting features in a richly wooded landscape that rises into little hills and breaking into rocky and forest-darkened glens, and sometimes into dimpling hollows, where the cattle pasture beside pleasant brooks, presents one of the prettiest countries to be found in England. The old squire, Henry Fairfield, has seen his summer and his autumn days out. It is winter with him now. He is not a pleasant picture of an English squire, but such none the less, as the old portraits on the walls of Wyvern here and there testify, the family of Fairfield have occasionally turned out. He is not cheery nor kindly. Bleak, dark, and austere as a northern winter is the age of that gaunt old man. He is too proud to grumble, and never asked any one for sympathy. But it is plain that he parts with his strength and his pleasures bitterly. Of course, seeing the old churchyard down in the hollow at the left, as he stands of an evening on the steps, thoughts will strike him. He does not acquiesce in death. He resents the order of things, but he keeps his repinings to himself, and retaliates his mortification on the people about him. Though his hair is snowy and his shoulders stooped, there is that in his length of bone and his stature that accords with the tradition of his early prowess and activity. He has long been a widower, full 30 years. He has 2 sons and no daughter, 2 sons whom he does not much trust, neither of them young, Charles and Henry. By no means young are they, the elder now 43, the younger only a year or 2 less. Charles has led a wandering life, and tried a good many things. He had been fond of play and other expensive follies. He had sobered, however, people thought, and it might be his mission, notwithstanding his wild and wasteful young days, to pay off the debts of the estate. Henry, the younger son, a shrewd dealer in horses, liked being king of his company, condescended to strong ale, made love to the barmaid at the George in the little town of Wyvern, and affected the conversation of dog fanciers, horse jockeys, wrestlers, and similar celebrities. The old squire was not much considered, and less beloved by his sons. The gaunt old man was, however, more feared by these matured scions than their pride would have easily allowed. The fears of childhood survive its pleasures. Something of the ghostly terrors of the nursery haunt us through life, and the tyrant of early days maintains a strange and unavowed ascendancy over the imagination, long after his real power to inflict pain or privation has quite come to an end. As this tall, grim, handsome old man moves about the room, as he stands or sits down, or turns eastward at the creed in church, as he marches slowly toppling along the terrace, with his gold-headed cane in his hand, surveying the long familiar scenes, which will soon bloom and brown no more for him, with sullen eyes, thinking his solitary thoughts. As in the long summer evenings he dozes in the great chair by the fire, which even in the dog days smoulders in the drawing-room grate, looking like a gigantic effigy of winter. A pair of large and soft gray eyes follow or steal towards him, removed when observed, but ever and anon returning. People have remarked this, and talked it over, and laughed, and shook their heads, and built odd speculation upon it. Alice Maybell had grown up from orphan childhood under the roof of Wyvern. The old squire had been, after a fashion, kind to that pretty waif of humanity, which a chance wave of fortune had thrown at his door. She was the child of a distant cousin, who had happened, being a clergyman, to die in occupation of the vicarage of Wyvern. Her young mother lay under the branches of 2 great trees in the lonely corner of the village churchyard, and not 2 years later the vicar died, and was buried beside her. Melancholy, gentle vicar. Some good judges, I believe, pronounced his sermons admirable. Seedily clothed, with kindly patience visiting his poor. Very frugal, his pretty young wife and he were yet happy in the light and glow of the true love that is eternal. He was to her the nonpareil of vicars, the loveliest, wisest, wittiest, and best of men. She to him, what shall I say, the same beautiful first love, never a day older. Every summer threw new gold on her rich hair, and a softer, brighter bloom on her cheeks, and made her dearer and dearer than he could speak. He could only look and feel his heart swelling with a vain yearning to tell the love that lighted his face with its glory, and called a mist to his kind eye. And then came a time when she had a secret to tell her Willie. Full of a wild fear and delight, in their tiny drawing-room, clasped in each other's arms, they wept for joy, and a kind of wonder, and some dim, unspoken tremblings of fear, and loved one another, it seemed, as it were more desperately than ever. And then, as he read aloud to her in the evenings, her pretty fingers were busy with a new sort of work, full of wonderful and delightful interest. A little guest was coming, a little creature with an immortal soul, that was to be as clever and handsome as Willie. And, oh, Willie, darling, don't you hope I may live to see it? Ah, Willie, would not it be sad? And then the vicar, smiling through tears, would put his arms round her and comfort her, breaking into a rapturous castle-building and a painting of pictures of this great new happiness and treasure that was coming. And so in due time the little caps and frocks and all the tiny wardrobe were finished, and the day came when the long-pictured treasure was to come. It was there, but its young mother's eyes were dim, and the pretty hands that had made its little dress and longed to clasp it were laid beside her, never to stir again. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Yes, blessed be the name of the Lord, for that love that outlives the separation of death, that saddens and glorifies memory with its melancholy light, and illuminates far futurity with a lamp whose trembling ray is the thread that draws us toward heaven. Blessed in giving and in taking, blessed for the yearning remembrances and for the agony of hope. The little baby, the relic, the treasure was there. Poor little forlorn baby. And with this little mute companion to look at and sit by, his sorrow was stealing away into a wonderful love, and in this love a consolation, and a living fountain of sympathy with his darling who was gone. A trouble of a new kind had come. Squire Fairfield, who wanted money, raised a claim for rent for the vicarage and its little garden. The vicar hated law and feared it, and would no doubt have submitted. But this was a battle in which the bishop took command and insisted on fighting it out. It was a tedious business. It had lasted 2 years nearly, and was still alive and angry when the Reverend William Maybell took a cold, which no one thought would signify. A brother clergyman from Willowford kindly undertook his duty for one Sunday, and on the next he had died. The Wyvern doctor said the vis vitae was wanting. He had lived quite too low, and had not stamina, and so sank like a child. But there was more. When on Sundays, as the sweet bell of Wyvern trembled in the air, the vicar had walked alone up to the old grey porch, and saw the 2 trees near the ivied nook of the churchyard wall. A homesickness yearned at his heart, and when the hour came, his spirit acquiesced in death. Old Squire Fairfield knew that it was the bishop who really, and as I believe rightly, opposed him, for to this day the vicarage pays no rent. But the proud and violent man chose to make the vicar feel his resentment. He beheld him with a gloomy and thunderous aspect. Never a word more would he exchange with him. He turned his back upon him. He forbid him the footpath across the fields of Wyvern that made the way to church shorter. He walked out of church grimly when his sermon began. He turned the vicar's cow off the common, and made him every way feel the weight of his displeasure. Well, now the vicar was dead. He had borne it all very gently and sadly, and it was over, a page in the past, no line erasable, no line addable forever. So Parson's dead and buried, serve him right, said the Squire of Wyvern. Thankless rascal! You go down and tell them I must have the house up on the 24th, and if they don't go, you bundle 'em out, Thomas Rook. There'll be the vicar's little child there. Who's to take it in, Squire? Asked Thomas Rook after a hesitation. You may, or the bishop, damn him. I'm a poor man, and for the bishop, he's not like to— Let him try the workhouse, said the Squire, where many a better man's brat is. And he gave Thomas Rook a look that might have knocked him down, and turned his back on him and walked away. A week or so after, he went down himself to the vicarage with Tom Rook. Old Dulcibella Crane went over the lower part of the house with Tom, and the Squire strode up the stairs, and stooping his tall head as he entered the door, walked into the first room he met with in a surly mood. The clatter of his boots prevented his hearing, till he had got well into the room, the low crying of a little child in a cradle. He stayed his step for a moment. He had quite forgotten that unimportant being, and he half turned to go out again, but changed his mind. He stooped over the cradle, and the little child's crying ceased. It was a very pretty face and large eyes, still wet with tears, that looked up with an earnest, wondering gaze at him from out the tiny blankets. Old Dulcibella Crane had gone down, and the solitude no doubt affrighted it, and there was consolation even in the presence of the grim Squire, into whose face those large eyes looked with innocent trust. Who would have thought it? Below lay the little image of utter human weakness. Above stooped a statue of inflexibility and power. A strong statue with a grim, contracted eye. There was a heart steeled against man's remonstrance, and a pride that would have burst into fury at a hint of reproof. Below lay the mere wonder and vagueness of dumb infancy. Could contest be imagined more hopeless? But the faithful Creator, who loved the poor vicar, had brought those eyes to meet. The little child's crying was hushed. Big tears hung in its great wondering eyes, and the little face looked up pale and forlorn. It was a gaze that lasted while you might count 4 or 5, but its mysterious work of love was done. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. Squire Fairfield walked round this room, and went out and examined the others, and went downstairs in silence. And when he was going out at the hall door, he stopped and looked at old Dulcibella Crane, who stood curtsying at it in great fear. And said he, "The child'll be better at home wi' me up at Wyvern, and I'll send down for it and you in the afternoon till something's settled." And on this invitation, little Alice Maybell and her nurse, Dulcibella Crane, came to Wyvern Manor, and had remained there now for 20 years. End of Chapter 4. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 5 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 5. The Terrace Garden. Alice Maybell grew up very pretty, not a riant beauty, without much color, rather pale indeed, and a little sad. What struck one at first sight was a slender figure with a prettiness in every motion, a clear-tinted oval face, with very large dark eyes, such as Chaucer describes in his beauties as eyes grey as glass, with very long lashes, her lips of a very brilliant red, with even little teeth, and when she smiled, a great many tiny soft dimples. This pretty creature led a lonely life at Wyvern. Between her and the young Squires, Charles and Henry, there intervened the great gulf of 20 years. She was left very much to herself. Sometimes she rode into the village with the old Squire. She sat in the Wyvern pew every Sunday, but except on those and like occasions, the townsfolk saw little of her. "'Tain't after her father or mother she takes with them airs of hers. There was no pride in the vicar, or poor Mrs. Maybell, and she'll never be like her mother. A nice little thing she was." So said Mrs. Ford of the George Inn at Wyvern. But what she called pride was in reality shyness. About Miss Maybell there was a very odd rumor floating in the town. It had got about that this beautiful young lady was in love with old Squire Fairfield, or at least with his estate of Wyvern. The village doctor was standing with his back to his drawing-room fire, and the newspaper in his left hand lowered to his knee, as he held forth to his wife and romantic old Mrs. Diaper at the tea-table. "If she is in love with that old man, as they say, take my word for it, she'll not be long out of a madhouse." "How do you mean, my dear?" asked his wife. "I mean it is not love at all, but incipient mania. Her lonely life up there at Wyvern would make any girl odd, and it's setting her mad. That's how I mean." "My dear sir," remonstrated fat Mrs. Diaper, who was learned as well as romantic, "romance takes very whimsical shape at times. Vanessa was in love with Dean Swift, and very young men were passionately in love with Ninon Delenclos." "Tut stuff! Did I ever hear!" exclaimed Mrs. Buttle derisively. "Who ever thought of love or romance in the matter? The young lady thinks it would be very well to be mistress of Wyvern, and secure a comfortable jointure. And so it would. And if she can make that unfortunate old man fancy her in love with him, she'll bring him to that, I have very little doubt. I never knew a quiet minx that wasn't sly, smooth water. In fact, through the little town of Wyvern, shut out for the most part from the forest grounds and old grey manor house of the same name, it came to be buzzed abroad and about that, whether for love or from a motive more sane, though less refined, pretty Miss Alice Maybell had set her heart on marrying her surly old benefactor, whose years were enough for her grandfather. It was an odd idea to get into people's heads, but why were her large, soft grey eyes always following the Squire by stealth? And after all, what is incredible of the insanities of ambition, or the subtlety of women? In the stable yard of Wyvern, Master Charles had his foot in the stirrup, and the old fellow with a mulberry-coloured face and little grey eyes, who held the stirrup leather at the other side, said, grinning, "I wish ye may get it." "Get what?" said Charles Fairfield, arresting his spring for a moment and turning his dark and still handsome face with a hard look at the man, for there was something dry and sly in his face and voice. "What we was talking of, the old house and the land," said the man. "Hey, is that all?" said the young squire, as he was still called at 44, throwing himself lightly into the saddle. "I'm pretty easy about that. Why, what's the matter?" "What if the old fellow took it in his head to marry?" "Marry, eh? Well, if he did, I don't care. But what the devil makes you talk like that? Why, man, there's black and white, seal and parchment for that. The house and acres are settled, Tom. And who do you think would marry him?" "You're the last to hear it. Any child in the town could tell you. Miss Alice Maybell." "Oh, do they really? I did not think of that," said the young squire, first looking in old Tom's hard grey eyes, then for a moment at his own boot thoughtfully, and then he swung himself into the saddle and struck his spur in his horse's side, and away he plunged without another word. "He don't like it, not a bit," said Tom, following him with a scant look as he rode down the avenue. "No more do I. She's always a watchin' of the squire, and old Harry does throw a sheep's eye at her, and she's a likely lass. What though he be old? It's an old rat that won't eat cheese." As Tom stood thus, he received a poke on the shoulder with the end of a stick, and looking round saw old Squire Harry. The squire's face was threatening. "Turn round, damn ye! What were you saying to that boy of mine?" "Nothing, as I remember," lied Tom bluntly. "Come, what was it?" said the hard old voice sternly. "I said black-eyed be the better of a brushin' boot. That's all, I mind." "You lie. I saw you look over your shoulder before you said it, and while he was talking he saw me a-comin', and he looked away. I caught ye at it, ye pair of false pratin' scoundrels. Ye were talking of me. Come, what did he say, sirrah?" "Ne'er a word about ye." "Ye lie. Out wi' it, sir, or I'll make your head sing like the church bell." And he shook his stick in his great tremulous fist with a look that Tom knew well. "Ne'er a word about you from first to last," said Tom, and he cursed and swore in support of his statement, for a violent master makes liars of his servants, and the servile vices crop up fast, and rank under the shadow of tyranny. "I don't believe you," said the squire irresolutely. "You're a liar, Tom, a black liar. Ye'll choke wi' ye lies some day, you fool." But the squire seemed partly appeased, and stood with the point of his stick now upon the ground, looking down on little Tom with a somewhat grim and dubious visage, and after a few moments' silence he asked, "Where's Miss Alice?" "Taking a walk, sir." "Where, I say?" "She went towards the Terrace Garden," answered Tom, and toward the Terrace Garden walked with a stately, tottering step the old squire. with his great mastiff at his heels. Under the shadow of tall trees, one side of their rugged stems lighted with the yellow sunset, the other in soft gray, while the small birds were singing pleasantly high over his head among quivering leaves. He entered the garden, ascending 5 worn steps of stone between 2 weather-worn stone urns. It is a pretty garden, all the prettier, though sadder, for its neglected state. Tall trees overtop its walls from without, and those grey walls are here and there overgrown with a luxuriant mantle of ivy. Within are yew trees and wonderfully tall old myrtles, laurels not headed down for 50 years, and grown from shrubs into straggling, melancholy trees. Its broad walls are now overgrown with grass, and it has the air and solitude of a ruin. In this conventional seclusion, seated under the shade of a great old tree, he saw her. The old-fashioned rustic seat on which she sat is confronted by another, with what was once a gravel walk between. More erect, shaking himself up, as it were, he strode slowly toward her. Her head was supported by her hand, her book on her lap. She seemed lost in a reverie as he approached unawares over the thick carpet of grass and weeds. "Well, lass, what brings you here? You'll be sneezing and coughing for this, won't you? Sneezing and coughing. A moist, dark nook you've chosen." Squire Harry placing himself nevertheless on the seat opposite. She started at the sound of his voice, and as she looked up in his face, he saw that she had been crying. The squire said nothing, but stiffly scuffled and poked the weeds and grass at his feet for a while with the end of his stick, and whistled low some dreary old bars to himself. At length he said abruptly, but in a kind tone, "You're no child now. You've grown up. You're a well-thrivin', handsome young woman, little Alice. There's not one to compare wi' ye. Of all the lasses that come to Wyvern Church, ye bear the bell, ye do. Ye bear the bell. Ye know it, don't ye? Come say, lass, don't ye know there's none to compare wi' ye?" "Thank you, sir. It's very good of you to think so. You're always so kind," said pretty Alice, looking very earnestly up in his face, her large tearful eyes wider than usual, and wondering and perhaps hoping for what might come next. "I'll be kinder, maybe. Never ye mind. Ye like Wyvern, lass, the old house? Well, it's snug, it is. It's a good old English house. None of your thin brick walls and Greek pillars and scrape o' rotten plaster, like my Lord Rybroke's sprawling house. They think so fine, but they don't think it, only they say so, and they lie just to flatter the peer. Damn them! They go to London and learn courtiers' ways there. That wasn't so when I was a boy. A good old gentleman that kept house and hounds here was more by a long score than half a dozen fine Lunan lords. And you're handsomer, Alice, and a deal better. And a better lady, too, than the best of them painted fine ladies that's too nice to eat good beef or mutton, and can't call a cabbage, I'm told, and would turn up their eyes like a duck in thunder if a body told them to put on their pattens and walk out as my mother used to look over the poultry. But what was that you were saying? I forget." "I don't think, sir, I don't remember. Was I saying anything?" I don't recollect," said Alice, who knew that she had contributed nothing to the talk. And you like Wyvern? Pursued the old man, with a gruff sort of kindness. Well, you're right. It's not been a bad home for ye, and ye'd grieve to leave it. Aye, you're right. There's no place like it. There's no air like it, and ye love Wyvern. And ye shan't leave it, Alice. Alice Maybell looked hard at him. She was frightened and also agitated. She grew suddenly pale, but the squire, not observing this, continued. That is, unless you'd be the greatest fool in the countryside. You'd miss Wyvern, and the old woods, and glens, and spinneys, and mayhap you'd miss the old man a bit too. Not so old as they give out, though. And 'tisn't always the old dog gives in first, mind ye, nor the young un that's the best dog neither. I don't care that stick for my sons, no more than they for me, that's reason. They're no comfort to me, nor never was. They'd be devilish glad I was carried out o' Wyvern Hall feet foremost. Oh, sir, you can't think. Hold your little fool's tongue. I'm wiser than you. If it warn't for you, child, I don't see much my life would be good for. You don't wish me dead, like those cubs. Hold your tongue, lass. I see someone's been frightening you. But I'm not going to die for a bit. Don't you take on. Gie us your hand. And he took it and held it fast in his massive grasp. Ye've been crying, ye fool. Them fellows been saying I'm breaking up. It's a damned lie. I've a mind to send them about their business. I'd do it as ready as put a horse over a 3-foot wall, but I've 12 years' life left in me yet. I'm good for 14 years if I live as long as my father did. He took his time about it, and no one heard me grumble, and I'll take mine. Don't ye be a fool. I tell you there's no one going to die here that I know of. There's gentle blood in your veins, and you're a kind lass. And I'll take care of you, mind. I'll do it, and I'll talk to you again. And so saying, he gave her hand a parting shake, and let it drop. And rising, he turned away and strode stiffly from the garden. He was not often so voluble, and now the whole of this talk seemed to Alice Maybell a riddle. He could not be thinking of marrying, but was he thinking of leaving her the house and a provision for her life? End of Chapter 5. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 6 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 6. The Old Squire Unlike Himself. He talked very little that night in the old-fashioned drawing-room, where Alice played his favourite old airs for him on the piano, which he still called the harpsichord. He sat, sometimes dozing, sometimes listening to her music, in the great chair by the fire. He ruminated perhaps, but he did not open the subject, whatever it might be, which he had hinted at. But before 10 o'clock came, he got up and stood with his back to the fire. Is there any age at which folly has quite done with us, and we cease from building castles in the air? My wife was a Tartar, said he rather abruptly, and she was always telling me I'd marry again before she was cold in her grave, and I made answer, I've had enough of that market, I thank you. One wife in a life is one too many. But she wasn't like you, no more than chalk to cheese. A head devil she was. play me the week before Easter again, lass." And the young lady thrice over played that pretty but vulgar old air, and when she paused, the gaunt old squire chanted the refrain from the hearthrug, somewhat quaveringly and discordantly. You should have heard Tom Snedley sing that round a bowl of punch. My sons, a pair of dull dogs. We were pleasanter fellows then. I don't care if they was at the bottom of the Lunnon Canal. Gie us the Lincolnshire poacher, lass. Pippin squeezing rascals, and never loved me. I sometimes think I don't know what the world's coming to. I'd be a younger lad by a score of years if neighbours were as I remember 'em." At that moment entered old Tom Ward, who, like his master, had seen younger, if not better days, bearing something hot in a silver tankard on a little tray. Tom looked at the squire. The squire pointed to the little table by the hearthrug and pulled out his great gold watch, and found it was time for his nightcap. Tom was skilled in the brew that pleased his master, and stood with his shrewd grey eye on him till he had swallowed his first glass. Then the squire nodded gruffly, and he knew all was right and was relieved, for everyone stood in awe of old Fairfield. Tom was gone, and the squire drank a second glass, slowly, and then a third, and stood up again with his back to the fire, and filled his glass with the last precious drops of his cordial, and placed it on the chimney-piece, and looked steadfastly on the girl, whose eyes looked sad on the notes, while her slender fingers played those hilarious airs which Squire Fairfield delighted to listen to. "Down in the mouth, lass, hey?" said the squire, with a suddenness that made the unconscious girl start. When she looked up, he was standing grinning upon her from the hearthrug, with his glass in his fingers, and his face flushed. "You girls, when you like a lad, you're always in the dumps, ain't ye? Mopin' and moltin' like a sick bird, till the fellow comes out wi' his mind, and then all's right. Flutter and song and new feathers, and... Come, what do you think of me, lass?" She looked at him dumbly, with a colourless and frightened face. She saw no object in the room but the tall figure of the old man, flushed with punch, and leering with a horrid jollity, straight before her like a vivid magic lantern figure in the dark. He was grinning and wagging his head with exulting encouragement. Had Squire Fairfield, as men have done, all on a sudden grown insane? And was that leering mask, the furrows and contortions of which, and its glittering eyes, were fixing themselves horribly on her brain, a familiar face transformed by madness? "Come, lass, do ye like me?" demanded the phantom. "Well, you're tongue-tied, you little fool, shamefaced and all that, I see," he resumed after a little pause. "But you shall answer, ye must. You do, you like old Wyvern, the old squire. You'd feel strange in another place, ye would, and a younger fellow would not be a tithe so kind as me. And I like ye well, chickabiddy, chickabiddy, ye'll be my little queen, and I'll keep ye brave satins and ribbons and laces and lawn, and I'll give ye the jewellery, d'ye hear? Necklaces and earrings and bodkins and all the rest, for your own mind, for the captain nor Jack shall never hang them on wife of theirs, mind ye, and ye'll be the grandest lady as ever been in Wyvern this 100 years. And ye'll have nothing to do but sit all day in the window, or ride in the coach and order your maids about. And I'll leave you every acre and stick and stone and silver spoon that's in or round about Wyvern, for you're a good lass, and I'll make a woman of you. And I'd like to break them young rascals' necks, They never deserved a shilling of mine. So, gi'us your hand, lass, and the bargain's made." So the squire strode a step or two nearer, extending his huge bony hand, and Alice, aghast, stared with wide-open eyes fixed on him, and exclaiming faintly, "Oh, sir! Oh, Mr. Fairfield!" "Oh, to be sure, and oh, Squire Fairfield!" chuckled he, mimicking the young lady as he drew near. "Ye need not be shy nor scared by me, little Alice. I like you too well to hurt the tip of your little finger, look ye, and you'll sleep on't and tell me all to-morrow morning." And he laid his mighty hands, that had lifted wrestlers from the earth and hurled boxers headlong in his day, tremulously on her two little shoulders. "And ye'll say good night and give me a buss. Good night to ye, lass, and we'll talk again in the morning. And ye'll say naught, mind, to the boys, damn 'em, till all's settled. Ye smooth-cheeked, bright-eyed, cherry-lipped little—" And here the ancient squire boisterously bussed the young lady as he had threatened, and 2 or 3 times again, till, scrubbed by the white stubble of his chin, she broke away with her cheeks flaming, and still more alarmed, reached the door. "Say good night, won't ye, eh?" bawled the squire, still in a chuckle, and shoving the chairs out of his way as he stumbled after her. "Good night, sir," cried she, and made her escape through the door, and under the arch that opened from the hall, and up the stairs toward her room, calling as unconcernedly as she could, but with tremulous eagerness, to her old servant, "Dulcibella, are you there?" and immensely relieved when she heard her kindly old voice, and saw the light of her candle. "I say, hello! Why, wench, what the devil's come over ye?" hallooed the voice of the old man from the foot of the stairs. "That's the trick of you rogues all. Ye run away to draw us after. Well, it won't do. Another time. I say good night, ye wild bird." "Thank you, sir. Good night, sir. Good night, sir," repeated the voice of Alice higher and higher up the stairs, and he heard her door shut. He stood with a flushed face and a sardonic grin for a while, looking up the stairs with his big bony hand on the banister, and wondering how young he was. And he laughed and muttered pleasantly, and resolved it should all be settled between them next evening. And so again he looked at his watch and found that she had not gone, after all, earlier than usual, and went back to his fire, and rang the bell, and got a second nightcap, as he called his flagon of punch. Tom remarked how straight the squire stood that night, with his back to the fire, eyeing him as he entered from the corners of his eyes, with a grin and a wicked wag of his head. "A dull dog, Tom. Who's a-going to hang ye? Damn ye, look brighter, or I'll stir ye up with the poker. Never shake your head, man. Ye may brew yourself a tankard of this, and you'll find you're younger than ye think for, and some of the wenches will be throwing a sheep's eye at you, who knows?" Tom did not quite know what to make of this fierce lighting up of gaiety and benevolence. An inquisitive glance he fixed stealthily on his master, and thanked him dubiously, for he was habitually afraid of him. And as he walked away through the passages, he sometimes thought the letter that came that afternoon might have told of the death of old Lady Drayton, or some other relief of the estate. And sometimes his suspicions were nearer to the truth, for in drowsy houses like Wyvern, where events are few, all theses of conversation are valuable, and speculation is active. And you may be sure that what was talked of in the town was no mystery in the servants' hall, though more gossiped over than believed. Men who are kings in very small dominions are whimsical as well as imperious. Eccentricity is the companion of seclusion, and the Squire had a jealous custom in his house which was among the oddities of his despotism. It was simply this. The staircase up which Alice Maybell flew that night to old Dulcibella and her room is that which ascends the northern wing of the house. A strong door in the short passage leading to it from the hall shuts it off from the rest of the building on that level. For this young lady, then, while she was still a child, Squire Fairfield had easily made an oriental seclusion in his household by locking with his own hand that door every night, and securing more permanently the doors which on other levels afforded access to the same wing. He had a slight opinion of the other sex, and an evil one of his own, and would have no Romeo and Juliet tragedies. As he locked this door after Miss Alice Maybell's good night, he would sometimes wag his head shrewdly and wink to himself in the lonely oak hall as he dropped the key into his deep coat pocket. Safe bind, safe find. Better sure than sorry. And other wise saws seconding the precaution. So this night he recollected the key, as usual, which in the early morning, when he drank his glass of beer at his room door, he handed to old Mrs. Durden, who turned it in the lock and restored access for the day. This custom was too ancient, reaching back beyond her earliest memory, to suggest the idea of an affront, and so it was acquiesced in and never troubled Miss Maybell. The lock was not tampered with, the door was never passed, although the Squire, versed in old saws, was simple to rely on that security against a power that laughs at locksmiths. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 7. The Squire's eldest son comes home. Thus was old Squire Fairfield unexpectedly transformed, and much to the horror of pretty Alice Maybell, appeared in the character of a lover, grim, ungainly, and without the least chance of that brighter transformation which ultimately more than reconciles beauty to her conjugal relations with the beast. Grotesque and even ghastly it would have seemed at any time, but now it was positively dismaying, and poor troubled little Alice Maybell, on reaching her room, sat down on the side of her bed, and to the horror and bewilderment of old Dulcibella, wept bitterly and long. The harmless gabble of the old nurse, who placed herself by her side, patting her all the time upon the shoulder, was as the sound of a humming in the woods in summer-time, or the crooning of a brook. Though her ear was hardly conscious of it, perhaps it soothed her. Next day there was a little stir at Wyvern, for Charles, or as he was oftener called, Captain Fairfield, arrived. This elderly young gentleman, as Lady Windle called him, led a listless life there. He did not much affect rustic amusements. He fished now and then, but cared little for shooting and less for hunting. His time hung heavy on his hands, and he did not well know what to do with himself. He smoked and strolled about a good deal, and rode into Wyvern and talked with the townspeople, but the country plainly bored him, and not the less that his sojourn had been in London, and the contrast made matters worse. Alice Maybell had a headache that morning, and, not caring to meet the Squire earlier than was inevitable, chose to say so. The captain, who, travelling by the mail, had arrived at 8 o'clock, took his place at the breakfast table at 9, and received for welcome a gruff nod from the Squire, and the tacit permission to grasp the knuckles which he grudgingly extended to him to shake. In that little drama in which the old Squire chose now to figure, his son Charles was confoundedly in the way. "Well, and what were you doing in London all this time?" grumbled Squire Harry, when he had finished his rasher and his cup of coffee, after a long, hard look at Charles, who in happy unconsciousness crunched his toast and read the county paper. "I beg your pardon, sir, I didn't hear. You were saying?" said Charles, looking up and lowering the paper. Yes. I was saying, I don't think you went all the way to London to say your prayers in St. Paul's. You've been losing money in those hells and places. When your pocket's full, away you go and leave it wi' them town blackguards, and back you come as empty as a broken sack, to live on me, and so on. Come now, how much rent do you take by the year from that place your fool of a mother left ye, the Tartar boy?" "I think, sir, about 300 a year," answered Charles. 380, said the old man with a grin and a wag of the head. "I'm not so old that I can't remember that. 380. And ye flung that away in London taverns and operas, on dancers and dicers, and ye come back here without a shilling left to bless yourself, to ride my horses and drink my wine. And ye call that fair play? Come along here." And followed by his mastiff, he marched stiffly out of the room. Charles was surprised at this explosion, and sat looking after the grim old man, not knowing well what to make of it, for Squire Harry was open-hearted enough, and never counted the cost of his hospitalities, and had never grudged him his home at Wyvern before. Much he knows about it, thought Charles. Time enough, though. If I'm de trop here, I can take my portmanteau and umbrella, and make my bow and go cheerfully. The tall captain, however, did not look cheerful, but pale and angry as he stood up and kicked the newspaper, which fell across his foot, fiercely. He looked out of the window with one hand in his pocket in sour rumination. Then he took his rod and flies and cigar case and strolled down to the river, where in that engrossing and monotonous delight, celebrated of old by Venables and Walton, he dreamed away the dull hours. Blessed resource for those mysterious mortals to whom nature accords it, stealing away as they wander solitary along the devious river bank, the memory, the remorse, and the miseries of life, like the flow and music of the shadowy Lethe. This captain did not look like the man his father had described him, an anxious man rather than a man of pleasure, a man who was no sooner alone than he seemed to brood over some intolerable care, and, except during the exercise of his gentle craft, his looks were seldom happy or serene. The hour of dinner came, a party of 3, by no means well assorted. The old Squire in no genial mood and awfully silent, Charles silent and abstracted too, his body sitting there eating its dinner, and his soul wandering with black care and other phantoms by far-off sticks. The young lady had her own thoughts to herself, uncomfortable thoughts. At last the squire spoke to the intruder with a look that might have laid him in the Red Sea. "In my time, young fellows were more alive and had something to say for themselves. I don't want your talk myself over my victuals, but you should have spoke to her. 'Tisn't civil. 'Tweren't the way in my day. I don't think ye asked her, how are ye, since ye came back. Lunnon manners, maybe." "Oh, but I assure you I did. I could not have made such an omission. Alice will tell you I was not quite so stupid," said Charles, raising his eyes and looking at her. "Not that it signifies, mind ye, the crack of a whip, whether ye did or no," continued the squire, "but ye may as well remember that ye are not brother and sister exactly, and ye'll call her Miss Maybell, and not Alice no longer." The captain stared. The old squire looked resolutely at the brandy flask, from which he was pouring into his tumbler. Alice Maybell's eyes were lowered to the edge of her plate, and with the tip of her finger she fiddled with the crumbs on the tablecloth. She did not know what to say, or what might be coming. So soon as the squire had quite compounded his brandy and water, he lifted his surly eyes to his son, with a flush on his aged cheek, and wagged his head with oracular grimness, and silence descended again for a time upon the three kinsfolk. This uncomfortable party, I suppose, were off again, each on their own thoughts, in another minute, but no one said a word for some time. "By the by, Alice, Miss Maybell, I mean, I saw in London a little picture that would have interested you," said the captain. "An enamelled miniature of Marie Antoinette, a pretty little thing, only the size of your watch. You can't think how spirited and beautiful it was. And why the dickens didn't ye buy it, and make her a compliment of it? Much good telling her how pretty it was," said the squire sulkily. "'Twasn't for want of money. Damn it, in my day a young fellow would be ashamed to talk of such a thing without he had it in his pocket to make an offer of." And the old squire muttered sardonically to his brandy and water, and neither Miss Alice nor Captain Fairfield knew well what to say. The old man seemed bent on extinguishing every little symptom of a lighting up of the gloom which his presence induced. They came at last into the drawing-room. The squire took his accustomed place by the fire. In due time came his nightcap. Miss Alice played his airs over and over on the piano. The captain yawned stealthily into his hand at intervals, and at last stole away. "Well, Ally, here we are at last, girl. That moping rascal's gone to his bed. I thought he'd never a gone. And now, come here, ye little fool. I want to talk to ye. Come, I say, what the devil be ye afeard on? I'd like to see the fellow who'd be uncivil to you." "My wife, as soon as the lawyers can write out the parchments. The best settlements as ever been made on a Fairfield's wife since my great uncle's time. Why, ye look as frightened, ye pretty little fool, as if I was a-going to rob ye instead of making ye Lady of Wyvern and giving ye every blessed thing I have on earth. That's right." He had taken her timid little hand in his bony and tremulous grasp. "I'll have ye grander than any that ever has been." He was looking in her face with an exulting glare of admiration. "And I'll give ye the diamonds, for your own mind, and I'll have your picture took by a painter. There was never a Lady of Wyvern fit to hold a candle to ye, and I'm a better man than half the young fellows that's going. And ye'll do as ye like, with servants and house and horses and all. I'll deny ye in nothing. And why, sweetheart, didn't you come down this morning? Was you ailing, child? Was pretty Ally sick in earnest? A headache, sir. I have it still. If you would not mind, I'll be better, sir, in my room. I've had a very bad headache. It will be quite well, I dare say, by tomorrow. You are very kind, sir. You have always been very kind, sir. I never can thank you. Never, never, sir, as I feel. Tut, folly. Nonsense, child. Wait till all's done, and thank me then, if ye will. I'll make ye as fine as the Queen, and finer. Every now and then he emphasized his harangue by kissing her cheeks and lips, which added to her perplexity and terror, and made her skin flame with the boisterous rasp of his stubbled chin. And ye'll be my little Duchess, my beauty, ye will, my Queen o' Diamonds, you roguey pokey woguey, as cunning as a dog fox. And in the midst of these tumultuous endearments, she managed to break away from the amorous ogre, and was out of the door and up the stairs to her room, and old Dulcibella before his tardy pursuit had reached the cross door. An hour has passed, and the young lady stood up, and placing her arms about her neck, kissed old Dulcibella. "Will you take a candle, darling," she said, "and go down and see whether the cross door is shut?" Down went Dulcibella, the stairs creaking under her, and the young lady, drying her eyes, looked at her watch, drew the curtain at the window, placed the candle on the table near it, and then, shading her eyes with her hand, looked out earnestly. The window did not command the avenue. It was placed in the side of the house. A moonlighted view she looked out upon, a soft declivity from whose grassy slopes rose grand old trees, some in isolation, some in groups of twos and threes, all slumbering in the hazy light and still air, and beyond rose, softer in the distance, gentle undulating uplands, studded with trees, and near their summits more thickly clothed in forest. She opened the window softly, and looking out sighed in the fresh air of night, and heard from the hollow the distant rush and moan of running waters, and her eye searched the foreground of this landscape. The trunk of one of the great trees near the house seemed to become animated, and projected a human figure. Nothing awful or ghastly. A man in a short cloak, with a wide-awake hat on. Seeing the figure in the window, he lifted his hand, looking towards her, and approaching the side of the house with caution, glanced this way and that, till he reached the house. The old servant at the same time returned and told her that the door was locked as usual. "You remain here, Dulcibella. No, I shan't take a candle." And with a heavy sigh she left the room, and treading lightly descended the stairs, and entered a wainscoted room on the ground floor, with 2 windows, through which came a faint reflected light. Standing close to the nearer of these was the man with whom she had exchanged from the upper room the signals I have mentioned. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 8. never did run smooth. Swiftly she went to the window and raised it without noise, and in a moment they were locked in each other's arms. "Darling, darling," was audible, and "Oh, Rye, do you love me still?" "Adore you, darling, adore you, my little violet that grew in the shade, my only, only darling. And I have been so miserable, oh Rye, that heart-breaking disappointment, that dreadful moment. You'll never know half I felt as I knocked at that door expecting to see my own darling's face, and then I could have thrown myself from the rock over that glen. But you're here, and I have you after all, and now I must never lose you again, never, never. Lose me, darling, you never did, and you never shall. But I could not go, I dare not. Every fellow you know owes money, and I'm in that sorry plight like the rest, and just what I told you would have happened, and that you know would have been worse. But I think that's all settled, and lose me? Not for one moment ever can you lose me, my beautiful idol." "Oh, yes, that's so delightful, and Rye and his poor Violet will be so happy, and he'll never love anyone but her." "Never, darling, never." And he never did. Never, of course, never. And I'm sure it could not be helped, your not being at Carwell. Of course it couldn't. How could it? Don't you know everything? You're my own reasonable, wise little girl, and you would not like to bore and worry your poor Rye. I wish to God I were my own master, and you'd soon see then who loves you best in all the world." "Oh, yes, I'm sure of it." "Yes, darling, you are. If we are to be happy, you must be sure of it. If there's force in language or proof in act, you can't doubt me. You must know how I adore you. What motive on earth could I have in saying so? But one." "None, none, darling, darling Rye. It's only my folly, and you'll forgive your poor foolish little bird. And oh, Rye, is not this dreadful? But better, I suppose, that is, when a few miserable hours are over, and I gone, and we happy. Your poor little Violet and Rye happy together for the rest of our lives." "I think so, I do, all our days. And you understand everything I told you?" "Everything, yes, about tomorrow morning, quite." "The walk isn't too much?" "Oh, nothing. And old Dulcibella shall follow you early in the day to Dronton. You remember the name of the house?" "Yes, the Tansy Well." "Quite right. Wise little woman. And you know, darling, you must not stir out. Quiet as it is, you might be seen. It is only a few hours' caution, and then we need not care. But I don't want pursuit and a scene, and to agitate my poor little fluttered bird more than is avoidable. Even when you look out of the window, keep your veil down, and just reach the Tansy house and do as I say, and you may leave all the rest to me. Wait a moment. Who's here? No, nothing. But I had better leave you now. Yes, darling, it is wiser. Some of the people may be peeping, and I'll go." And so a tumultuous good night, wild tears, and hopes, and panic, and blessings, and that brief interview was over. The window was shut, and Alice Maybell in her room. The lovers not to meet again till 40 miles away, and with a throbbing heart she lay down to think and cry and long for the morning she dreaded. Morning came, and the breakfast hour, and the old Squire, over his cup of coffee and rasher, called for Mrs. Durden, the housekeeper, and, said he, "Miss Alice, I hear, is ailing this morning." Ye can see old Dulcibella and make out would she like the doctor should look in, and would she like anything nice for breakfast, a slice of the goose pie, or what? And send down to the town for the doctor, if she or old Dulcibella thinks well of it. And if it should be in church time, call him out of his pew, and find out what she'd like to eat or drink. And with his usual gruff nod, he dismissed her. I should be very happy to go into town if you wish, sir, said Charles Fairfield, desiring, it would seem, to re-establish his character for politeness. And I'm extremely sorry, I'm sure, that poor that Miss Maybell is so ill. You won't cry, though, I warrant. And there's people enough in Wyvern to send of her messages without troubling you, said the squire. The captain, however fiercely, had let this unpleasant speech pass unchallenged. The old squire was 2 or 3 times at the foot of the stairs before church time, bawling inquiries after Miss Alice's health and messages for her private ear to old Dulcibella. The squire never missed church. He was as punctual as his ancestor, old Sir Thomas Fairfield, who was there every Sunday and feast day, lying on his back praying, in tarnished red, blue and gold habiliments of the reign of James I, in which he died, and took the form of painted stone, and has looked straight up, with his side to the wall and his hands joined in supplication, ever since. If the old squire did not trouble himself with reading, nor much with prayer, and thought over such topics as suited him during divine service, he at least went through the drill of the rubrics decorously, and stood erect, sat down, or kneeled, as if he were the ordained fugleman of his tenantry assembled in the old church. Captain Fairfield, a handsome fellow notwithstanding his years, with the keen blue eyes of his race, a lazy man and reserved, but with the hot blood of the Fairfields in his veins, which showed itself dangerously on occasion, occupied a corner of this great oak enclosure at the remote end from his father. Like him, he pursued his private ruminations with little interruption from the liturgy in which he ostensibly joined. These ruminations were, to judge from his countenance, of a saturnine and sulky sort. He was thinking over his father's inhospitable language, and making up his mind, for though indolent he was proud and fiery, to take steps upon it, and to turn his back, perhaps for many a day, on Wyvern. The sweet old organ of Wyvern pealed, and young voices swelled the chorus of love and praise, and still father and son were confronted in dark antipathy. The vicar read his text from Holy Writ, and preached on the same awful themes: the transitoriness of our days, love, truth, purity, eternal life, death eternal. And still this same unnatural chill and darkness was between them. Moloch sat unseen by the old man's side, and in the diapason of the organ moaned his thirst for his sacrifices. Evil spirits amused the young man's brain with pictures of his slights and wrongs, and with their breath heated his vengeful heart. The dreams of both were interrupted by the vicar's sonorous blessing, and they shook their ears and kneeled down, and their dreams came back again. So it was Sunday, better day, better deed, when a smouldering quarrel broke suddenly into fire and thunder in the manor house of Wyvern. There is, we know, an estate of £6,000 a year in a ring fence round this old house. It owes something alarming, but the parish, village, and manor of Wyvern have belonged, time out of mind, to the Fairfield family. A very red sunset, ominous of storm, floods the western sky with its wild and sullen glory. The leaves of the great trees, from whose recesses the small birds are singing their cheery serenade, flash and glimmer in it, as if a dew of fire had sprinkled them, and a blood-red flush lights up the brown feathers of the little birds. These Fairfields are a handsome race, showing handsome, proud English faces, brown-haired, sometimes light, sometimes dark, with generally blue eyes, not mild, but fierce and keen. They are a race of athletes, tall men, famous all that country round, generation after generation, for prowess in the wrestling ring, at cudgels and other games of strength. Famous, too, for worse matters, strong-willed, selfish, cruel on occasion, but with a generosity and courage that make them in a manner popular. The character of the Fairfields has the vices and some of the better traits of feudalism. Charles Fairfield had been making up his mind to talk to his father. He had resolved to do so on his way home from church. With the cool air and clearer light outside the porch came a subsidence of his haste, and nodding here and there to friend or old acquaintance as he strode through the churchyard, he went a solitary way home, instead of opening his wounds and purposes then to his father. Better at home, better at Wyvern. In an hour or so I'll make all ready and see him then. So home, if home it was, by a lonely path, looking gloomily down on the daisies, strode Charles Fairfield. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by KaelyMonahan. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 9, in which the Squire loses his golden-headed cane. The sun, as I have said, was sinking among the western clouds with a melancholy glare. Captain Fairfield was pacing slowly to and fro upon the broad terrace that extends with a carved balustrade and many a stone flower-pot along the rear of the old house. The crows were winging their way home, and the air was vocal with their faint cawings high above the grey roof and the summits of the mighty trees, now glowing in that transitory light. His horse was ready saddled, and his portmanteau and other trifling effects had been dispatched some hours before. "Is there any good in bidding him good-bye?" hesitated the captain. He was thinking of descending the terrace steps at the further end, and as he mounted his horse, leaving his valedictory message with the man who held it. But the spell of childhood is not easily broken when it has been respected for so many after-years. The captain had never got rid of the childish awe which began before he could remember. The virtues are respected, but such vices as pride, violence, and hard-heartedness in a father are more respected still. Charles could approach a quarrel with that old despot. He could stand at the very brink and with a resentful and defiant eye scan the abyss, but he could not quite make up his mind to the plunge. The old beast was so utterly violent and incalculable in his anger that no one could say to what weapons and extremities he might be driven in a combat with him, and where was the good in avowed hostilities. Must not a very few years now bring humiliation and oppression to an end? Charles Fairfield was saved the trouble of deciding for himself, however, by the appearance of old Squire Harry, who walked forth from the handsome stone door-case upon the terrace, where his son stood ready for departure. The old man was walking with a measured tread, holding his head very high, with an odd flush on his face and a sardonic smile, and he was talking inaudibly to himself. Charles saw in all of this the signs of storm. In the old man's hand was a letter firmly clutched. If he saw his son, who expected to be accosted by him, he passed him by with as little notice as he bestowed on the tall rose tree that grew in the stone pot by his side. The squire walked down the terrace, southward towards the steps, the wild sunset sky to his right, the flaming windows of the house to his left. When he had gone on a few steps, his tall son followed him. Perhaps he thought it better that Squire Harry should be informed of his intended departure from his lips, than that he should learn it from the groom who held the bridle of his horse. The squire did not descend the steps, however. He stopped short of them, and sat down in one of the seats that are placed at intervals under the windows. He leaned with both hands on his cane, the point of which he ground angrily into the gravel. In his fingers was still crumpled the letter. He was looking down, with a very angry face, illuminated by the wild western sky, shaking his head and muttering. The tall brown captain stalked towards him and touched his hat, according to his father's reverential rule. "May I have a word, sir?" he asked. The old man stared in his face and nodded fiercely, and with this ominous invitation he complied. "You were pleased, sir," said he, "yesterday to express an opinion that, with the income I have, I ought to support myself, and no longer to trouble Wyvern. It was stupid of me not to think of that myself, very stupid, and all I can do is to lose no time about it. And so I have sent my traps away, and I am going to follow now, sir. And I couldn't go, of course, sir, without saying farewell to you, and—" He was on the point of adding, "thanking you for all your kindness," but he recollected himself. Thank him, indeed. No, he could not bring himself to that. "And I am leaving now, sir, and goodbye." "Ho! Turning your back on Wyvern like all the rest? Well, sir, the world's wide. You can choose your road. I don't ask none of ye to stay and see me off, not I. I'll not be without someone when I die to shut down my eyes, I dare say. Get ye gone." "I thought, sir, in fact I was quite convinced," said Charles Fairfield, a little disconcerted, "that you had quite made up your mind, as I have mine, sir." "So I had, sir, so I had. Don't suppose I care a rush, sir, who goes. Not a damned rush, not I. Better an empty house than a bad tenant." Up rose the old man as he spoke. "Away with them, say I. Bundle 'em out. Off with them, bag and baggage. There's more like ye. Read that." And he thrust the letter at him like a pistol, and leaving it in his hand, turned and stalked slowly up the terrace, while the captain read the following note. "Sir, I hardly venture to hope that you will ever again think of me with that kindness which circumstances compel me so ungratefully to requite. I owe you more than I can ever tell. I began to experience your kindness in my infancy, and it has never failed me since. Oh, sir, do not, I entreat, deny me one last proof of your generosity, your forgiveness. I leave Wyvern, and before these lines are in your hand, I shall have found another home. Soon, I trust, I shall be able to tell my benefactor where. In the meantime, may God recompense you, as I never can, for all your goodness to me. I leave the place where all my life has passed amid continual and unmerited kindness with the keenest anguish. Aggravated by my utter inability at present to repay your goodness by the poor acknowledgement of my confidence. Pray, sir, pardon me. Pray restore me to your good opinion, or, at least if you cannot forgive and receive me again into your favor, spare me the dreadful affliction of your detestation, and in mercy try to forget. Your unhappy, but ever grateful, Alice Maybell." When Charles Fairfield, having read this through, raised his eyes, they lighted on the old man, returning, and now within a few steps of him. "Well, there's the last for ye. I reared her like a child o' my own, better, kinder, than ever a child was reared. And she's hardly come to her full growth when she serves me like that. Damn ye, are ye tongue-tied? What do you think of her?" "It would not be easy, sir, on that letter to pronounce," said Charles Fairfield, disconcerted. "There's nothing there to show what her reasons are." "You're no Fairfield. You're not. You're none. If ye were, ye'd know when your house was insulted. But you're none. You're a cold-blooded sneak and no Fairfield." "I don't see anything I could say, sir, would mend the matter," said the captain. "Like enough. But I'll tell ye what I think of her," thundered the old man, half beside himself, and his language became so opprobrious and frantic that his son said, with a proud glare and a swarthy flush on his face, "I take my leave, sir. For language like that I'll not stay to hear." "But you'll not take your leave, sir, till I choose, and ye shall stay," yelled the old squire, placing himself between the captain and the steps. "And I like to know why ye shouldn't hear her called what she is. Blank. And blank." "Because she's my wife, sir," retorted Charles Fairfield, whitening with fury. "She is she?" said the old man after a long gaping pause. "Then you're a worse scoundrel, ye black-hearted swindler, than I took you for, and you'll take that." And trembling with fury, he whirled his heavy cane in the air. But before it could descend, Charles Fairfield caught the hand that held it. None of that, sir," he said with grim menace, as the old man with both hands in furious purpose sought to wrest the cane free. "Do you want me to do it?" The gripe of old Squire Harry was still powerful, and it required an exertion of the younger man's entire strength to wring the walking stick from his grasp. Over the terrace balustrade it flew whirling, and old Squire Harry in the struggle lost his feet and fell heavily on the flags. There was blood already on his temple and white furrowed cheek, and he looked stunned. The young man's blood was up, the wicked blood of the Fairfields, but he hesitated, stopped, and turned. The old squire had got to his feet again and was holding giddily by the balustrade. His hat still lay on the ground. His cane was gone. The proud old squire was a tower dismantled. To be met and foiled so easily in a feat of strength, to have gone down at the first tussle with the youngster, whom he despised as a milksop and a Miss Molly, was to the old Hercules, who still bragged of his early prowess and was once the lord of the wrestling ring for 25 miles round, perhaps for the moment the maddest drop in the cup of his humiliation. Squire Harry, with his trembling hand clutched on the stone balustrade, his tall figure swaying a little, had drawn himself up and held his head high and defiantly. There was a little quiver in his white old features, a wild smile in his eyes, and on his thin, hard lips, showing the teeth that time had left him, and the blood that patched his white hair trickled down over his temple. Charles Fairfield was agitated and felt that he could have burst into tears, that it would have been a relief to fall on his knees before him for pardon. But the iron pride of the Fairfields repulsed this better emotion. He did, however, approach hurriedly, with an excited and troubled countenance, and he said hastily, "I'm awfully sorry, but it wasn't my fault. You know it wasn't. No Fairfield ever stood to be struck yet. I only took the stick, sir. Damn it. If it had been my mother, I could not have done it more gently. I could not help your tripping. I couldn't. And I'm awfully sorry. By blank. And you won't remember it against me. Say you won't. It's the last time you'll ever see me in life, and there's no use in parting at worse odds that we need. And won't you shake hands, sir?" "I say, son Charlie, you've spilt my blood," said the old man. "May God damn ye for it. And if ye ever come into Wyvern after this, while there's breath in my body, I'll shoot ye like a poacher." And with this paternal speech, Squire Harry turned his back and tottered stately and grimly into the house. End of Chapter 9. This recording is by KaelyMonahan.
Chapter 10 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 10. The Drive over Cressley Common by Moonlight. The old squire wandered from room to room, and stood in this window and that. An hour after the scene on the terrace, he was trembling still, and flushed, with his teeth grimly set, sniffing, and with a stifling weight at his heart. Night came, and the drawing-room was lighted up, and the squire rang the bell, and sent for old Mrs. Durden. That dapper old woman, with a neat little cap on, stood prim in the doorway and curtsied. She knew, of course, pretty well what the squire was going to tell her, and waited in some alarm to learn in what tone he would make his communication. "Well," said the squire sternly, holding his head very high, "Miss Alice is gone. I sent for you to tell ye, as your housekeeper here. She's gone. She's left Wyvern." "She'll be coming again, sir, soon?" said the old woman after a pause. "No, not she. No," said the squire. "Not returning to Wyvern, sir?" "While there's breath in my body, she'll never darken these doors." "Sorry she should have displeased you, sir," said the good-natured little woman with a curtsy. "Displease ye? Who said she displeased me? It ain't the turning of a penny piece to me. Me? By Christ! Ha, ha! That's funny. And what do you wish done with the bed and furniture, sir? Shall I leave it still in the room, please?" "Out a window wit. Pitch it after her. Let the workus people send up and cart it off for the poorhouse, where she should have been, if I hadn't have been the biggest fool in the parish." "I'll have it took down and moved, sir," said the old woman, interpreting more moderately. "And the same with Mrs. Crane's room? Dulcibella, she's gone too?" "Ha, ha! Well for her, plotting old witch! I'll have her ducked in the pond if she's found here. And never you name them, one or t'other more, unless you want to go yourself. I'm £50 better. I didn't know how to manage or look after her. They're all alike. If I chose it, I could send a warrant after her for the clothes on her back. But let her be. Away wi' her. A good riddance. And get her who may, I give him joy o' her." The squire was glad to see Tom Ward that night, and had his second tankard of punch. "Old servant Tom, I believe the old folks the best, after all," said he. "It's a damn changed world, Tom. Things were otherwise in our time. No matter. I'll pay 'em off yet." And old Harry Fairfield fell asleep in his chair, and after an hour wakened up with a dream of little Allie's music still in his ears. "Play it again, child. Play it again," he said, and listened to silence, and looked about the empty room, and the sudden pain came again, with a dreadful yearning mixed with his anger. The squire cursed her for a devil, a wildcat, a viper. And he walked round the room with his hands clenched in his coat pockets, and the proud old man was crying. With the straining and squeezing, the tears oozed and trickled from his wrinkled eyelids down his rugged cheeks. "I don't care a damned. I hate her. I don't know what it's for. I be such a fool. I'm glad she's gone. And I pray God the sneak she's gone wi may break her heart and break his own damned neck after, over Carwell Squires." The old man took his candle, and from old habit in the hall was closing the door of the staircase that led up to her room. "Aye, aye," said he bitterly, recollecting himself, "the stable door when the nag stole. I don't care if the old house was blown down tonight. I wish it was. She was a kind little thing before that damned fellow. What could she see in him? Good for nothing. Old as I am, I'd pitch 'em over my head like a stook of barley. Here was a plot. She was a good little thing. But see how she was drew into it, damned her. They're all so false. I'll find out who was in it, I will. I'll find it all out. There's Tom Sherwood, he's one. I'll pitch 'em all out, neck and crop, out of Wyvern doors. I'd rather fill my house with rats than the two-legged vermin. Let 'em pack away to Carwell and starve with that big pippin-squeezing ninny. I hope in God's justice he'll never live to put his foot in Wyvern. I could shoot myself, I think, but for that. She might have waited till the old man died at any rate. I was kind to her. A fool! A fool! And the tall figure of the old man, candle in hand, stalked slowly from the dim hall and vanished up the other staircase. While this was going on at Wyvern, nearly 40 miles away, under the bright moonlight, a chaise, in which was seated the young lady whose departure had excited so strange a sensation there, and her faithful old servant Dulcibella Crane, was driving rapidly through a melancholy but not unpleasing country. A wide undulating plain, with here and there patches of picturesque natural wood, oak and whitethorn, and groups of silver-stemmed birch trees spread around them. Those were the sheep-walks of Cressley Common. The soil is little better than peat, over which grows a short velvet verdure, altogether more prized by lovers of the picturesque than by grazers of South Downs. Could any such scene look prettier than it did in the moonlight? The solitudes so sad and solemn, the lonely clumps and straggling trees, the gentle hollows and hills, and the misty distance in that cold, elusive light acquire the interest and melancholy of mystery. The young lady's head was continually out of the window, sometimes looking forward, sometimes back, upon the road they had traversed. With an anxious look and a heavy sigh, she threw herself back in her seat. "You're not asleep, Dulcibella?" she said a little peevishly. "No, miss. No, dear." "You don't seem to have much to trouble you," continued the young lady. "I? Law bless you, dear, nothing, thank God." "None of your own, and my troubles don't vex you, that's plain," said her young mistress reproachfully. "I did not think, dear, you was troubled about anything. Law! I hope nothing's gone wrong, darling," said the old woman with more energy and a simple stare in her mistress's face. "Well, you know, he said he'd be with us as we crossed Cressley Common, and this is it, and he's not here, and I see no sign of him." And the young lady again popped her head out of the window, and, her survey ended, threw herself back once more with another melancholy moan. "Why, Miss Alice, dear, you're not fretting for that," said Dulcibella. "Don't you know, dear, if he isn't here, he's somewhere else. We're not to be troubling ourselves about every little thing like. And who knows, poor gentleman, what's happened to delay him?" "That's just what I say, Dulcibella. You'll set me mad. Something has happened. You know he owes money. Do you think they have arrested him? If they have, what's to become of us?" "Oh, Dulcibella, do tell me what you really think." "No, no, no. There now. There's a darling. Don't you be worrying yourself about nothing. Look out again, and who knows but he's coming." So said old Dulcibella, who was constitutionally hopeful and contented, and very easy about Master Charles, as she still called Charles Fairfield. She was not remarkable for prescience, but here the worthy creature fluked prophetically, for Alice Maybell, taking her advice, did look out again, and she thought she saw the distant figure of a horseman in pursuit. She rattled at the window, calling to the driver and the man who sat beside him, and succeeded in making them hear her and pull the horses up. "Look back, and see if that is not your master coming," she cried eagerly. He was still too distant for recognition, but the rider was approaching fast. The gentlemen of the road, once a substantial terror, were now but a picturesque tradition. The appearance of the pursuing horseman over the solitudes of Cressley Common would else have been anything but a source of pleasant anticipation. On he came, and now the clink of the horseshoes sounded sharp on the clear night air, and now the rider passed the straggling trees they had just left behind them, and now his voice was raised and recognized, and in a few moments more, pale and sad in the white moonlight as Lenora's phantom trooper, her stalwart lover pulled up his powerful hunter at the chaise window. A smile lighted up his gloomy face as he looked in. "Well, darling, I have overtaken you at Cressley Common, and is my little woman quite well, and happy to see her Rye once more?" His hand had grasped hers as he murmured these words through the window. "Oh, Rye, darling, I'm so happy. You must let Tom ride the horse on, and do you come in and sit here, and Dulcibella can take my cloaks and sit by the driver. Come, darling, I want to hear everything." And so this little arrangement was completed, as she said, and Charles Fairfield sat himself beside his beautiful young wife, and as they drove on through the moonlit scene, he pressed her hand and kissed her lovingly. End of Chapter 10. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 11 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 11. Home. "Oh, darling, I can scarcely believe it," she murmured, smiling and gazing up with her large, soft eyes into his. "It seems to me like heaven that I can look and speak and say everything without danger or any more concealment, and always have my Rye with me, never to be separated again, you know, darling, while we live." "Poor little woman," said he, fondly, looking down with an answering smile. "She does love me a little bit, I think." "And Rye loves his poor little bird, doesn't he? Adores her. Idolatry, idolatry. And we'll be so happy." "I hope so, darling." "Hope?" echoed she, chilled and a little piteously. "I'm sure of it, darling, quite certain," he repeated, laughing tenderly. "She's such a foolish little bird. One must watch their phrases. But I was only thinking, I'm afraid you hardly know what a place this Carwell is." "Oh, darling, you forget I've seen it. The most picturesque spot I ever saw. The very place I should have chosen. And any place, you know, with you. But that's an old story." His answer was a kiss and, "Darling, I can never deserve half your love. All I desire on earth is to live alone with my Rye." "Yes, darling, we'll make out life very well here, I'm sure. My only fear is for you. I'll go out with my rod and bring you home my basket full of trout, and sometimes take my gun and kill a hare or a rabbit, and we'll live like the old Baron and his daughters in the fairy tale, on the produce of the streams and solitudes about us, quite to ourselves, and read to you in the evenings, and we'll play chess, and we'll chat while you work, and I'll tell you stories of my travels, and you'll sing me a song, won't you?" "Too delighted, singing for joy," said little Alice in a rapture at his story of the life that was opening to them. "Oh, tell more." "Well, yes, and you'll have such pretty flowers." "Oh, yes, flowers. I love them. Not expensive ones, for we are poor, you know, and you'll see how prudent I'll be, but annuals, they're so cheap, and I'll sow them myself, and I'll have the most beautiful you ever saw. Don't you love them, Rye?" "Nothing so pretty, darling, on earth except you." "What is my Rye looking out for?" Charles Fairfield had more than once put his head out of the window, looking as well as he could along the road in advance of the horses. "Oh, nothing of any consequence. I only wanted to see that our man had got on with the horse. Might as well knock up the old woman and see that things were, I was going to say comfortable, but less miserable than they might be." He laughed faintly as he said this, and he looked at his watch as if he did not want her to see him consult it, and then he said, "Well, as you were saying, oh, about the flowers, annuals, yes." And so they resumed, but somehow it seemed to Alice that his ardor and his gaiety were subsiding, that his thoughts were away and pale care stealing over him like the chill of death. Again she might have remembered the ghostly Wilhelm, who grew more ominous and spectral as he and his bride neared the goal of their nocturnal journey. "I don't think you hear me, Rye, and something has gone wrong," she said at last in a tone of disappointment that rose even to alarm. "Oh, tell me, Charlie, if there is anything you have not told me yet. You're afraid of frightening me." "Nothing, nothing, I assure you, darling. What nonsense you do talk, you poor foolish little bird. No, I mean nothing, but I've had a sort of quarrel with the old man. You need not have written that letter, or at least it would have been better if you had told me about it." "But, darling, I couldn't. I had no opportunity, and I could not leave Wyvern, where he had been so good to me all my life, without a few words to thank him and to entreat his pardon. You're not angry, darling, with your poor little bird?" "Angry, my foolish little wife. You little know your Rye. He loves his bird too well to be ever angry with her for anything, but it was unlucky, at least, his getting it just when he did, for you may suppose it did not improve his temper." "Very angry, I'm afraid, was he? But though he's so fiery, he's generous. I'm sure he'll forgive us in a little time, and it will all be made up. Don't you think so?" "No, darling, I don't. Take this hill quietly, will you?" he called from the window to the driver. "You may walk them a bit. There's nearly 2 miles to go still." Here was another anxious look out, and he drew his head in, muttering, and then he laid his hand on hers and looked in her face and smiled, and he said, "They are such fools, aren't they? And about the old man at Wyvern. Oh, no, you mistake him. He's not a man to forgive. We can reckon on nothing but mischief from that quarter, and, in fact, he knows all about it, for he chose to talk about you as if he had a right to scold, and that I couldn't allow, and I told him so, and that you were my wife, and that no man living should say a word against you. My own brave Rye, but oh, what a grief that I should have made this quarrel, but I love you 1,000 times more. Oh, my darling, we are everything now to one another." "Oh, never mind," he exclaimed with a sudden alacrity. "There he is, all right. Tom, is it?" "All right, sir," answered the man whom he had dispatched before them on the horse, and who was now at the roadside, still mounted. "He has ridden back to tell us she'll have all ready for our arrival. Oh, no, darling," he continued gaily, "don't think for a moment I care a farthing whether he's pleased or angry. He never liked me, and he cannot do us any harm, none in the world, and sooner or later Wyvern must be mine." And he kissed her and smiled with the ardor of a man whose spirits are on a sudden quite at ease. And as they sat, hand pressed in hand, she sidled closer to him with the nestling instinct of the bird, as he called her, and dreamed that if there were a heaven on earth, it would be found in such a life as that on which she was entering, where she would have him all to herself. And she felt now, as they diverged into the steeper road and more sinuous that ascended for a mile the gentle wooded uplands to the Grange of Carwell, that every step brought her nearer to paradise. Here is something paradoxical, is it, that this young creature should be so in love with a man double her own age. I have heard of cases like it, however, and I have read in some old French writer, I have forgot who he is, the rule laid down with solemn audacity that there is no such through fire and water desperate love as that of a girl for a man past 40. Till the hero has reached that period of autumnal glory, youth and beauty can but half love him. This encouraging truth is amplified and emphasized in the original. I extract its morrow for the comfort of all whom it may concern. On the other hand, however, I can't forget that Charles Fairfield had many unusual aids to success. In the first place, by his looks, you would have honestly guessed him at from 4 or 5 years under his real age. He was handsome, dark, with white, even teeth, and fine, dark blue eyes that could glow ardently. He was the only person at Wyvern with whom she could converse. He had seen something of the world, something of foreign travel, had seen pictures, and knew at least the names of some authors, and in the barbarous isolation of Wyvern, where squires talked of little but the last new plough, fat oxen, and kindred subjects, often with a very perceptible infusion of the country patois, he was to a young lady with any taste, either for books or art, a resource and a companion. And now the chaise was drawing near to Carwell Grange. With a childish delight She watched the changing scene from the window. The clumps of wild trees drew nearer to the roadside. Winding always upward, and steeper was the narrow road. The wood gathered closer around them. The trees were loftier and more solemn, and cast sharp shadows of foliage and branches on the white roadway. All the way her ear and heart were filled with the now gay music of her lover's talk. At last, through the receding trees that crowned the platform of the rising grounds they had been ascending, gables, chimneys, and glimmering windows showed themselves in the broken moonlight, and now rose before them, under a great ash tree, a gatehouse that resembled a small square tower of stone, with a steep roof and partly clothed in ivy. No light gleamed from its windows. Tom dismounted and pushed open the old iron gate that swung over the grass-grown court with a long, melancholy squeak. It was a square court with a tolerably high wall, overtopped by the somber trees, whose summits, like the old roofs and chimneys, were silvered by the moonlight. This was the front of the building, which Alice had not seen before, the great entrance and hall door of Carwell Grange. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 12. The Omen of Carwell Grange. The high wall that surrounded the courtyard and the towering foliage of the old trees were gloomy. Still, if the quaint stone front of the house had shown through its many windows the glow of life and welcome, I dare say the effect of those somber accessories would have been lost in pleasanter associations, and the house might have showed cheerily and cozily enough. As it was, with no relief but the cold moonlight that mottled the pavement and tipped the chimney tops, the silence and deep shadow were chilling, and it needed the deep enthusiasm of true love to see in that dismal frontage the delightful picture that Alice Maybell's eyes beheld. "Welcome, darling, to our poor retreat, made bright and beautiful by your presence," said he, with a gush of tenderness. "But how unworthy to receive you none knows better than your poor Rai. Still, for a short time, and it will be but short, you will endure it. Delightful your presence will make it to me, and to you, darling, my love will perhaps render it tolerable. Take my hand and get down, and welcome to Carwell Grange." Lightly she touched the ground with her hand on his strong arm, for love rather than for assistance. "I know how I shall like this quaint, quiet place," said she. "Love it, and grow perhaps fit for no other, if only my darling is always with me. You'll show it all to me in daylight tomorrow, won't you?" Their little talk was murmured and unheard by others, under friendly cover of the snorting horses and the talk of the men about the luggage. "But I must get our door opened," said he with a little laugh, and with a heavy old knocker he hammered a long echoing summons at the door. In a minute more lights flickered in the hall. The door was opened, and the old woman smiling her best, though that was far from being very pleasant. Her eye was dark and lifeless and never smiled, and there were lines of ill temper, or worse, near them, which never relaxed. Still, she was doing her best, dropping little courtesies all the time, and holding her flaring tallow candle in its brass candlestick, and thus illuminating the furrows and minuter wrinkles of her forbidding face with a yellow light that suited its boxwood complexion. Behind her, with another mutton fat, for this was a state occasion, stood a square-shouldered little girl, some 12 years old, with a brown, somewhat flat face, and no good feature but her dark eyes and white teeth. This was Lilly Dogger, who had been called in to help the crone who stood in the foreground. With a grave, observing stare, she was watching the young lady, who, smiling, stepped into the hall. "Welcome, my lady, very welcome to Carwell," said the old woman. "Welcome, Squire, very welcome to Carwell." "Thank you very much. I'm sure I shall like it," said the young lady, smiling happily. "It is such a fine old place, and it's so quiet. I like quiet." "Old enough and quiet enough, anyhow," answered the old woman. "You'll not see many new faces to trouble you here, ma'am, my lady, I mean. But we'll all try to make her as pleasant and as comfortable as we can," said Charles Fairfield, clapping the old woman on the shoulder a little impatiently. "There, don't lay much in my way to make her time pass pleasant, Master Charles, but I suppose we'll do what we can." "And more we can't," said Charles Fairfield. "Come, darling, I suppose there's a bit of fire somewhere. It's a little cold, isn't it?" "A fire burning all day, sir, in the cedar room, and the kettle's a-boiling on the hob, if the lady like a cup of tea." "Yes, of course," said Charles, "and a fire in the room upstairs?" "Yes, so there is, sir, a great fire all day long, and everything well aired." "Well, darling, shall we look first at the cedar room?" he asked, and smiling, hand in hand, they walked through the hall and by a staircase and through a second and smaller hall, with a back stair off it, and so into a comfortable paneled room with a great cheery fire of mingled coal and wood, and old-fashioned furniture, which, though faded, was scrupulously neat. Old and homely as was the room, it agreeably surprised Alice, who was prepared to be delighted with everything, and at sight of this exclaimed quite in a rapture, so honest a rapture that Charles Fairfield could not forbear laughing, though he felt also very grateful. "Well, I admit," he said, looking round, "it does look wonderfully comfortable, all things considered. But here, I am afraid, is the beginning and the end of our magnificence. For the present, of course, and by, little by little, we may improve and extend. but I don't think in the whole house there's a habitable room, sitting room, I mean, but this," he laughed. "It is the pleasantest room I ever was in, Charlie, a delightful room. I'm more than content," said she. "You are a good little creature," said he. "At all events, the best little wife in the world, determined to make the best of everything. And as I said, we certainly shall be better very soon, and in the meantime good humor and cheerfulness will make our quarters, poor as they are, brighter and better than luxury and ill temper could find in a palace. Here are tea things and a kettle boiling, very primitive, very cozy. We'll be more like civilized people to-morrow or next day when we have had time to look about us, and in the meantime, suppose I make tea while you run upstairs and put off your things. What do you say?" "Yes, certainly," and she looked at the old woman, who stood with her ominous smile at the door. "I ought to have told you her name. Mildred Tarnley, the genius loci, Mildred. You'll show your mistress to her room." And he and his young wife smiled a mutual farewell. A little curious she was to see something more of the old house, and she peeped about her as she went up, and asked a few questions as they went along. "And this room?" she asked, peeping into a door that opened from the back stairs which they were ascending. "It has such a large fireplace and little ovens, or what are they?" "It was the still room once, my lady. My mother remembered the time, but it was always shut up in my day. Oh, and can you tell me, I forget, where is my servant?" "Upstairs, please, with your things, ma'am, when the man brought up your boxes." Still looking about her and delaying, she went on. There was nothing stately about this house, but there was that about it which, if Alice had been in less cheerful and happy spirits, would have quelled and awed her. Thick walls, windows deep sunk, double doors now and then, wainscoting and oak floors, warped with age. On the landing there was an archway admitting to a gallery. In this archway was no door, and on the landing Alice Fairfield, as I may now call her, stood for a moment and looked around. Happy as she was, I cannot tell what effect these faintly lighted glimpses of old and desolate rooms, aided by the repulsive companionship of her ancient guide, may have insensibly wrought upon her imagination, or what a trick that faculty may have just then played upon her senses. But turning round to enter the gallery, under the open arch, the old woman standing by her, with the candle raised a little, Alice Fairfield stepped back, startled with a little exclamation of surprise. The ugly face of old Mildred Tarnley peeped curiously over the young lady's shoulder. She stepped before her and peered right and left into the gallery, and then with ominous inquiry into the young lady's eyes. "I thought it might be a bat, my lady. There was one last night got in," she said, "but there's no such a thing now. Was you afeard of anything, my lady?" "Didn't you see it?" said the young lady, both frightened and disconcerted. "I sawed nothing, ma'am." It's very odd. I did see it. I swear I saw it, and felt the air all stirred about my face and dressed by it. Oh, here, miss, my lady, was it? Yes, here before us. Weren't you looking? Not that way, miss. I don't know, she said. Well, something fell down before us, all the way from the top to the bottom of this place. And with a slight movement of her hand and eyes, she indicated the open archway before which they stood. Oh, Lord! Well, I dare say it may have been a fancy, just. Yes, but it's very odd. A great heavy curtain of black fell down in folds from the top to the floor, just as I was going to step through. It seemed to make a little cloud of dust about our feet, and I felt a wind from it quite distinctly. Hey, then it was a black curtain, I suppose, said the old woman, looking hard at her. Yes, but why do you suppose so? Such nonsense is always black, you know. I'd seed nothing, no more there was nothing. Didn't you see me walk through? And she stepped back and forward, candle in hand, with an uncomfortable laugh. Oh, I know perfectly well there is nothing, but I saw it. I wish I hadn't, said the young lady. I wish you hadn't, too, said Mildred Tarnley, pale and lowering. Them as says their prayers, they needn't be afeard of such things, and for my part, I never seed anything in the Grange, and I'm an old woman, and lived here, girl and woman, good 60 years and more. Let us go on, please, said Alice. At your service, my lady, said the crone, with a curtsy, and conducted her to her room. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 13. An Inspection of Carwell Grange. Through an open door at the end of this short gallery, the pleasant firelight gleamed, sufficiently indicating the room that had been prepared for her reception. She felt a little oddly and frightened at the sight of old Dulcibella Crane in the cheerful light. Busily unpacking her boxes reassured her. The grim old woman, Mildred Tarnley, stopped at the door. It's very well aired, ma'am, she said, making a little curtsy. It looks very comfortable, thank you. Everything so neat and such a bright, nice fire, said Alice, smiling on her as well as she could. There's the tapestry room and the leather room, but they're not so dry as this, though it's wainscot. Oak, I think, isn't it? Said the young lady, looking round. Yes, ma'am, and there's a pink paper chamber and dressing room, but they've gone very poor, and the bed and all that's being in here, I thought 'twas the best of the lot. And there's lots of presses and cupboards in the wall, and the keys in them, and the locks all right, and I do think it's the most comfortable room, my lady. That is the dressing room in there, please. And you like some more wood or coal on the fire, ma'am? Not any. It is very nice, thanks. And Alice sat down before the fire, and the smile seemed to evaporate in its glow, and she looked very grave and even anxious. Mildred Tarnley made her curtsy, looked round the room, and withdrew. "Well, Dulcibella, when are you going to have your tea?" asked Alice kindly. "I'll make a cup here, dear, if you think I may, after I've gotten your things in their places in a few minutes' time. Would you like that better than taking it downstairs with the servant?" "Yes, dear, I would." "I don't think you like her, Dulcibella." "I can't say I mislike her, dear. I han't spoke 10 words where she may be very nice, I don't know." "There's something not very pleasant about her face, don't you think?" said Alice. "Well, dear, but you are sharp. There's no hiding my thoughts from you, but there's many a face we gets used to that doesn't seem too agreeable like at first. I think this rack'll do very nice for hanging your cloak on," she said, taking it from the young lady's hands. "You're a bit tired, I'm afeard. You look a bit tired, you do." "No, nothing," said her young mistress, "only I can't help feeling sorry for poor old Wyvern and the Squire. Old Mr. Fairfield, it seems so unkind, and there was a good deal to think about, and I don't know how I feel a little uncomfortable, in spite of so much that should cheer me. And now I must run down and take a cup of tea. Come with me to the top of the stairs and just hold the candle till I've got down." When she reached the head of the stairs, she was cheered by the sound of Charles Fairfield's voice singing, in his exuberant jollity, the appropriate ditty: "Jenny put the kettle on, Barney blow the bellows strong," etc. And hurrying downstairs, she found him ready to make tea, with his hand on the handle of the teapot and the fire brighter than ever. "Well, you didn't stay very long, good little woman. I was keeping up my spirits with a song, and, in spite of my music, beginning to miss you." And meeting her as she entered the room, he led her with his arm around her waist to a chair in which, with a kiss, he placed her. "All this seems to me like a dream. I can't believe it, but if it be, woe to the fool who wakes me. No, darling, it's no dream, is it?" he said, smiling, and kissed her again. "The happiest day of my life," he said, and through his eyes smiled upon her a flood of the tenderest love. A little more such talk, and then they sat down to that memorable cup of tea, the first in our own house. The delightful independence, the excitement, the importance, all our own, cups, spoons, rooms, servants, and the treasured ficurate, and the haven of all our hopes, no longer doubtful or distant. Glorious, beautiful dream, from which death, wrinkles, duns are quite obliterated. Sip while you may your pleasant cup of madness from that fragile, pretty china, and may the silver spoon wherewith you stir it prove to have come into the world at the moment of your birth, where fortune is said to place it sometimes. Next morning the sun shone clear over Carwell Grange, bringing into sharp relief the joints and wrinkles of the old gray masonry, the leaves and tendrils of the ivy, and the tufts of grass which here and there sprout fast in the chinks of the parapet and casting with angular distinctness upon the shingled roof the shadows of the jackdaws that circled about the old chimney. A twittering of small birds fills the air, and the solemn cawing comes mellowed on the ear from the dark rookery at the other side of the ravine that, crossing at the side of the Grange, debouches on the wider and deeper glen that is known as the Vale of Carwell. Youth enjoys a change of abode, and with the instinct of change and adventure proper to its energies, delights in a new scene. Charles Fairfield accompanied his young wife, who was full of curiosity and her head busy with 100 plans, as in gay and eager spirits she surveyed her little empire. "This is the garden. I tell you, lest you should mistake it for the forest where the enchanted princess slept, surrounded by great trees and thickets. It excels even the old garden at Wyvern. There are pear trees and plum and cherry and apple. Upon my word, I forgot they were so huge, and the jungles of raspberries and gooseberries and currants. Did you ever see such thickets and nettles between? I'm afraid you'll not make much of this. When I was a boy, those great trees looked as big and moss-grown as they do now, and bore such odd, crabbed little fruit, and not much even of that. It will be quite beautiful when it is weeded, and flowers growing in the shade, and climbing plants trained up the stems of the trees, and it shan't cost us anything, but you'll see how wonderfully pretty it will be. But what is to become of all your pretty plans if flowers won't grow without sun? I defy any fairy, even my own bright little one, to make them grow here. But if you won't be persuaded, by all means let us try. I think there's sunshine wherever you go, and I should not wonder, after all, if nature relented and beautiful miracles were accomplished under your influence." "I know you were laughing at me," she said. "No, darling, I'll never laugh at you. You can make me believe whatever you choose, and now that we have looked over all the wild beauties of our neglected paradise, in which, you good little creature, you are resolved to see all kinds of capabilities and perfections, suppose we go now to the grand review of our goods and chattels that you planned at breakfast: cups, saucers, plates, knives, forks, spoons, and all such varieties." "Oh, yes, let us come, Ry. It will be such fun, and so useful, and old Mrs. Tarnley said she would have a list made out," said Alice, to whom the new responsibilities and dignities of her married state were full of interest and importance. So in they came together and called for old Mildred with a list of their worldly goods, and they read the catalogue together, with every now and then a peal of irrepressible laughter. "I had not an idea how near we were to our last cup and saucer," said Charles, "and the dinner service is limited to 7 plates, 2 of which are cracked." The comic aspect of their poverty was heightened, perhaps, by Mrs. Tarnley's peculiar spelling. The old woman stood in the doorway of the sitting room while the revision was proceeding, mightily displeased at this levity, looking more than usually wrinkled and bilious, and rolling her eyes upon them from time to time with a malignant ogle. "I was never good at the pen, I know that, but your young lady desired me, and I did my best, and very despicable it be, no doubt," said Mildred, with grisly scorn. "Oh my, I am so sorry. I assure you, Mrs. Tarnley, pray tell her, Charlie, we were laughing only at there being so few things left." "Left? I don't know what you mean by left, ma'am. There's not another woman as ever I saw would keep his bit of gelt and chaney half as long as me. I never was counted a smasher of things, no more I was." "But we didn't think you broke them, did we, Charlie?" appealed poor little Alice, who, being new to authority, was easily bullied. "Nonsense, old Mildred, don't be a fool," said Charles Fairfield, not in so conciliatory a tone as Alice would have wished. "Well, fools easily said, and there's no lack of fools, high or low, Master Charles, and I don't pretend to be no scholar, but I've read that o'er much laughing ends, oft times, in o'er much crying. The Lord keep us all from grief." "Hold your tongue, what a bore you are!" exclaimed he, sharply. Mrs. Tamley raised her chin, and looking askance, but made no answer. She was bitter. "Why the devil, old Mildred, can't you try to look pleasant for once?" he persisted. "I believe there's not a laugh in you, nor even a smile, is there?" "I'm not much given to laughing, thank you, sir, and there's people, mayhap, should be less so, if they'd only take warning and mind what they seed overnight. And if the young lady don't want me no longer, I'd be better back in the kitchen before the chicken burns, for Lilly's out in the garden rooting out the potatoes for dinner." And after a moment's silence, she dropped a little curtsy, and, assuming permission, took her departure. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Park. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 14. A Letter. Alice looked a little paler, her husband a little discontented. Each had a different way of reading her unpleasant speech. "Don't mind that old woman, darling. Don't let her bore you. I do believe she has some as odious faults as are to be found on earth." "I don't know what she means by a warning," said Alice. "Nor I, darling, I am sure. Perhaps she has had a windling sheet on her candle, or a coffin flew out of the fire, or a death watch ticked in the wainscot," he answered. "A warning? What could she mean?" repeated Alice, slowly, with an anxious gaze in his eyes. "My darling, how can you? A stupid old woman," said he a little impatiently, "and thoroughly ill-conditioned. She's in one of her tempers just because we laughed and fancied it was at her, and there is nothing she'd like better than to frighten you if she could. I'll pack her off if I find her playing with any tricks." "Oh, the poor old thing, not for the world. She'll make it up with me, you'll find. I don't blame her the least. If she thought that, and I'll tell her we never thought of such a thing." "Don't mind her, she's not worth it. We'll just make out a list of things that we want. I'm afraid we want a great deal more than we can get, for you have married a fellow in all things but love, as poor as a church mouse." He laughed and kissed her and petted her smiling cheek. "Yes, it'll be such fun buying these things, such a funny little dinner service, and breakfast things, and how far away is Naunton?" "I'm not so sure we can get them at Naunton. Things come from London so easily now," said he. "Oh, but there is such a nice little shop. I remarked it in Naunton," said she eagerly. "Oh, is there?" said he. "I forgot. I believe you drove through it." "I did," she answered, "and the whole pleasure of getting them would be buying them with you." "You kind little darling," he said with a faint smile. "So it ought to me, I know, choosing them with you. But are you sure there is a place there?" "Such a nice little shop, with a great red and blue jog hanging over the door for a sign," she insisted cheerily. "And there is something pleasant, isn't there, in the sort of queer rustic things one would meet in such an out-of-the-way place?" "Yes, so there is, but however, we'll think about it, and in fact, it doesn't matter a farthing where we get them." Our friend Charles seemed put out a little, and his slight unaccountable embarrassment piqued her curiosity, and made her ever so uncomfortable. She was still, however, a very young wife, and in awe of her husband. It was, therefore, rather timidly that she said, "And why, darling Rye? Can't we decide now and go to-morrow, and choose our plates and cups and saucers? It'll be such a pleasant little adventure to look forward to." "So it might, but we'll have to make up our minds to have many days go by, and weeks too here, with nothing pleasant to look forward to. You knew very well," he continued not so sharply, "when you married me, that I owed money, and was poor miserable devil and not my own master, and you really must allow me to decide what is to be done when a trifle might any day run us into mischief. There now, your eyes are full of tears. How can you be so foolish?" "But indeed, Rye, I'm not," she pleaded, smiling through them. "I was only sorry. I was afraid I had vexed you." "Vexed me, you darling, not the least. I am only teased to think I am obliged to deny you anything, much less to hesitate about gratifying so trifling a wish as this. But so it is, and such a hard fate, and though I seem to be vexed, it is not with you, you must not mistake, never, darling, with you, but in proportion as I love you. The sort of embarrassment into which you have ventured with your poor Rye grieves and even enrages him, and the thought, too, that so small a thing would set it all to rights. But we are not the only people, of course. There are others as badly off, and a great deal worse. There now, darling, you must not cry, you really mustn't. You must never fancy a moment when anything happens to vex me that I could be such a brute as to be angry with you. What's to become of me if you ever suffer such a chimera to enter your pretty little head? I do assure you, darling, I'd rather blow my brains out than inflict a single unhappy hour upon you. There now, won't you kiss me and look quite happy again? And come, we'll go out again. You did not see the kennel, and the brew-house, and 50 other interesting ruins. We must be twice as happy as ever for the rest of the day." And so this little cloud, light and swift, but still a cloud, blew over, and the sun shone out warm and brilliant again. The buildings which enclosed 3 sides of the quadrangle which they were now examining were, with the exception of the stables, in such a state of dilapidation as very nearly to justify in sober earnest the term ruins, which he had half jocularly applied to them. "You may laugh as you will," said Alice, "but I think this might be easily made quite a beautiful place, prettier even than Wyvern." "Yes, very easily," he laughed, "if a fellow had 2,000 or 3,000 pounds to throw away upon it. Whenever I have, and I may yet, you may restore and transform and do what you like. I'll give you carte blanche, and in better hands I believe neither house nor money could be placed. No one has such a taste, though it is hardly for me to say that." Just at that moment the clank of a horseshoe was heard on the pavement, and turning his head, Charles saw his man, Tom Shorewood, ride into the yard. Tom touched his hat and dismounted. "A letter, sir." "Oh," said Charles, letting go his wife's arm and walking quickly towards him. The man handed him a letter. Alice was standing, forgotten for the time, on the middle of the pavement, while her husband opened and read his letter. When he had done, he turned about and walked a few steps towards her, but still thinking anxiously and plainly not seeing her, and he stopped and read it through again. "Oh, darling, I beg your pardon. I'm so stupid. What were we talking about? Oh, yes, the house. This old place. If I live to succeed to Wyvern, you shall do what you like with this place, and will live here if you like it best." "Well, I don't think I should like to live here always," she said, and paused. She was thinking of the odd incident the night before, and there lurked in one dark corner of her mind just the faintest image of horror, very faint, but still genuine, and which the longer she looked at, it grew the darker. "And I was going to ask if you could change our room." "I think, darling," said he, looking at her steadily, "the one we have got is almost the only habitable bedroom in the house, and certainly the most comfortable. But if you like any other room better, have you been looking?" "No, darling, only I'm such a coward and so foolish. I fancied I saw something when I was going into it last night. Old Mrs. Tarnley was quite close to me." "If you saw her, it was quite enough to frighten anyone. But what was it, rubber or only a ghost?" he asked. "Neither, and only a kind of surprise and a fright. I did not care to talk about it last night, and I thought it would have quite passed away by today, but I cannot quite get rid of it. And should I tell it all to you now?" answered Alice. "You must tell me all by and by," he laughed. "You shall have any room you like better. Only remember, they're all equally old. And now I have a secret to tell you. Harry is coming to dine with us, and he will be here at 6. And look here, how oddly my letters come to me." And he held the envelope he had just now opened by the corner before her eyes. It was thus: "Mr. Thomas Shorewood, Post Office, Naunton, to be called for. There's evidence of the caution I am obliged to practice in that part of the world. The world will never be without sin, poverty, and attorneys. And there is a cursed fellow there with eyes wide open and ears erect, and all sorts of poisoned arrows of the law shoot at poor wayfarers like me. And that's the reason why I'd rather buy our modest teacups in London and not be so much as heard of in Naunton. Don't look so frightened, little woman. Every fellow has a dangerous dun or two, and I'm not half so much in peril as 50 I could name. Only my father's angry, you know, and when that quarrel gets to be known, it mayn't help my credit, or make Duns more patient. So I must keep well earthed here till the dogs are quiet again. And now my wise little housekeeper will devise dinner through our hungry brother, who will arrive in 2 hours' time with the appetite that Cressley Common gives every fellow with as little to trouble him as Harry has." End of Chapter 14. A Letter. Recording by Lucy Park.
Chapter 15 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joan Windle, Hampshire, Illinois. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. 6 o'clock came, and 7, and not until 7:30, when they had nearly given him up, did Henry Fairfield arrive at the Grange. "How does Madam Fairfield?" bawled Master Harry as he strode across the floor and kissed Alice's pretty cheek. "Odds bobbins, as the man says in the playhouse. I believe I bust ye, did I? But don't let him be angry. I wasn't thinking, Charlie, no more than the fellow that put Farmer Gleason's fippin' note in his pocket last Trutbury Fair. And how's all wi' ye, Charlie, eh? I'm glad to see the old house is still standing with a roof on since last gale. And how do you like it, Alice? Rather slow, I used to think it, but you two wise heads are so in love with one another, you'd put up in the pound or the cow-house or the horse-pond for the sake o' each other's company. I loved her sweet company better than meat, as the song says, and that reminds me, can the house afford a hungry man a cut of beef or mutton and a mug of ale? I ask myself to dinner, you know, and that's a bargain there's 2 words to sometimes." Master Harry was a wag after a clumsy rustic fashion, an habitual jester, and never joked more genially than when he was letting his companion in for what he called a soft thing, in the shape of an unsound horse or a foolish wager. His jocularity was supposed to cover a great deal of shrewdness and some dangerous qualities also. While their homely dinner was being got upon the table, honest Harry quizzed the lord and lady of Carwell Grange in the same vein of delicate banter upon all their domestic arrangements, and when he found that there was but one sitting-room in a condition to receive them, his merriment knew no bounds. "Upon my soul, you beat the cobbler in the song, that lived in a stall that served him for a parlour and kitchen and hall. For there's no mention of the cobbler's wife, and he being a single man, you know, and you and your lady double the wonder, don't ye, Alice? 2 faces under a hood, and a devilish pinched little hood, too, eh? Ha, ha, ha!" "When did you get to Wyvern?" asked Charles Fairfield, after a considerable pause. "Last night," answered his brother. "You saw the old man?" "Not till morning," answered Henry, with a waggish leer and a sly glance at Alice. It was lost, however, for the young lady was looking dreamily and sadly away, thinking perhaps of the old squire, not without self-upbraidings, and hearing nothing, I am sure, of all they said. "Did you breakfast with him?" "By Jove, I did, sir." "Well?" "Well, nothing particular, only let me see how long his stick is. His stick and his arm together, say 5 feet 6. Well, I counsel you, brother, not to go within 5 foot 6 inches of the old gentleman till he cools down a bit, anyhow." "No, we'll not try that," said Charles, "and he may cool down, as you say, or nurse his wrath as he pleases. It doesn't much matter to me. He was very angry, but sometimes the thunder and flame blow off, you know, and the storm hurts no one." "I hope so," said Henry, with a sort of laugh. "When I tell you to keep out of the way, mind, I'm advising you against myself. The more you and the old boy wool each other, the better for Hal. He can't unsettle the place, Harry. Not that I want to see him. I never owed him much love, and I think now he'd be glad to see me a beggar." Harry laughed again. "Did you ever hear of a bear with a sore head?" said Harry. "Well, that's him at present, and I give you fair notice I think he'll leave all he can away from you." "So let him. If it's to you, Harry, I don't grudge it," said the elder son. "That's a handsome speech, bless the speaker. Can you give me a glass of brandy?" "This claret I never could abide," said Harry, with another laugh. "Besides, it will break you." "I've but 2 bottles, and they have been 3 years here. Yes, you can have brandy. It's here." "I'll get it," said Alice, brightening up in the sense of her housekeeping importance. I think it's in this, ain't it?" she said, opening one of the presses inserted in the wainscot. "Let me, darling, it's there. I ought to know. I put it there myself," said Charles, getting up and taking the keys from her and opening another cupboard. "I'm so stupid," said Alice, blushing as she surrendered them, "and so useless, but you're always right, Charlie." "He's a wonderful fellow, ain't he?" said Harry, winking agreeably at Charles. "I never knew a brand-new husband that wasn't. Wait a bit, and the gold rubs off the gingerbread. Didn't old Dusabella, how's she? Never buy you a gingerbread husband down at Wyvern Fair? And they all went, I warrant, the same road. The gilding rubs away, and then off with his head and eat 'em up slops. That's not bad cognac. Where do you get it? Don't know, of course. Well, it is good." "Glad you like it, Harry," said his brother. "It was very kind of you, coming over here so soon. You must come often, won't you?" "Well, you know, I thought I might as well, just to tell you how things was, but mind, is anyone here?" He looked over his shoulder to be sure that the old servant was not near. "Mind, you're not to tell the folk over at Wyvern that I came here, because you know it wouldn't serve me no ways with the old chap up there, and there's no use." "You may be very easy about that, Harry. I'm a banished man, you know. I shall never see the old man's face again, and rely on it, I shan't write." "I don't mean him alone," said Harry, replenishing his glass. "But don't tell any of them Wyvern people, nor you, Alice. Mind, I'm going back tonight as far as Barnsley, and from there I'll go to Dawling, and round, you mind, south by Lee Wotton, and up to Wyvern, and I'll tell him a thumping lie if he asks questions." "Don't fear any such thing, Harry," said Charles. "Fear? I'm not afeard on 'em, nor never was." "Fancy, then," said Charles. "Only," continued Harry, "I'm not like you. I hain't a house and a bit of land to fall back on, do you see? He'd have me on the ropes if I vexed him. He'd slap Wyvern door in me face, and stop my allowance, and sell my horses, and leave me to the assizes and the lawyers for my rights. And I couldn't be coming here sponging on you, you know." "You'd always be welcome, Harry," said Charles. "Always," echoed his wife, in whom every one who belonged to Charlie had a welcome claim. But Harry went right on with his speech without diverging to thank them. "And you'll be snug enough here, you see, and I might go whistle and Dickens a chance I'll have left, but to go list or break horses or break stones, by jingo. And I ha' run risks enough in this thing of yours. Not but I'm willing to run more, if need be, but there's no good in getting myself into pound, you know." "By me, Harry, you don't imagine I could be such a fool," exclaimed Charles. "Well, I think ye'll allow I stood to ye like a brick, and didn't funk nothing that was needful, and I'd do it over again, I would." Charles took one hand of the generous fellow, and Alice took the other, and the modest benefactors smiled gruffly and flushed a little, and looked down as they poured forth in concert their acknowledgments. "Why, see how you two thanks me. I always says to fellows, keep your thanks to yourselves, and do me a good turn when it lies in your ways. There's the sort of thanks that butters a fellow's parsnips, and so say no more." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joan, Windle, Hampshire, Illinois. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 16. A Party of 3. "I'd tip you a stave, only I've got a hoarseness since yesterday, and I'd ask Alice to play a bit, but there's no piano here to kick up a jingle with, and Charlie never sang a note in his life, and," standing before the fire, he yawned long and loud. "By Jove, that wasn't over-civil of me. But old friends need not be stiff, and I vote we yawn all round for company. And I'll forgive ye, for my hour's come, and I'll be taking the road." "I wish so much I had a bed to offer you, Harry, but you know all about it. There hasn't been time to arrange anything," said Charles. "Won't you stay and take some tea?" urged Alice. "I never could abide it, child, thank ye all the same," said he. "I'd as soon drink a mug of whey." "And what about the grey hunter? You did not sell him yet?" asked Charles. "I don't well know what to do about him," answered his brother. "I'd 'a sold him for 50, only old Clinker wouldn't pass him for sound. Clinker and me, we had words about that." "I want £50 very much, if I could get it," said Charles. "I never knew a fellow that didn't want 50 very bad, if he could get it," laughed Harry. "But you'll not be doing that bad, I'm afeard, if ye get half the money." "The devil, do you really? Why, I thought with luck I might get 70. I'm hard up, Harry, and I know you'll do your best for me," said Charles, to whom this was really a serious question. "And with luck, so you might, but chaps isn't easy done these times, and though I swear it's only his mouth, he steps short at the offside, and a fellow with an eye in his head won't mistake his action." "You will do the best you can for me, Harry, I know," said Charles, who knew nothing about horses, and was lazy in discussion. "But it's rather a blow just now, when a poor devil wants every shilling he can get together, to find himself £50 nearly out of pocket." Was it fancy, or did Alice's pretty ear hear truly? It seemed to her that the tone in which Charlie spoke was a little more sour than need be, that it seemed to blame her as the cause of altered circumstances, and to hint, though very faintly, an unkind repentance. His eye met hers, full and sad it looked, and his heart smote him, for the intangible reproof was deserved. "And here's the best little wife in the world," he said, "who would save a lazy man like me a little fortune in a year, and make that unlucky £50, if I could but get it, do as much as 100. And his hand was fondly placed on her shoulder, and he looked in her loving eyes. "A good housewife, is she?" "That's something," said Harry, who was inspecting his spur, "though by Jove it was hardly at Wyvern she learned thrift." All the more merit, said Charles. It's all her wise, good little self. No, no, I can't take all that praise. It's your great kindness, Charlie. But I'll try. I'll learn all I can, and I'm sure the real secret is to be very anxious to do it well. Ay, to be sure, interrupted Harry, who, having completed his little arrangement, placed his foot again on the ground. The more you like it, the better you'll do it. Pare the cheeses, skin the flints, kill the fleas for the hide and tallow, pot the potato skins, sweat the shillings, and all that, and now I'll be going. Good night, Alice. Will you let Charlie see me down to the end of the lane, and I'll send him safe back to you. Come along, Charlie. God bless you, girl, and I'll look in again whenever I have a bit of news to tell ye. And with that elegant farewell he shook Alice by the hand and clapped her on the shoulder and chucked her under the chin. And don't ye be faint-hearted, mind. 'Twill all come right, and I didn't think this place was so comfortable as it is. It is a snug old house with a bit of coal, and a faggot of wood, and a pair of bright eyes, and a glass of that. A man might make shift for a while. I'd do it myself. I didn't think it was so snug by half, and I'd rather stay here tonight by a long chalk than ride to Barnsley, I can tell ye. Come, Charlie, it's time I should be on the road. And she says, don't you, Alice? You may see me a bit of the way. And so the leave-taking came to an end, and Charlie and Harry went out together, and Alice wondered what had induced Harry to come all that way for so short a visit, with so very little to tell. Perhaps, however, his own business, for he was always looking after horses, and thought nothing of 35 miles, had brought him to the verge of Cressley Common, and if so, he would have come on the few additional miles, if only to bait his horse and get his dinner. Perhaps the old squire at Wyvern had broken out more angrily, and was threatening something in which there was real danger to Charlie, which the brothers did not choose to tell her. A kindly secrecy, inconsiderate, but seldom unsuspected, and being so often 50-fold more torturing than downright ghastly frankness. There had been a little chill and shadow over the party of three, she thought. Charlie thought his brother Harry the most thorough partisan that ever man had, and the most entirely sympathetic. If that were so, and should not he know best? Harry had certainly laughed and joked after his fashion, and enjoyed himself, and there could not be much wrong. But Charlie, was not there something more upon his mind than she quite knew? She stood too much in awe of her husband to follow them, as she would have wished, and implore of them, if there was any new danger, to let her hear it all. In her ear was the dismal iteration, as it were, of this little death-watch, and sighing, she got up and opened the window-shutter and looked out upon the moonlighted scene. A little platform of grass stood between the wall of the house and the precipitous edge of the Vale of Marlow. Tall trees stood silent and lonely sentinels without the old grey walls, and a low ivied parapet guarded the sudden descent of the riven and wooded cliff. The broken screen of the solemn forest foreground showed in the distance the thicker masses of the wood that topped the summit of the further side of that sombre glen. Stiller, sadder scene, fancy never painted. She had opened the shutter, uncertain whether the window commanded the point from which her husband and his brother might be expected to emerge, for the geography of this complicated house was still new to her, and disappointed, she lingered in contemplation of a view which so well accorded with the melancholy of her lonely misgivings. How soon in the possession of our heart's desire comes the sense of disappointment, and the presence of the worm, and promise of the blight among the flowers of our vernal days. Pitch the tent or drop the anchor where we may, always a new campaign opening, always a new voyage beginning, quiet nowhere. I dare say it is only my folly that nothing has gone wrong, and that they have no secrets to hide from me. I have no one else. He would not shut me out from his confidence and leave me quite alone. No, Rye, you could not. With a full heart she turned again from the window. He'll come again in a minute. He'll not walk far with Harry. She went to the door, and opening it, listened. She heard a step enter the passage from the stable-yard, and called to ask who was there. It was only Tom, who had let out Master Harry's horse, and opened the gate for him. He let it out, and they walked together, Master Harry with the bridle in his hand, and Master Charles walking beside him. They took the narrow way along the little glen towards Cressley Common. She knew that he would return probably in a few minutes, and more she wondered what those minutes might contain. She partly wondered at her own anxiety. So she returned to the room and waited there for him. But he remained longer away than she expected. The tea-things were on the table deserted. The fire flickered its genial invitation in vain, and she, growing more uncomfortable and lonely, and perhaps a little high at being thus forsaken, went upstairs to pay old Dulcibella Crane a visit. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Cullum. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Mildred Tarnley's Warning Story. As she reached the top of the stairs, she called to the old servant, not, I think, caring to traverse the haunted flooring that intervened. Alone. She heard Dulcibella talking, and a moment after her old nurse appeared, and standing by her shoulder, Mildred Tarnley. "Oh, Mrs. Tarnley, I'm so glad to see you. You've been paying Dulcibella a visit. Pray come back and tell me some stories about this old house. You've been so long here, and know it so well, that you must have a great deal to tell." The old woman with the unpleasant face made a stiff curtsy. "At your service, ma'am," she said ungraciously. "That is, if it don't inconvenience you," pleaded Alice, who was still a little afraid of her. "'Tis as you please, ma'am," said the old servant with another dry curtsy. "Well, I'm so glad you can come. Dulcibella, have we a little bit of fire? Oh, yes, I see, it looks so cheerful." So they entered the old-fashioned bedroom. "I hope, Mrs. Tarnley, I'm not keeping you from your tea." "No, thank ye, ma'am, I've had me tea an hour agone," answered the old woman. "And you must sit down, Mrs. Tarnley," urged Alice. "I'll stand, if it please, ma'am," said the withered figure perversely. "I should be so much happier if you would sit down, Mildred," urged her young mistress. "But if you prefer it, I only mean that whatever is most comfortable to you, you should do. I wanted so much to hear something about this old house. You remember what happened when I was coming upstairs with you, when I was so startled." "I didn't see it, ma'am. I only heard you say summat," answered Mildred Tarnley. "Oh, yes, I know, but you spoke today of a warning, and you looked when it happened as if you had heard of it before." The old woman raised her chin, and with her hands folded together, made another curtsy, which mutually seemed to say, "If you have anything to ask, ask it." "Do you remember," inquired Alice, "having ever heard of anything strange being seen at that passage near the head of the stairs?" "I ought, ma'am," answered the old woman discreetly. "And what was it?" inquired Alice. "Don't know, ma'am. Would the master be pleased if he was to hear I was talking of such things to you?" suggested Mildred. "He'd only laugh, as I should, I assure you. I'm not the least a coward, so you need not be afraid of my making a fool of myself. Now do tell me what it was." "Well, ma'am, you'll be pleased to remember 'tis you orders me in case Master Charles should turn on me about it. But as you say, ma'am, there's many thinks 'tis all nothing but old 'omen's tales and fribble-frabble, and 'tisn't for me to say." "I'll take all the blame to myself," said Alice. "There's no blame in it, as I'm aware on, and if there was, I wouldn't ask no one to take it on themselves, more than their right share, and that I'd take leave to lay on them myself without stopping to ask whether they likes it or no. But only I told you, ma'am, that I should have your orders, and with 'em I'll comply." Yes, certainly, Mrs. Tarnley, and now do kindly go on, said Alice. Well, please, mum, you'll tell me what you saw. A heavy black drapery fell from the top of the arch through which we passed to the gallery outside the door, and for some seconds closed up the entire entrance, answered the young lady. Aye, no doubt that's it, but there was no drapery there, ma'am, such as this world's loom ever wove. Them as weaves that web is light at hand and heavy of heart, and the deil himself speeds the shuttle. And as she said this, the old woman smiled sourly. I was talking of that very thing to Mrs. Crane here when you came up, ma'am. Yes, said old Dulcibella quietly, it was very strange, surely. And there came quite a cloud of dust from it rolling along the floor, continued Alice. Yes, so there would, so there does, 'tis always so, said Mrs. Tarnley, with the same faint, ugly smile. Not that there's a grain of dust in all the gallery, for the child Lilly Dogger and me washed it out and swept it clean. Dust ye saw, but that's no real dust, like what the minister means when he says, dust to dust. No, a finer dust by far, the dust of death. No more clay in that than in yon smoke, or the mist in Carwell Glen below. No dust at all, but sich dust as a ghost might shake from its winding sheet. An appearance, ye understand. That's all, ma'am, like the rest. Alice smiled, but old Mildred's answering smile chilled her, and she turned to Dulcibella. But good Mrs. Crane looked in her face with round eyes of consternation and a very solemn countenance. I see, Dulcibella, if my courage fails, I'm not to look to you for support. Well, Mrs. Tarnley, don't mind. I shan't need her help, and I'm not a bit afraid, so pray go on. Well, you see, ma'am, this place and the house came into the family, my grandmother used to say, more than 100 years ago, and I was a little thing when I used to hear her say so, and there's many a year added to the tale since then. But it was in the days of Sir Harry Fairfield. They called him Harry Boots in his day, for he was never seen except in his boots, and for the matter of that seldom out of the saddle. For there was troubles in them days, and militia and yeomanry and dear knows what all, and the Fairfields was ever a bold daredevil stock, and them dangerous times answered them well. And what with dragooning and what with the hunting field, I do suppose his foot was seldom out of the stirrup. So my grandmother told me some called him Booted Fairfield, and more called him Harry Boots. That was Sir Harry Fairfield o' them days. I think I've seen his picture, haven't I? At Wyvern. It's in the hall at the far end from the door, near the window, with a long wig and a lace cravat, and a great steel breastplate, inquired Alice. Like enough, miss, ma'am, I mean. I don't know, I'm sure, but he was a great man in his time, and would have his picture took, no doubt. His wife was a Carwell, an heiress. There's not a Carwell in this country now, nor for many a day has been. 'Twas she brought Carwell Grange and the Vale of Carwell to the Fairfields. Poor thing, pretty she was. Her picture was never took to Wyvern, and much good her land and houses and good looks done her. The Fairfields was wild folk. I don't say there wasn't good among 'em, but whoever else they was good too, they were seldom kind to their wives. Hard, bad husbands they was, that's sure. Alice smiled and stirred the fire quietly, but did not interrupt, and as the story went on, she sighed. They say she was very lonesome here. Well, it is a lonesome place, you know, awful lonesome, and always the same. For old folks like me it doesn't matter, but young blood's different, you know, and they likes to see the world a bit and talk and hear what's afoot, be it fun or change or what not. And she was very lonesome, moping about the old garden, planting flowers or plucking roses, all to herself, or crying in the window, while Harry Boots was away with his excuses, now with his soggering and now with the hounds, and truly with worse manners if all were out. So not twice in a year was his face, handsome Harry Boots they called him, seen down here, and his pretty lady was sick and sore and forsaken down in her own lonesome house by the Vale of Carwell, where I'm telling you this." Alice smiled and nodded in sign of attention, and the old woman went on. "I often wonder they try to hide these things. 'Twould be better sometimes they were more outspoken, for sooner or later all will out, and then there's wild work, and mayhap it's past ever making up between them. So stories travel a'most without legs to carry 'em, and there's no gainsaying the word o' God that said, 'Let there be light,' for sooner or later light 'twill be, and all will be cleared up, and the wicked doings of Harry Boots, far away and cunning as all was done, come clear to light, so as she could no longer have hope or doubt in the matter. Poor thing, she loved him better than life, better than her soul mayhap, and that's all she got by it, a bad villain that was." "He was untrue to her?" said Alice. "Lawk, to be sure he was," replied Mrs. Tarnley with a cynical scorn. "And so she had that to think of all alone, along with the rest, for she might have had a greater match than Sir Harry, a lord he was. I forget his name, but he'd have given his eyes almost to ha' got her. But I wouldn't a do, for she loved booted Harry Fairfield, and him she'd have, and wouldn't hear o' no other, and so she had enough to think on hearing in Carwell Grange, the house she had brought the Fairfields, poor bird alone, as we used to say. But the rest of her time wasn't very long. It wasn't to be. She used to walk out sometimes, but she talked to no one, and she cared for nothing after that. And there's the long sheet of water in the thick of the trees, with the black yew hedge around it." "I know," said Alice, "a very high hedge, and trees behind it. It is the darkest place I ever saw, beyond the garden. Isn't that the place?" "Yeah, that's it. She used to walk round it, sometimes crying, sometimes not, and there she was found drowned, poor thing. Some said 'twas by mischance, for the bank was very steep and slippery. It had been rainy weather where she was found, and more said she made away with herself, and that's what was thought among the Carwell folk, as my grandmother heard. For what's a young creature to do with nothing more to look to, and all alone, with no one ever to talk to, and the heart quite broke?" "You said, I think, that there was a picture here?" inquired Alice. "I said 'twasn't took to Wyvern, ma'am. There was a picture here, they said. 'Twas hers. My grandmother said so, and she should know. 'Twas the only picture I remember in the Grange." "And where is it?" inquired Alice. "Dropped to pieces long ago. 'Twas in the room they called the gun room in my day. The wall was damp. 'Twas gone very poor and rotten in my time, and so black you could scarce make it out. Many a time when I was a bit of a girl, some 13 or 14 years old, I stood on the table for a long time together a-looking at it. But it was dropping away that time in flakes, and the canvas as rotten as tinder, and every time it got a stir it lost something, till ye couldn't make nothing of it. It's all gone long ago, and the frame broke up, I do suppose." "What a pity," said Alice. "Oh, what a pity. Do you think, remember anything of it?" "She was standing. You could see the point of the shoe. White satin it looked like, with a buckle that might be diamonds. There was a nosegay, I mind, in her fingers, with small blue flowers and a rose. But the face was all faded and dark, except just a bit of the mouth, red and smiling at the corner. Very pretty. But 'twas all gone very dark, you know, and a deal of the painting gone, and that's all I ever seen of the picture." "Well, and did anything more happen?" asked Alice. "Hoo, yes, lots. Down comes booted Fairfield. Now there was no one left to care whether he came or went. The Carwell people didn't love him, but 'twas best to keep a civil tongue, for the Fairfields were dangerous folk always. 'Twas a word and a blow with them, and no one cared to cross 'em. And he made a bother about it, to be sure, and had the rooms hung with black, and the staircase and the drapery hung over the arch in the gallery, outside down to the floor, for she, poor thing, lay up there. "Not in this room," said Alice, who, even at that distance of time, did not care to invade the sinister sanctity of the lady's room. "No, not this. The room at t'other end of the gallery. 'Twould require a deal of doing up and plaster and paper before you could lie in it." But Harry Boots made a woundy fuss about his dead wife. They was cunning after a sort, them Fairfields, and I suppose he thought 'twas best to make folk think he loved his wife, at least to give 'em something good to say of him if they liked, and he gave alms to the poor, and left a good lump of money, they say, for the parish, both at Cressley Church and at Carwell Priory. They call the vicarage so, and he had a grand funeral as ever was seen from the Grange, and she was buried down at the Priory, which the Carwells used to be, in a new vault, where she was laid the first, and has been the last, for Booted Fairfield married again and was buried with his second wife away at Wyvern, so the poor thing, living and dying, has been to herself. "But is there any story to account for what I saw as I came into the gallery with you?" asked Alice. "I told you, miss, it was hung with black, as I heard my grandmother say, and thereupon the story came, for there was 3 ladies of the Fairfield family at different times before you, ma'am, as saw the same thing. Well, ma'am, at the funeral, as I've heard say, the young lord that liked her well, if she'd had him, and liked her still in spite of all, gave Sir Harry a lick or two with the rough side of his tongue, and a duel came out of them words more than a year afterwards, and Harry Boots was killed, and he's buried away down at Wyvern." "Well, see there. Ain't it a wonder how gentlemen that has all this world can give will throw away their lives at a word like that?" moralised Dulcibella. "Crane, and not knowing what's to become of them when they've lost all here, all in the snap of a pistol. If it was a poor body, 'twould be another matter, but, well, it does make a body stare." "You mentioned, Mrs. Tarnley, that something had occurred about some ladies of the Fairfield family. What was it?" inquired Alice. "Well, they say Sir Harry, that's Booted Fairfield, you know, brought his second wife down here only 12 months after the first one died, and she saw at the very same place, when she was setting her first step on the gallery, the same thing ye seen yourself, and 2 months after he was in his grave, and she in a madhouse." "Well, I think, Mrs. Tarnley, you needn't be telling all that to frighten the young lady." "Frighten the young lady, and why not, if she's frighted with truth? She has asked for the truth, and she's got it. Better to fright the young lady than fool her," answered Mildred Tarnley, coldly and sternly. "I don't say you should fool her, by no chance," answered honest Dulcibella, "but there's no need to be filling her head with them frightful fancies. You ha' scared her, and you saw her turn pale." "Ay, and so well she ought. There was 3 other women of the Fairfields seen the same thing in the self-same place, and every one to her sorrow. One fell over the Pixies' Cliff, another died in fits, poor thing, with her first baby, and the last was flung beside the quarry in Cressley Common, riding out to see the hunt, and was never the better, or the brain or bone after. Don't tell me, woman, I know rightly what I'm doing." "Pray, Dulcibella, don't. I assure you, Mrs. Tarnley, I'm very much obliged," interposed Alice Fairfield, frighted at the malignant vehemence of the old woman. "Obliged? Not you. Why should you?" retorted Mildred Tarnley. "You're not obliged, you're frightened, I dare say. But 'tis all true, and no Fairfield has any business bringing his wife to Carwell Grange, and Master Charles knows that as well as me. And now the long and the short of this, ma'am, you've got your warning, and you'd better quit without letting grass grow under your feet. You've seen your warning, ma'am, and I ha' told you stark enough the meaning on't." My conscience is clear, and you'll do as you like. And if after this you expect me to spy for you, and fetch and carry stories, and run myself into trouble with other people to keep you out of it, you're clean out of your reckoning. You'll have no more warnings, mayhap none from me, and so you may take it, ma'am, and leave it as you see fit. And now Mildred Tarnley's said her say. Ye have my story, and ye have my counsel, and if you despise both one and t'other, and your own eyesight besides, you'll even take what's coming. You shouldn't be frightening Miss Alice like that, I tell you. You should not. Don't grow frightened at any such a story, dear. I say, it's a shame. Don't you see how you have her as white as a handkerchief in a regular state? No, Dulcibella, indeed, said Alice, smiling, very pale, and her eyes filled up with tears. I'll frighten her no more, and that you may be sure on, and if what I told her be frightful, 'tisn't me as made it so. Thankless work it be, but 'tisn't her nor you I sought to please, but just to take it off my shoulders, and leave her none to blame but herself if she turns a deaf ear. It's all offering counsel to a wilful lass. You'll excuse me, ma'am, for speaking so plain, but better now than too late, she added, recollecting herself a little. And can I do anything, please, ma'am, below stairs? I should be going, for who knows what that child may be a-doing all this time. Thanks very much. No, not anything, said Alice. And Mildred Tarnley, with a hard, dark glance at her, dropped another stiff little curtsy, then withdrew. Well, I never seen such a one as that, said old Dulcibella, gazing after her, as if it were through the panel of the door. You must not let her talk that way to you, my darling. She's no business to talk up to her mistress that way. I don't know what sort of manners people has in these here out-of-the-way places, I'm sure, but I think you'll do well, my dear, to keep that one at arm's length, and make her know her place. Nothing else but encroaching and impudence and domineering from such as her, and no thanks for any condescension. Only the more affable you'll be, the more saucy and conceited she'll grow. And I don't think she likes you, Miss Alice. No more I do. It pains young people, and some persons always, to hear from an impartial observer such a conclusion. There is much mortification, and often some alarm. Well, it doesn't much matter, said Alice. I don't think she can harm me much. I don't suppose she would if she could, and I don't mind such stories. Why should you, my dear? No one minds the like nowadays. But I wish she liked me. There are so few of us here. It is such a little world, and I have never done anything to vex her. I can't think what good it can do, her hating me. No good, dear, but she's been here so long, the only hen in the house, and she doesn't like to be drove off the roost, I suppose, and I don't know why she told you all that, if it wasn't to make your mind uneasy, and dear knows there's enough to trouble it in this moping place without her rigmaroling such a yarn. Hush, Dulcibella, isn't that a horse? Perhaps Charles is coming home. She opened the window, which commanded a view of the stable yard. And is he gone a-riding? asked old Dulcibella. No, there's nothing, said Alice gently. Besides, you remind me, he did not take a horse. He only walked a little way with Mr. Henry, and he'll soon be back. Nothing is going wrong, I hope. And with a weary sigh she threw herself into a great chair by the fire, and thought and listened, and dreamed away a long time, before Charles's step and voice were heard again in the old house. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa Green. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 18. The Brothers Walk. When the host and his guest had gone out together to the paved yard, it was already night and the moon was shining brilliantly.
Tom had saddled the horse, and at the first summons led him out. And Harry, with a nod and a grin, for he was more prodigal of his smiles than of his shillings, took the bridle from his fingers, and with Charlie by his side, walked forth silently from the yard gate upon that dark and rude track, which followed for some distance the precipitous edge of the ravine which opens upon the deeper glen of Carwell. Very dark was this narrow road, overhung and crisscrossed by towering trees, through whose boughs only here and there an angular gleam or minute mottling of moonlight hovered and floated on the white and stony road, with the uneasy motion of the branches like little flights of quivering wings. There was a silence corresponding with this darkness. The clank of the horse's hoof and their own more muffled tread were the only sounds that mingled with the sigh and rustle of the boughs above them. The one was expecting, the other meditating, no very pleasant topic, and it was not the business of either to begin for a little. They were not walking fast. The horse seemed to feel that the human wayfarers were in a sauntering mood, and fell accommodatingly into a lounging gait like theirs. If there were eyes that constructed to see in the dark, they would have seen two countenances, one sincere, the other adjusted to that sort of sham sympathy and regret which Hogarth, with all his delicacy and power, portrays in the paternal alderman who figures in the last picture of Marriage à la Mode. There was much anxiety in Charles's face, and a certain brooding shame and constraint which would have accounted for his silence. In that jolly dog Harry was discoverable, as I have said, quite another light and form of countenance. There was a face that seemed to have discharged a smile that still would not quite go. The eyelids drooped, the eyebrows raised, a simulated condolence such as we all have seen. In our moral reviews of ourselves we practice optical delusions even upon our own self-scrutiny, and paint and mask our motives and fill our ears with excuses and with downright lies. So inveterate is the habit of deceiving, and even in the dark we form our features by hypocrisy and scarcely know all this. Here's the turn at last to Cressley Common. There's no talking comfortably among these trees. It's so dark, anyone might be at your elbow and you know nothing about it, and so the old man is very angry. Never saw a fellow so riled, answered Harry. You know what he is when he is riled. And I never saw him so angry before, if he knew I was here. But you'll take care of me? It's very kind of you, old fellow. I won't forget it, indeed I won't, but I ought to have thought twice. I ought not to have brought poor Alice into this fix, for damn me if I know how we are going to get on. Well, you know, it's only just a pinch, an ugly corner, and you're all right. It can't last. It may last 10 years or 20 for that matter, said Charlie. I was a fool to sell out. I don't know what we are to do you? You are too down in the mouth. Can't you wait and see? There's nothing yet, and it won't cost ye much carrying on down here. Do you think, Harry, it would be well to take up John Walling's farm and try whether I could not make something of it in my own hands? Asked Charles. Harry shook his head. You don't, said Charlie. Well, no, I don't. You'd never make the rent of it, answered Harry. Besides, if you begin upsetting things here, the people will begin to talk, and that would not answer. You'll need to be damned quiet. There was here a pause, and they walked on in silence until the thick shadows of the trees began to break a little before them, and the woods grew more scattered. Whole trees were shadowed in distinct outline, and the wide common of Cressley, with its furze and fern and broad undulations, stretched mistily before them. About money. You know, Charlie, there's money enough at present, and no debts to signify. I mean, if you don't make them, you needn't. You and Ellis, with the house and garden, can get along on a trifle. The tenants give you 300 a year, and you can manage with 2. 200 a year, exclaimed Charlie, opening his eyes. Aye, 200 a year. That girl don't eat 6 pen'orth in a day, said Harry. Alice is the best little thing in the world and will look after everything I know. But there are other things besides dinner and breakfast, said Charles, who did not care to hear his wife called that girl. Needs must when the devil drives, my boy. You'll want 100 every year for contingencies, said Harry. Well, I suppose so, Charles winced. And all the more need for a few more hundreds, for I don't see how anyone could manage to exist on such a pittance. You'll have to contrive, though, my lad, unless they'll manage a post-obit for you, said Harry. There is some trouble about that, and people are such damned screws, said Charles with a darkening face. Always was and ever will be, said Harry with a laugh. And it's all very fine talking of 100 a year, but you know and I know that won't do, and never did, exclaimed Charles, breaking forth bitterly, and then looking hurriedly over his shoulder. Upon my soul, Charlie, I don't know a curse about it, answered Harry good-humouredly. But if it won't do, it won't, that's certain. Quite certain, said Charles and sighed very heavily. And again there was a little silence. I wish I was as sharp a fellow as you are, Harry, said Charles regretfully. Do you really think I'm a sharp chap? Do you, though? I always took myself for a bit of a muff, except about cattle. I did, upon my soul, said Harry with an innocent laugh. You're a long way a cleverer fellow than I am, and you are not half so lazy. And tell me what you'd do if you were in my situation. What would I do if I was in your place? Said Harry, looking up at the stars and whistling low for a minute. Well, I couldn't tell you offhand. 'Twould puzzle a better man's head for a bit to answer that question. Only I can tell you one thing. I'd never gone into that situation, as you call it, at no price. 'Twouldn't have answered me by no chance. But don't you be putting your finger in your eye yet a bit. There's nothing to cry about now that I knows of. Time enough to hang your mouth yet, only I thought I might as well come over and tell you. I knew, Harry, there was something to tell, said Charles. Not over much. Only a trifle when all's told, answered Harry. But you're right, for it was that brought me over here. I was in London last week, and I looked in at the place at Haxton, and found just the usual thing, and came away pretty much as wise as I went in. Not more reasonable? Asked Charles. Not a bit, said Harry. Tell me what you said, asked Charles. Just what we agreed, he answered. Well, there was nothing in that was not kind and conciliatory and common sense. Was there? Pleaded Charles. It did not so seem to strike the plenipotentiary, said Harry. You seem to think it very pleasant, said Charles. I wish it was pleasanter, said Harry. But pleasant or no, I must tell my story straight. I ran in a hurry, you know, as if I only wanted to pay over the £20, you mind. Aye, said Charles. I wish to heaven I had it back again. Well, I don't think it made much difference in the matter of love and liking, I'll not deny. But I looked round, and I swore I wondered anyone would live in such a place when there were so many nice places where money would go 3 times as far in foreign countries. I wonder you did not think of it, and take more interest yourself. And upon that I could see the old sodger was thinking of 50 things, suspecting poor me of foul play among the number, and I was afraid for a minute I was going to have 6 claws in my smeller. But I turned it off, and I coaxed and wheedled a bit. You'd have laughed yourself black till I had us both a-purring like a pair of old maid's cats. I tell you what, Harry, there's madness there, literal madness, said Charles, grasping his arm as he stopped and turned towards him so that Harry had to come also to a standstill. Don't you know it? As mad as bedlam, just think. Harry laughed. Mad enough, by jingo, said he. But don't you think so? Actually mad, repeated Charles. Well, it is near the word, maybe, but I would not say quite mad. Worse than mad, I dare say, by chalks, but I wouldn't place the old sodger there, said Harry. Where? Said Charles. I mean, exactly among the mad uns. No, I wouldn't say mad, but as vicious, and worse, mayhap. It does not matter much what we think, either of us. But I know what another fellow would have done long ago, but I could not bring myself to do it. I have thought it over often, but I couldn't. I couldn't. Well then, it ain't no great consequence, said Harry, and he tightened his saddle girth a hole or two. No great consequence, but I couldn't have put a finger to that, mind, for I think the upper works is as sound as any. Only there's many a devil beside Madden's. I give it to you there. And what do you advise me to do? This sort of thing is dreadful, said Charles. I was going to say, I think the best thing to be done is just to leave all that business, do you mind, to me. Harry mounted, and leaning on his knee, he said, I think I have a knack if you leave it to me. Old Pipeclay doesn't think I have any reason to play false. Rather the contrary, said Charles, who was attentively listening. No interest at all, pursued Harry, turning his eyes towards the distant knoll of Torston, and going on without minding Charles' suggestion. Look now, that beast'll follow my hand as sweet as sugary candy, when you'd have nothing but bolting and balking and rearing or worse. There's plenty of them little French towns or German, and don't you be bothering your head about it. Only do just as I tell ye, and I'll take all in hands. You're an awfully good fellow, Harry, for upon my soul I was at my wit's end almost, having no one to talk to and not knowing what anyone might be thinking of. And I feel safe in your hands, Harry, for I think you understand that sort of work so much better than I do. You understand people so much better. And I never was good at managing anyone, or anything for that matter, and when will business bring you to town again? 3 weeks or so, I wouldn't wonder, said Harry. And I know, Harry, you won't forget me. I'm afraid to write to you almost, but if you'd think of any place we could meet and have a talk, I'd be ever so glad. You have no idea how fidgety and miserable a fellow grows that doesn't know what's going on. Aye, to be sure. Well, I've no objection. My book's made for 10 days or so, a lot of places to go to, but I'll be coming round again and I'll tip you a stave. That's a good fellow. I know you won't forget me, said Charles, placing his hand on his brother's arm. No, of course. Good night, and take care of yourself, and give my love to Allie. And Harry? Well, answered Harry, backing his restless horse a little bit. I believe that's all. Good night, then. Good night, echoed Charles. Harry touched his hat with a smile and was away the next moment, flying at a ringing trot over the narrow, unfenced road that traverses the common, and dwindling in the distant moonlight. There he goes. Light of heart, nothing to trouble him. Life a holiday, the world a toy. He walked a little bit slowly in the direction of the disappearing horseman, and paused again, and watched him moodily till he was fairly out of sight. I hope he won't forget. He's always so busy about those stupid horses. A lot of money he makes, I dare say. I wish I knew something about them. I must beat about for some way of turning a penny. Poor little Alice. I hope I have not made a mull of it. I'll save every way I can. Of course, that's due to her. But when you come to think of it and go over it all, there's very little you can give up. You can lay down your horses if you have them, except one. You must have one in a place like this. You'd run a risk of starving, or never getting your letters, or dying for want of a doctor. And I won't drink wine. Brandy or Old Tom does just as well. And I'll give up smoking totally. A fellow must make sacrifices. I'll just work through this one box slowly, and order no more. It's all a habit, and I'll give it up. So he took a cigar from his case and lighted it. I'll not spend another £1 on them, and the sooner these are out, the better. He sauntered slowly away with his hands in his pockets to a little eminence about 100 yards to the right, and mounted it and looked all around, smoking. I don't think he saw much of that extensive view, but you would have fancied him an artist in search of the picturesque. His head was full of ideas of selling Carwell Grange, but he was not quite sure that he had power, and did not half like asking his attorney to whom he already owed something. He thought how snug and pleasant they might be comparatively in one of those quaint little toy towns in Germany, where dull human nature bursts its cerements, and floats and flutters away into a butterfly life of gold and color. where the punter and the crooper assist at the worship of the brilliant and fickle goddess, and bands play sweetly, and people ain't buried alive in deserts and forests, among dogs and chawbuckins, where little Alice would be all wonder and delight. Was it quite fair to bring her down here to immure her in the mouldering cloister of Carwell Grange? He had begun now to re-enter the wooded ascent toward that melancholy mansion. His cigar was burnt out, and he said, looking toward his home through the darkness, "Poor little Alice. She does love me, I think, and that's something." End of Chapter 18. Recording by Melissa Green.
Chapter 19 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 19. Coming In. When at last her husband entered the room where she awaited him that night. "Oh, Charlie, it is very late," said Alice, a little reproachfully. "Not very, is it, darling?" said he, glancing at his watch. "By Jove, it is! My poor little woman, I had not an idea. I suppose I am very foolish, but I love you so much, Charlie, that I grow quite miserable when I'm out of your sight." "I'm sorry, my darling, but I fancied he had a great deal more to tell me than he really had. I don't think I'm likely, at least for a little time, to be pressed by my duns. And I wanted to make out exactly what money he's likely to get me for a horse he's going to sell. And I'm afraid, from what he says, it won't be very much. Really, £20, one way or other, seems ridiculous. But it does make a very serious difference just now. And if I hadn't such a clever, careful little woman as you, I don't really know what I should do." He added this little complimentary qualification with an instinctive commiseration for the pain he thought he saw in her pretty face. "These troubles won't last very long, Charlie, perhaps. Something, I'm sure, will turn up, and you'll see how careful I will be. I'll learn everything old Mildred can teach me, ever so much, and you'll see what a manager I will be. You are my own little treasure. You always talk as if you were in the way, somehow, I don't know how. A wife like you is a greater help to me than one with 2,000 a year and the reckless habits of a fine lady. Your wise little head and loving heart, my darling, are worth whole fortunes to me without them. And I do believe that you are the first really good wife that ever a Fairfield married. You are the only creature I have on earth that I am quite sure of. The only creature." And so saying, he kissed her, folding her in his arms, and with a big tear filling each eye, she looked up, smiling unutterable affection in his face. As they stood together in that embrace, his eyes also filled with tears, and his smile met hers, and they seemed wrapped for a moment in one angelic glory, and she felt the strain of his arm draw her closer. Such moments come suddenly and are gone, but remaining in memory, they are the lights that illuminate a dark and troublous retrospect forever. We'll make ourselves happy here, little Allie and I, in spite of everything, my darling. And I don't know how it happened that I stayed away so long, but I walked with Harry further than I intended, and when he left me I loitered on Cressley Common for a time with my head full of business, and so, without knowing it, I was filling my poor little wife's head with alarms and condemning her to solitude. Well, all I can do is to promise to be a good boy and to keep better hours for the future." "That's so like you. You are so good to your poor, foolish little wife," said Alice. "I wish I could be, darling," said he. "I wish I could prove one half my love, but the time will come yet. I shan't be so poor or powerless always." "But you're not to speak so. You're not to think that. It is while we are poor that I can be of any use," she said eagerly. "Very little, very miserable, my poor attempts, but nothing makes me so happy as trying to deserve ever so little of all the kind things my Rye says of me. And I'm sure, Charlie, although there may be cares and troubles, we will make our time pass here very happily, and perhaps we shall always look back on our days at Carwell as the happiest of our lives." "Yes, darling, I am determined we shall be very happy," said he, "and Rye will tell me everything that troubles him." Her full eyes were gazing sadly up in his face. He averted his eyes and said, "Of course I will, darling." "Oh, Rye, if you knew how happy that makes me!" she exclaimed. But there was that in the exclamation which seemed to say, "If only I could be sure that you meant it." "Of course I will. That is everything that could possibly interest you, for there are very small worries as well as great ones, and you know I really can't undertake to remember everything." "Of course, darling," she answered. "I only meant that if anything were really any great anxiety upon your mind, you would not be afraid to tell me. I am not such a coward as I seem. You must not think me so foolish. And really, Rye, it pains me more to think that there is any anxiety weighing upon you and concealed from me than any disclosure could. And so I know, won't you?" "Haven't I told you, darling, I really will," he said a little pettishly. "What an odd way you women have of making a fellow say the same thing over and over again. I wonder it does not tire you. I know it does us awfully. Now there, see, I really do believe you're going to cry." "Oh, no, indeed," she said, brightening up and smiling with a sad little effort. "And now kiss me, my poor good little woman. You're not vexed with me?" "No, I'm sure you're not," said he. She smiled a little affectionate assurance. "And really, you poor little thing, it's awfully late, and you must be tired. And I've been, no, not lecturing. I'll never lecture. I hate it, but boring or teasing. I'm an odious dog, and I hate myself." So this little dialogue ended happily, and for a time Charles Fairfield forgot his anxieties, and 100 pleasanter cares filled his young wife's head. In such monastic solitudes as Carwell Grange, the days passed slowly, but the retrospect of a month or a year is marvellously short. 12 hours without an event is very slow to get over. But that very monotony, which is the soul of tediousness, robs the background of all the irregularities and objects which arrest the eye and measure distance in review, and thus it cheats the eye. An active woman may be well content with an existence of monotony, which would all but stifle even an indolent man. So long as there is a household, ever so frugal, to be managed, and the more frugal the more difficult and harassing the female energies are tasked, and healthily because usefully exercised. But in this indoor administration the man is incompetent and in the way. His ordained activities are out of doors, and if these are denied him, he mopes away his days and feels that he cumbers the ground with little resource but his fishing rod, and sometimes, when a fit of unwonted energy inspired him, his walking stick, and a lonely march over the breezy expanse of Cresswell Common. Days, weeks, and months loitered their drowsy way into the past. There were reasons why he did not care to court observation. Under other circumstances he would have ridden into the neighbouring towns and heard the news, and lunched with a friend here or there. But he did not want any one to know that he was at the Grange, and if it should come out that he had been seen there, he would have had it thought that it was but a desultory visit. A man less indolent, and perhaps not much more unscrupulous, would have depended upon a few offhand lies to account for his appearance, and would not have denied himself an occasional excursion into human society in those rustic haunts within his reach. But Charles Fairfield had not decision to try it, nor resource for a system of fibbing, and the easiest and dullest course he took. In Paradise the man had his business to dress and to keep the garden, and no doubt the woman hers, suitable to her sex. It is a mistake to fancy that it is either a sign of love or conducive to its longevity that the happy pair should always pass the entire 24 hours in each other's company, or get over them in any wise without variety or usefulness. Charles Fairfield loved his pretty wife. She made his inactive solitude more endurable than any man could have imagined. Still, it was a dull existence, and being almost darkened with an ever-present anxiety, was a morbid one. Small matters harassed him now. He brooded over trifles, and the one care which was really serious grew and grew in his perpetual contemplation until it became tremendous and darkened his entire sky. I can't say that Charles grew morose. It was not his temper, but his spirits that failed. Careworn and gloomy, his habitual melancholy depressed and even alarmed his pretty little wife, who yet concealed her anxieties and exerted her music and her invention, sang songs, told old stories of the Wyvern folk, touched him with such tragedy and comedy as may be found in such miniature centres of rural life, and played backgammon with him, and sometimes écarté, and in fact nursed his sick spirits as such angelic natures will. Now and then came Harry Fairfield, but his visits were short and seldom, and what was worse, Charles always seemed more harassed or gloomy after one of his calls. There was something going on, and by no means prosperously, she was sure, from all knowledge of which, however it might ultimately concern her, and did immediately concern her husband, she was jealously excluded. Sometimes she felt angry, oftener pained, always troubled with untold fears and surmises. Poor little Alice! It was in the midst of these secret misgivings that a new care and hope visited her, a trembling, delightful hope that hovers between life and death, sometimes in sad and mortal fear, sometimes in delightful anticipation of a new and already beloved life, coming so helplessly into this great world, unknown to be her little comrade, all dependent on that beautiful love with which her young heart was already overflowing. So, almost trembling, hesitating, she told her little story with smiles and tears, in a pleading, beseeching, almost apologetic way that melted the better nature of Charles, who told her how welcome to him and how beloved for her dear sake the coming treasure should be, and held her beating heart to his in a long, loving embrace. And more than all, the old love revived, and he felt how lonely he would be if his adoring little wife were gone, and how gladly he would have given his life for hers. And now came all the little cares and preparations that so mercifully and delightfully beguile the period of suspense. What is there so helpless as a newborn babe entering this great, rude, cruel world? Yet we see how the beautiful and tender instincts which are radiated from the sublime love of God provide everything for the unconscious comer. Let us then take heart of grace when the sad journey ended. We children of dust, who have entered so, are about to make the dread exit, And remembering what we have seen, and knowing that we go in the keeping of the same faithful Creator, be sure that His love and tender forecast have provided with equal care for our entrance into another life. End of chapter 19. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 20 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 20. Harry appears at the Grange. It was about 4 o'clock one afternoon, while Charles was smoking a cigar, for notwithstanding his self-denying resolutions, his case was always replenished still, that his brother Harry rode into the yard, where he was puffing away contemplatively at an open stable door. "Delighted to see you, Harry. I was thinking of you this moment, by Jove, and I can't tell you how glad I am," said Charles, smiling as he advanced, yet with an anxious inquiry in his eyes. Harry took his extended hand, having dismounted, but he was looking at his horse and not at Charles. As he said, "The last mile or so I noticed something in the off forefoot. Do you? Look now, 'tain't brushing, nor he's not gone lame, but tender like. Do you notice?" And he led him round a little bit. "No," said Charles, "I don't see anything, but I'm an ignoramus, you know. No, I think nothing." "'Tain't a great deal, anyhow," said Harry, leading him toward the open stable door. "I got your note, you know. And how are you all? And how is Allie?" "Very well, poor little thing. We are all very well." "Did you come from Wyvern?" said Charles. "Yes." "And the old man, just as usual, I suppose?" "Just the same, only not growing no younger, you'll suppose." Charles nodded. "And damned deal crosser, too. There's times, I can tell you, he won't stand no one nigh him. Not even old Drake, damned vicious." Harry laughed. "They say he liked Allie. They do, upon my soul, and I wouldn't wonder. 'Tis an old rat won't eat cheese. Only you took the bit out of his mouth when you did, and that's enough to rile a fellow, you know." "Who says so?" asked Charles, with a flush on his face. "The servants, yes, and the townspeople. It's pretty well about, and I think if it came to the old boy's ears, there would be black eyes and bloody noses all about, I do." "Well, it's a lie," said Charles, "and don't like a good fellow tell poor little Alice there's any such nonsense talked about her at home. It would only vex her." "Well, I won't, if I think of it. Where's Tom?" "But 'twouldn't vex her, not a bit. Quite t'other way. There's never a girl in England wouldn't be pleased if old Par himself were in love wi' her, so she hadn't to marry him. But the governor, by Jove, I don't know a girl 12 miles round Wyvern, as big an old brute as he is, would turn up her nose at him, wi' all he has to grease her hand. But where's Tom? The nag must have a feed." So they bawled for Tom, and Tom appeared and took charge of the horse, receiving a few directions about her treatment from Master Harry, and then Charles let his brother in. "I'm always glad to see you, Harry, but always at the same time a little anxious when you come," said Charles in a low tone, as they traversed the passage toward the kitchen. "'Tain't much. I have to tell you something, but first give me a mouthful, for I'm as hungry as a hawk, and a mug of beer wouldn't hurt me while I'm waiting. It's good hungry air, this. You eat a lot, I dessay. The air alone stands you in £50 a year, I reckon. That's paying pretty smart for what we're supposed to have for the taking. and Harry laughed at his joke as they entered the dark old dining room. "Allie not here?" said Harry, looking round. "She can't be very far off, but I'll manage something if she's not to be found." So Charles left Harry smiling out of the window at the tops of the trees and drumming a devil's tattoo on the pane. "Ho, Dulcibella! Is your mistress upstairs?" "I think she's gone out to the garden, sir. She took her trowel and garden gloves, and the little basket wi' her," answered the old woman. "Well, don't disturb her. We'll not mind. I'll see old Mildred." So to old Mildred he betook himself. "Here's Master Harry come very hungry, so send him anything you can make out, and in the meantime some beer, for he's thirsty too, and like a good old soul, make all the haste you can." And with this conciliatory exhortation he returned to the room where he had left his brother. "Allie has gone out to visit her flowers, but Mildred is doing the best she can for you, and we can go out and join Alice by and by. But we are as well to ourselves for a little. I want to talk to you." "Well, fire away, my boy, with your big oak stick, as the Irishman says, though I'd rather have a mouthful first." "Thank ye, chickabiddy. Where the devil did you get that queer-looking fair one?" he asked when the Hebe Lilly dogger disappeared. "I'll lay you 50 it was Allie chose that one." And he laughed obstreperously. And he poured out a tumbler of beer and drank it, and then another and drank it, and poured out a third to keep at hand while he conversed. "There used to be some old pewter goblets here in the kitchen. I wonder what's gone wi' them. They were grand things for drinking beer out of. The pewter, while you live, there's nothing like it for beer, or porter, by Jove. Have you got any porter?" "No, not any. But do, like a good fellow, tell me anything you've picked up that concerns me. There's nothing pleasant, I know. There can be nothing pleasant, but if there's anything, I should rather have it now than wait, be it ever so bad." "I wish you'd put some other fellow on this business, I know, for you'll come to hate the sight of me if I'm always bringing you bad news. But it is not good, that's a fact. That beast is getting unmanageable. By the law, here comes something for a hungry fellow. Thank ye, my lass. God bless ye, feeding the hungry. How can I pay ye back, my dear?" "I don't know, unless by taking ye in, ha ha ha! Whenever ye want shelter, mind, but you're too sharp, I warrant, to let any fellow take you in with them roguish eyes you've got. See how she blushes, the brown little rogue," he giggled after her with a leer, as Lilly Dogger, having placed his extemporized lunch on the table, edged hurriedly out of the room. "Devilish fine eyes she's got, and a nice little set of ivories, sir. By Jove, I didn't half see her. Pity she's not a bit taller, and them square shoulders. But hair, she has nice hair, and teeth and eyes goes a long way." He had stuck his fork in a rasher while making his pretty speech, and was champing away greedily by the time he had come to the end of his sentence. "But what has turned up in that quarter? You were going to tell me something when this came in," asked Charles. "About the old sodger. Well, if you don't mind a fellow's talking with his mouth full, I'll try when I can think of it, but the noise of eating clears a fellow's head of everything, I think." "Do like a dear fellow. I can hear you perfectly," urged Charles. "I'm afraid," said Harry, with his mouth full, as he had promised, "she'll make herself devilish troublesome." "Tell us all about it," said Charles uneasily. "I told you I was running up to London. We haven't potatoes like these up in Wyvern, and so I did go, and as I promised I saw the old beast at Hoxton, and hang me, but I think someone has been putting her up to mischief." "How do you mean? What sort of mischief?" asked Charles. "I think she's got uneasy about you. She was asking all sorts of questions." "Yes, well?" "And I wouldn't wonder if someone has been telling her. I was going to say lies. But I mean something like the truth. Ha, ha, ha! By the law, I was telling such a hatful of lies about it myself that I hardly know which is which, or one end from t'other." "Do you mean to say she was abusing me, or what?" urged Charles, very uncomfortably. "I don't suppose you care very much what the old sodger says of you. It ain't pretty, you may be sure, and it don't much signify. But it ain't all talk, you know. She's always grumbling, and I don't mind that. Her tic-dolaroo, and her nerves, and her nonsense. She wants carriage exercise, she says, and the court doctor, I forget his name, ha ha ha, and she says you allow her next to nothing, and keeps her always on the starving line, and she won't stand it no longer, she swears. And you'll have to come down with the dust, my boy." And florid, stalwart Harry laughed again, as if the affair was a good joke. "I can't help it, Harry. She has always had more than her share. I've been too generous. I've been a damned fool always." Charlie spoke with extreme bitterness, but quietly, and there was a silence of 2 or 3 minutes, during which Harry's eyes were on his plate, and the noise of his knife and fork and the crunching of his repast under his fine teeth were the only sounds heard. Seeing that Harry seemed disposed to confine his attention for the present to his luncheon, Charles Fairfield, who apprehended something worse, said, "If that's all it is, nothing very new. I've been hearing that sort of thing for fully 10 years. She's ungrateful and artful and violent. There's no use in wishing or regretting now, but God knows it was an evil day for me when first I saw that woman's face." Charlie was looking down on the table as he spoke, and tapping on it feverishly with the tips of his fingers. Harry's countenance showed that unpleasant expression which sometimes overcame its rustic freshness. The attempt to discharge an unsuitable smile or a dubious expression from the face, the attempt, shall we bluntly say, of a rogue to look simple. It is a loose way of talking and thinking which limits the vice of hypocrisy to the matter of religion. It counterfeits all good and dissimulates all evil every day and hour, and among the men who frankly admit themselves to be publicans and sinners, whose ways are notoriously worldly, and who never affected religion, are some of the worst and meanest hypocrites on earth. Harry Fairfield, having ended his luncheon, had laid his knife and fork on his plate, and leaning back in his chair was ogling them with an unmeaning stare, and mouth a little open, affecting a brown study. But no effort can quite hide the meaning and twinkle of cunning, and nothing is more repulsive than this semi-transparent mask of simplicity. Thus the two brothers sat, neither observing the other much, with an outward seeming of sympathy, but with very divergent thoughts. Charles, as we know, was a lazy man with little suspicion, and rather an admiration of his brother's worldly wisdom and activity, with a wavering belief in Harry's devotion to his cause. Sometimes a little disturbed when Harry seemed for a short time hard and selfish or careless, but generally returning with a quiet self-assertion, like the tide on a summer day. For my part, I don't exactly know how much or how little Harry cared for Charles. The Fairfields were not always what is termed a united family, and its individual members, in prosecuting their several objects, sometimes knocked together, and occasionally, in the family history, more violently and literally than was altogether seemly. End of chapter 20. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 21 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 21. Harry's Beer and Conversation. At last Harry, looking out of the window as he leaned back in his chair, said in a careless sort of way, but in a low tone, "Did you ever tell Alice anything about it before you came here?" "Alice?" said Charles, wincing and looking very pale. "Well, you know. Why should I?" "You know best, of course, but I thought you might, maybe," answered Harry, stretching himself with an imperfect yawn. "No," said Charles, looking down with a flush. "She never heard anything about it at any time, then?" "And mind, my dear fellow, I'm only asking. You know much better than me what's best to be done, but the old brute will give you trouble, I'm feared. She'll be writing letters and maybe printing things, but you don't take in the papers here, so it won't come so much by surprise like. Alice knows nothing of it. She never heard of her," said Charles. "I wish she may have heard as little of Alice," said Harry. "Why, don't you mean to say—" began Charles and stopped. "I think the woman has got some sort of a maggot in her head. I think she has, more than common, and you'll find I'm right." Charles got up and stood at the window for a little. "I can't guess what you mean, Harry. I don't know what you think. Do tell me, if you have any clear idea. What is she thinking of?" "I don't know what to think, and upon my soul that one's so deep," said Harry. "But I'd bet something she's heard more than we'd just like about this, and if so, there'll be wigs on the green." "There has been nothing, I mean no letter. I have not heard from her for months, not since you saw her before. I think if there had been anything unusual in her mind she would have written, don't you? I dare say what you saw was only one of those ungoverned outbreaks of temper that mean nothing." "I hope so," said Harry. "I blame myself. I'm no villain. I didn't mean badly, but I'm a cursed fool. It's all quite straight, though, and it doesn't matter a farthing what she does. Not a farthing," broke out Charles Fairfield. "But I would not have poor little Alice frightened and made miserable. And what had I best do? And where do you think we had best go?" He lowered his voice and glanced toward the door as he said this, suddenly remembering that Alice might come in the midst of their consultation. "Go? For the present, aren't you well enough where you are? Wait a bit, anyhow. But I wonder you didn't tell Alice. She ought to have known something about it, oughtn't she, before you married her? Or whatever you call it." "Before I married her? Of course," said Charles sternly. "Married her? You don't mean I fancy to question my marriage." Charles was looking at him with a very grim, steady gaze. "Why, what the devil should I know or care about lawyers' nonsense and pleadings, my dear fellow? I never could have made head or tail of them, only as we are talking here so confidential, you and me. Whatever came uppermost, I forgot what. I just rapped out, 'Has that Hoxton lady any family?' 'Don't you know she has not?' replied Charles. 'I know it now, but she might have a sieve full of anything I knew,' answered Harry. 'I think, Harry, if you really thought she and I were married, that was too important a question for you, wasn't it, to be forgotten so easily?' said Charles. 'Important? How so?' asked Harry. 'How so, my dear Harry? Why, you can't be serious. You haven't forgotten that the succession to Wyvern depends on it,' exclaimed Charles Fairfield. 'Bah! Wyvern, indeed! Why, man, the thought never came near me. Me, Wyvern? Sich pure rot. We Fairfields lives good long lives mostly, and marries late sometimes. There's 40 good years before ye. Gad, Charlie, you must think it somewhat more likely if you want folk to believe ye. You'll not hang me on that count. No, no." And he laughed. "Well, I think so. I'm glad of it. For you know I wrote to tell you about what is, I hope, likely to be. It has made poor little Alice so happy. And if there should come an heir, you know he'd be another Squire of Wyvern in a long line of Fairfields, and it wouldn't do, Harry, to have a doubt thrown on him. And I'm glad to hear you say the pretense of that damned woman's marriage is a lie." "Well, you know best," said Harry. "I'm very sorry for Alice, poor little thing, if there's ever any trouble at all about it." And he looked through the windows, along the tops of the tufted trees that caught the sunlight softly, with his last expression of condolence. "You have said more than once, I don't say today, that you were sure, that you knew as well as I did there was nothing in that woman's story." "Isn't that someone coming?" said Harry, turning his head toward the door. "No, no one," said Charles after a moment's silence. "But you did say so, Harry. You know you did." "Well, if I did, I did, that's all. But I don't remember," said Harry. "And I'm sure you make a mistake." "A mistake? What do you mean?" asked Charles. "I mean marriage or no marriage. I never meant to say as you suppose. I know nothing about it." "Whatever I may think," said Harry sturdily. "You know everything that I know. I've told you everything," answered Charles Fairfield. "And what of that? How can you or me tell whether it makes a marriage or not? And I won't be quoted by you or anyone else as having made such a mouth of myself as to lay down the law in a case that might puzzle a judge," said Harry, darkening. "You believe the facts I've told you, I fancy," said Charles sternly. "You meant truth, I'm sure of that, and beyond that I believe nothing but what I have said myself. And more I won't say for the king," said Harry, putting his hands in his pockets and looking sulkily at Charles, with his mouth a little open. Charles looked awfully angry. "You know very well, Harry, you have 50 times told me there was nothing in it, and you have even said that the person herself thinks so too," he said at last, restraining himself. "That I never said, by God," said Harry coolly, who was now standing with his back against the window shutters and his hands in his pockets. As he so spoke, he crossed one sinewy leg over the other, and continued to direct from the corner of his eye a sullen gaze upon his brother. With the same oath, that brother told him he lied. Here followed a pause, as when a train is fired, and men are doubtful whether the mine will spring. The leaves rustled, and the flies hummed happily outside, as if those seconds were charged with nothing. And the big feeble bee, who had spent the morning in walking up a pane of glass and slipping down again, continued his stumbling exercise, as if there was nothing else worth attending to for a mile round Carwell Grange. Harry had set both heels on the ground at this talismanic word. One hand, clenched, had come from his pocket to his thigh, and from his eyes leaped the old Fairfield fury. It was merely as Harry would have said, the turn of a shilling, whether a Fairfield battle, short, sharp, and decisive, had not tried the issue at that instant. I don't value a hot word spoke in haste. It's ill raising hands between brothers. Let it pass. I'm about the last friend ye've left just now, and I don't see why ye should seek to put a quarrel on me. It's little to me, you know. No thanks, loss of time, and like to be more kicks than halfpence." Harry spoke these words after a considerable pause. "I was wrong, Harry. I mean to use such a word, "And I beg your pardon," said Charles, extending his hand to his brother, who took his fingers and dropped them with a rather short and cold shake. "Ye shouldn't talk that way to a fellow that's taken some trouble about ye, and ye know I'm short-tempered. We all are, and 'tisn't the way to handle me," said Harry. "I was wrong. I know I was, and I'm sorry. I can't say more," answered Charles. "But there it is. If there's trouble about this little child that's coming, what am I to do? Wouldn't it be better for me to be in Wyvern churchyard?" Harry lowered his eyes, with his mouth still open to the threadbare carpet. His hands were again both reposing quietly in his pockets. After a silence, he said, "If you had told me anything about what was in your head concerning Alice Maybell, I'd have told you my mind quite straight. And if you ask it now, I can only tell you one thing, and that is, I think you're married to t'other woman. I hate her like poison, but that's nothing to do wi' it, and I'd have been for making a clear breast of it, and telling Allie everything, and let her judge for herself. But you wouldn't look before you, and you've got into a nice pound, I'm afraid." "I'm not a bit afraid about it," said Charles, very pale. "Only for the world I would not have frightened her and vexed her just now. And, Harry, there's nothing like speaking out, as you say, and I can't help thinking that your opinion, and at another time perhaps he would have added your memory, is biased by the estate." Charles spoke bitterly or petulantly, which you will, but Harry seemed to have made up his mind to take this matter coolly, and so he did. "Upon my soul, I wouldn't wonder," he said, with a kind of laugh, "though if it does, I give you my oath I am not aware of it. But take it so if you like. It's only saying a fellow loves his shirt very well, but his skin better. And I suppose so we do, you and me, both of us. Only this I'll say, 'twill be all straight and above board twixt you and me, and I'll do the best I can for ye. You don't doubt that? No, Harry, you'll not deceive me?" "No, of course. And, as I say, I think that brute, the Huxton one, she took a notion in her head." "To give me trouble?" "A notion," continued Harry, "that there's another woman in the case. And if you ask me, I think she'll not rest quiet for long. She says she's your wife, and one way or another she'll pitch into any girl that says the same for herself. She's like a mad horse, you know, when she's riled, and she'd kick through a wall and knock herself to pieces to get at you. I wish she was sunk in the sea." "Tell me, what do you think she's going to do?" asked Charles uneasily. "Upon my soul, I can't guess. But 'twouldn't hurt you, I think, if you kept £50 or so in your pocket to give her the slip. If she should begin manoeuvring with any sort of dodges that look serious, and if I hear any more, I'll let you know. And I've stayed here longer than I meant, and I ha'n't seen Allie. But you'll make my compliments, and tell her I was too hurried, and my nag's had his feed by this time, and I've stayed too long." "Well, Harry, thank you very much. It's a mere form asking you to remain longer. There's nothing to offer you worth staying for. And this is such a place, and I so heartbroken, and we part good friends, don't we?" "The best," said Harry carelessly. "Have you a cigar or two?" "Thanks. You may as well make it 3, thank ye. Jolly good 'uns. I've a smart ride before me, but I think I'll make something of it, rather. My hands are pretty full always. I'd give ye more time if they wasn't, but keep your powder dry and a sharp lookout, and so will I. And give my love to Allie, and tell her to keep up her heart, and all will go right, I dare say." By this time they had threaded the passage and were in the stable yard again, and mounting his horse, Harry turned and, with a wag of his head and a farewell grin, rode slowly over the pavement and disappeared through the gate. Charles was glad that he had gone without seeing Alice. She would certainly have perceived that something was wrong. He thought for a moment of going to the garden to look for her, but the same consideration prevented his doing so, and he took his fishing rod instead and went off the other way to look for a trout in the brook that flows through Carwell Glen. End of Chapter 21. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 22 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 22. The Trout. Down the glen, all the way to the ruined windmill, sauntered Charles Fairfield, before he had his rod together and adjusted his casting line. Very nervous he was, almost miserable. But he was not a man instinctively to strike out a course on an emergency, or to reduce his resolves promptly to action. Neither was he able yet to think very clearly on his situation. Somehow his brother Harry was constantly before him in a new and dismal light. Had there not peeped out today, instead of the boot of that horsey, jolly fellow, the tip of a cloven hoof that cannot be mistaken? Oh, Harry brother! Was he meditating treason, and going to take arms in the cause of the murderer of his peace? He was so cunning and so energetic that Charles stood in awe of him, and thought, if his sword were pointed at his breast, that he might as well surrender and think no more of safety. Harry had been too much in his confidence, and had been too often in conference with that evil person, whom he called the old Sogger, to be otherwise than formidable as an enemy. An enemy he trusted he never would see him. An unscrupulous one in his position could work fearful mischief to him by a little coloring and perversion of things that had occurred. He would not assume such a transformation possible, but always stood before him Harry, in his altered mien and estranged looks, as he had seen him sullen and threatening that day. What would he not have given to be sure that the wicked person, whom he now dreaded more than he feared all other powers, had formed no actual design against him? If she had, what was the agency that had kindled her evil passions and excited her activity? He could not fancy Harry such a monster. What were her plans? Did she mean legal proceedings? He would have given a good deal for light, no matter what it may disclose, anything but suspense, and the phantasmal horrors with which imagination peoples darkness. Never did harassed brain so need the febrifuge of the angler's solace, and quickly his cares and agitations subsided in that serene absorption. One thing only occurred for a moment to divert his attention from his tranquilizing occupation. Standing on a flat stone near midway in the stream, he was throwing his flies over a nook where he had seen a trout rise, when he heard the ring of carriage wheels on the road that passes round the base of the old windmill and pierces the dense wood that darkened the glen of Carwell. Raising his eyes, he did see a carriage following that unfrequented track. A thin screen of scattered trees prevented his seeing this carriage very distinctly, but the road is so little a thoroughfare that, except an occasional cart, few wheeled vehicles ever traversed it. A little anxiously, he watched this carriage till it disappeared totally in the wood. He felt uncomfortably that its destination was Carwell Grange, and at that point conjecture failed him. This little incident was, I think, the only one that for a moment disturbed the serene abstraction of his trout fishing. And now the sun, beginning to approach the distant hills, warned him that it was time to return. So listlessly he walked homeward, and as he ascended the narrow and melancholy track that threads the Glen of Carwell, his evil companions, the fears and cares that tortured him, returned. Near Carwell Grange, the road makes a short but steep ascent, and a slight opening in the trees displays on the eminence a little platform on the verge of the declivity, from which a romantic view down the glen and over a portion of the lower side unfolds itself. Here for a time he paused, looking westward on the sky already glowing in the saddened splendors of sunset. From this miserable rumination he carried away one resolution, hard and clear. It was painful to come to it, but the torture of concealment was more dreadful. He had made up his mind to tell Alice exactly how the facts were. One ingredient, and he fancied just then the worst in his cup of madness, was the torture of secrecy, and the vigilance and the uncertainties of concealment. Poor little Alice, he felt, ought to know. It was her right, and the attempt longer to conceal it would make her much more miserable, for he could not disguise his sufferings, and she would observe them and be abandoned to the solitary anguish of suspense. As he entered the Grange, he was reminded of the carriage which he had observed turning up the narrow Carwell road, by actually seeing it standing at the summit of the short and steep ascent to the Grange. Coming suddenly upon this object, with its natty, well-appointed air, contrasting with the old-world neglect and homeliness of all that surrounded, he stopped short with an odd Robinson Crusoe shyness, and surveyed the intruding vehicle. The survey told him nothing. He turned sharply into the back entrance of the Grange, disturbed and a good deal vexed. It could not be an invasion of the enemy. Carriage, harness, and servants were much too smart for that. But if the neighbors had found them out, and that this was the beginning of a series of visits, could anything in a small way be more annoying and even dangerous? Here was a very necessary privacy violated, with what ulterior consequences? Who could calculate? This was certainly Alice's doing. Women are such headstrong, silly creatures. End of Chapter 22. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 23 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Sheridan LE FANU. The Visitor. The carriage which Charles Fairfield had seen rounding the picturesque ruin of Grice's Mill was that of Lady Windle. Mrs. Tarnley opened the door to her summons, and acting on her general instructions, said, "Not at home." But good Lady Windle was not so to be put off. She had old Mildred to the side of the carriage. "I know my niece will be glad to see me," she said. "I'm Lady Windle, and you are to take this card in, and tell my niece, Mrs. Fairfield, I have come to see her." Mrs. Tarnley looked with a dubious scrutiny at Lady Windle, for she had no idea that Alice could have an aunt with a title and a carriage. On the whole, however, she thought it best to take the card in, and almost immediately it was answered by Alice, who ran out to meet her aunt and throw her arms around her neck, and led her into Carwell Grange. "Oh, darling, darling, I'm so delighted to see you. It was so good of you to come. But how did you find me out?" said Alice, kissing her again and again. There's no use, you see, in being secret with me. I made out where you were, though you meant to keep me quite in the dark, and I really don't think I ought to have come near you, and I'm very much affronted," said kind old Lady Windle, a little high. "But, Auntie darling, didn't you get my letter, telling you that we were married?" pleaded Alice. "Yes, and that you had left Wyvern, but you took good care not to tell me where you were going. And in fact, if it had not been for the good housekeeper at Wyvern to whom I wrote, I suppose I should have lived and died within 15 miles of you, thinking all the time that you had gone to France." "We were thinking of that, I told you," pleaded Alice eagerly. "Well, here you have been for 3 months, and I've been living within a 2 hours' drive of you, and dreading all the time that you were 400 miles away. I have never once seen your face. I don't think that was good-natured." "Oh, dear aunt, forgive me," entreated Alice. "You will when you know all. If you knew how miserable I have often been, thinking how ungrateful and odious I must have appeared, how meanly reserved and basely suspicious, all the time longing for nothing on earth so much as a sight of your beloved face, and a good talk over everything with you, my best and truest friend. There, kiss me, child. I'm not angry, only sorry, darling, that I should have lost so much of your society, which I might have enjoyed often very much," said the placable old lady. "But, darling aunt, I must tell you how it was. You must hear me. You know how I idolize you, and you can't know, but you may imagine what in this solitary place, and with cares and fears so often troubling me, your kind and delightful society would have been to me. But my husband made it a point that just for the present I should divulge our retreat to no one on earth. I pleaded for you, and in fact there is not another person living to whom I should have dreamed of disclosing it. But the idea made him so miserable, and he urged it with so much entreaty and earnestness, that I could not without a quarrel have told you, and he promised that my silence should be enforced only for a very short time." "Dear me, I'm so sorry," said Lady Windle, very much concerned. "It must be that that poor man is very much dipped, and is literally hiding himself here. You poor little thing. Is he in debt?" "I'm afraid he is. I can't tell you how miserable it sometimes makes me. Not that he allows me ever to feel it, except in these precautions, for we are, though in a very homely way, perfectly comfortable. You would not believe how comfortable, but we really are," said poor, loyal little Alice, making the best of their frugal and self-denying life. "Your room is very snug. I like an old-fashioned room," said the good-natured old lady, looking round, "and you make it so pretty with your flowers. Is there any ornament like them? And you have such an exquisite way of arranging them. It is an art. No one can do it like you. I know I always got you to undertake ours at Olton, and you remember Tremaine standing beside you, trying, as he said, to learn the art, though I fancy he was studying something prettier." Alice laughed. Lord Tremaine was a distant figure now, and this little triumph a dream of the past. But is not the spirit of woman conquest? Is not homage the air in which she lives and blooms? So Alice's dark, soft eyes dropped for a moment sidelong with something like the faintest blush and a little dimpling smile. "But all that's over, you know," said Lady Windle. you would insist on putting a very effectual extinguisher upon it. So there's an end of my matchmaking, and I hope you may be very happy your own way. And I'm sure you will. And you know any little money trouble can't last long. For old Mr. Fairfield, you know, can't possibly live very long. And then, I'm told, Wyvern must be his. And the Fairfields were always thought to have some 4,000 or 5,000 a year. And although the estate, they say, owes something, yet a prudent little woman like you will get all that to rights in time. You are always so kind and cheery, you darling, said Alice, looking fondly and smiling in her face as she placed a hand on each shoulder. It is delightful seeing you at last. But you are tired, ain't you? You must take something. Thanks, dear. I'll have a little tea, nothing else. I lunched before we set out. So Alice touched the bell, and the order was taken by Mildred Tarnley. And how is that nice, good-natured old creature, Dulcibella Crane? I like her so much. She seems so attached. I hope you have her still with you. Oh, yes. I could not exist without her. Dear old Dulcibella, of course. There was here a short silence. I was thinking of asking you if you could come over to Olton for a month or so. I'm told your husband is such an agreeable man and very unlike Mr. Harry Fairfield, his brother, a mere bear, they tell me. And do you think your husband would venture? We should be quite to ourselves if you preferred it, and we could make it almost as quiet as here. It is so like you, you darling, and to me would be so delightful. But no, no, it is quite out of the question. He is really— This is a great secret, and you won't say a word to anyone. I'm afraid very much harassed. He is very miserable about his affairs. There has been a quarrel with old Mr. Fairfield, which makes the matter worse. His brother Harry has been trying to arrange with his creditors, but I don't know how that will be. And Charlie has told me that we must be ready on very short notice to go to France, or somewhere else abroad, and I'm afraid he owes a great deal. He's so reserved and nervous about it. And you may suppose how I feel. How miserable sometimes, knowing that I am, in great measure, the cause of his being so miserably harassed. Poor Charlie! I often think how much happier it would have been for him never to have seen me. Did I ever hear such stuff? But I won't say half what I was going to say, for I can't think you such a fool, and I must only suppose you want me to say ever so many pretty things of you, which in this case I am bound to say would be, unlike common flatteries, quite true. But if there really is any trouble of that kind, of the least consequence, I mean, I think it quite a scandal, not only shabby, but wicked, that old Mr. Fairfield, with one foot in the grave, should do nothing. I always knew he was a mere Bruin, but people said he was generous in the matter of money, and he ought to think that in the course of nature Wyvern should have been his son's years ago, and it is really quite abominable his not coming forward. There's no chance of that. There has been a quarrel, said Alice, looking down on the threadbare carpet. Well, darling, remember, if it should come to that, I mean, if he should be advised to go away for a little, remember that your home is at Olton. He'll not stay away very long, but if you accept my offer, the longer the happier for me. You are to come over to Olton, you understand, and to bring old Dulcibella. And I only wish that you had been a few years married, that we might set up a little nursery in that dull house. I think I should live 10 years longer if I had the prattle and laughing and pleasant noise of children in the old nursery, The same nursery where my poor George ran about 60 years ago nearly, when he was a child. We should have delightful times, you and I'd be your head nurse." "My darling, I think you are an angel," said Alice, with a little laugh, and throwing her arms about her, she wept on her thin old neck. And the old lady, weeping also, happy and tender tears, patted her shoulder gently in that little silence. "Well, Alice, you'll remember, and I'll write to your husband as well as to you, for this kind of invitation is never attended to, and you would think nothing of going away and leaving your old auntie to shift for herself. And if you will come, it will be the kindest thing you ever did, for I'm growing old, and strangers don't amuse me quite as much as they did, and I really want a little home society to exercise my affections and prevent my turning into a selfish old cat." So the tea came in, and they sipped it to the accompaniment of their little dialogue, and time glided away unperceived, and the door opened, and Charles Fairfield, in his careless fishing costume, entered the room. He glanced at Alice, a look which she understood. Her visitor also perceived it. But Charles had not become a mere Orson in this wilderness, so he assumed an air of welcome. "We are so glad to see you here, Lady Windale, though indeed it ain't easy to see anyone, the room is so dark. It was so very good of you to come this long drive to see Alice." "I hardly hoped to have seen you," replied the old lady, "for I must go in a minute or two more. And I'm very frank, and you won't think me rude, but I have learned everything, and I know that I ought not to have come without a little more circumspection." He laughed a little, and Alice thought, as well as the failing light enabled her to see, that he looked very pale, as laughing he fixed for a moment a hard look on her. "All is not a great deal," he said, not knowing very well what to say. "No, no," said the old lady. "There's no one on earth almost who has not suffered at one time or other that kind of passing annoyance. You know that Alice and I are such friends, so very intimate, that I feel as if I knew her husband almost intimately, although you were little more than a boy when I last saw you, and I'm afraid it must seem very impertinent my mentioning Alice's little anxieties, but I could not well avoid doing so without omitting an explanation that I ought to make, because this secret little creature, your wife, with whom I was very near being offended, was perfectly guiltless of my visit, and I learned where she was from your old housekeeper at Wyvern, and from no one else on earth did I receive the slightest hint, and I thought it very ill-natured, being so near a relation and friend. And when you know me a little better, Mr. Fairfield, you'll not teach Alice to distrust me." Then the kind old lady diverged into her plans about Alice and Alton, and promised a diplomatic correspondence, and at length she took her leave for the last time, and Charles saw her into her carriage and bid her a polite farewell. Away drove the carriage, and Charles stood listlessly on the summit of the embowered and gloomy road that descends in one direction into the Vale of Carwell, and passes in the other, with some windings, to the wide heath of Cressley Common. This visit, untoward as it was nevertheless a little stimulus. He felt his spirits brightening, his pulse less sluggish, and something more of confidence in his future. "There's time enough in which to tell her my trouble," thought he, as he turned toward the house, "and, by Jove, we haven't had our dinner. I must choose the time. Tonight it shall be. We will both be, I think, less miserable when it is told," and he sighed heavily. He entered the house through the back gate, and as he passed the kitchen door, called to Mildred Tarnley the emphatic word, "Dinner!" End of chapter 23. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 24 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa Green. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 24. The Summons. When Charles Fairfield came into the wainscoted dining room a few minutes later, it looked very cozy. The sun had broken the pile of western clouds and sent low and level a red light flecked with trembling leaves on the dark panels that faced the windows. Outside, in that farewell glory of the day, the cawing crows were heard returning to the sombre woods of Carwell, and the small birds whistled and warbled pleasantly in the clear air, and chatty sparrows in the ivy round gossiped and fluttered merrily before the little community betook themselves to their leafy nooks and couched their busy little heads for the night under their brown wings. He looked through the window towards the gloriously stained sky and darkening trees, and he thought, a fellow like me who has seen out his foolish days and got to value better things, who likes a pretty view and a cigar and a stroll by a trout brook, and a song now and then, and a book, and a friendly guest and a quiet glass of wine, and who has a creature like Alice to love and be loved by, might be devilish happy in this queer, lonely corner if only the load were off his heart. He sighed, but something of that load was for the moment removed. And as pretty Alice came in at the open door, he went to meet her and drew her fondly to his heart. We must be very happy this evening, Alice. Somehow I feel that everything will go well with us yet. If just a few little hitches and annoyances were got over, I should be the happiest fellow, I think, that ever bore the name of Fairfield. And you, darling creature, are the light of that happiness. My crown and my life, my beautiful Alice. My joy and my glory. I wish you knew half how I love you, and how proud I am of you. Oh, Charlie, this is delightful. Oh, Rye, my darling, I'm too happy. And with these words, in the strain of her slender embrace, she clung to him as he held her locked to his heart. The affection was there, the love was true. In the indolent nature of Charles Fairfield, capabilities of good were not wanting. That dreadful interval in the soul's history, between the weak and comparatively noble state of childhood and that later period when experience saddens and illuminates and begins to turn our looks regretfully backward, was long past with him. The period when women come out and see the world, and men, in the old-fashioned phrase, sow their wild oats. That glorious summertime of self-love, sin, and folly, that bleak and bitter winter of the soul through which the mercy of God alone preserves for us alive the dormant germs of good, was past for him, without killing, as it sometimes does, all the tenderness and truth of the nursery. In this man, Charles Fairfield, were the trodden-down but still living affections which now, in this season, unfolded themselves anew. Simplicity unkilled, and the purity not of Eden, not of childhood, but of recoil. Altogether a man who had not lost himself, capable of being happy, capable of being regenerated. I know not exactly what had evoked this sudden glow and effervescence. Perhaps it needs some manifold confluence of internal and external conditions, trifling and unnoticed, except for such unexplained results, to evolve these tremblings and lightings up that surprise us like the fiercer analogies of volcanic chemistry. It is sad to see what appear capabilities and opportunities of great happiness so nearly secured, and yet by reason of some inflexible caprice of circumstance, quite unattainable. It was not for some hours, and until after his wife had gone to her room, that the darkness and chill that portended the return of his worst care crept over him as he sat and turned over the leaves of his book. He got up and loitered discontentedly about the room, stopping now before the little bookshelves between the windows and adjusting unconsciously their contents. now at the little oak table, and fiddling with the flowers which Alice had arranged in a tall old glass, one of the relics of other days of Carwell, and so on, listless, irresolute. So, here I am once more, back again among my enemies. Happiness for me, a momentary illusion. Hope, a cheat. My reality is the blackness of the abyss. God help me. He turned up his eyes and he groaned this prayer, unconscious that it was a prayer. I will, he thought, extract the sting from this miserable mystery. Between me and Alice it shall be a secret no longer. I'll tell her tomorrow. I'll look out an opportunity. I will, by God. And to nail himself to his promise, this irresolute man repeated the same passionate oath, and he struck his hand on the table. Next day, therefore, when Alice was again among the flowers in the garden, he entered that antique and solemn shade with a strange sensation at his heart of fear and grief. How would Alice look on him after it was over? How would she bear it? Pale as the man who walks after the coffin of his darling, between the tall grey pyres he entered that wild and umbrageous enclosure. His heart seemed to stop still as he saw little Alice, all unsuspicious of his dreadful message, working with her tiny trowel at the one sunny spot of the garden. She stood up. How pretty she was, looking on her work. And as she stood with one tiny foot advanced, and her little arms folded with her garden gloves on, and the little diamond-shaped trowel glittering in her hand, she sang low to herself an air which he remembered her singing when she was quite a little thing long ago at Wyvern, when he never dreamed she would be anything to him, just a picture of a little brown-haired girl, and nothing dearer. Then she saw him, and, "Oh, Rye, darling!" she cried, as making a diagonal from the distant point, she ran towards him through tall trees and old raspberries, and under the boughs of overgrown fruit trees, which nowadays bore more moss and lichen than pears or cherries upon them. "Rye, how delightful! You so seldom come here, and now I have you, you shall see all I'm doing and how industrious I have been. And we are going to have such a happy little ramble. Has anything happened, darling?" she said suddenly, stopping and looking in his face. Here was an opportunity, but if his resolution was still there, presence of mind failed him, and forcing a smile, he instantly answered, "Nothing, darling, nothing whatever. Come, let us look at your work. You are so industrious, and you have such wonderful taste." And as, reassured, and holding his hand, she prattled and laughed, leading him round by the grass-grown walks to her garden, as she called that favoured bit of ground on which the sun shone. He hardly saw the old currant bushes or grey trunks of the rugged trees. His sight seemed dazzled, his hearing seemed confused, and he thought to himself, "Where am I? What is this? And can it be true that I am so weak or so mad as to be turned from the purpose over which I have been brooding for a day and a night, and to which I had screwed my courage so resolutely by a smile and a question? What is this? Black currant. And this is groundsel. And little Alice, your glove wants a stitch or two," he added aloud. "And oh, here we are. Now you must enlighten me. And what a grove of little sticks and little inscriptions. These are your annuals, I suppose?" And so they talked, and she laughed and chatted very merrily, and he had not the heart, perhaps the courage, to deliver his detested message, and again it was postponed. The next day Charles Fairfield fell into his old gloom and anxieties. The temporary relief was felt no more, and the usual reaction followed. It is something to have adopted a resolution. The anguish of suspense at least is ended, and even if it be to undergo an operation and to blow one's own brains out, men will become composed and sometimes even cheerful, as the coroner's inquest discovers when once the way and the end are known. But this melancholy serenity now failed Charles Fairfield, for without acknowledging it he began a little to recede from his resolution. Then was the dreadful question, "How will she bear it, And even worse, how will she view the position? Is she not just the person to leave forthwith a husband thus ambiguously placed, and to insist that this frightful claim, however shadowy, should be met and determined in the light of day? I know very well what an idol she makes of me, poor little thing. But she would not stay here an hour after she heard it. She would go straight to Lady Windale. It would break her heart, but she would do it. It was this fear that restrained him. Impelling him, however, was the thought that sooner or later, if Harry's story were true, his enemy would find him cut, and his last state be worse than his first. Again and again he cursed his own folly for not having consulted his shrewd brother before his marriage. How horribly were his words justified! How easy it would have been, comparatively, to disclose all to Alice before leading her into such a position. He did not believe that there was actual danger in his claim. He could swear that he meant no villainy. Weak and irresolute in a trying situation he had been. That was all. But could he be sure that the world would not stigmatize him as a villain? Another day passed, and he could not tell what a day might bring. A day of feverish melancholy, of abstraction, of agitation. She had gone to her room. It was 12 o'clock at night when, having made up his mind to make his agitating shrift, he mounted the old oak stairs with his candle in his hand. "Who's there?" said his wife's voice from the room. "I, darling." And at the door she met him in her dressing gown. Her face was pale and miserable, and her eyes swollen with crying. "Oh, Rye, darling, I'm so miserable, I think I shall go mad." And she hugged him fast in trembling arms and sobbed convulsively on his breast. Charles Fairfield froze with a kind of terror. He thought, she has found out the whole story. She looked up in his face, and that was the face of a ghost. "Oh, Rye, darling, for God's sake, tell me. Is there anything very bad? Is it debt only that makes you so wretched? I'm in such dreadful uncertainty. Have mercy on your poor little miserable wife, and tell me whatever it is. Tell me all." Here you would have said was something more urgent than the opportunity which he coveted. But the sight of that gaze of wildest misery smote and terrified him. It looked in reality so near despair, so near insanity. To tell her will be to kill her. Something seemed to whisper, and he drew her closer to him and kissed her and laughed. "Nothing on earth but money. The want of money. Debt. Upon my soul, you frightened me, Alice. You looked so piteous. I thought you had something dreadful to tell me, but thank God you are quite well and haven't even seen a ghost." "You must not always be such a foolish little creature. I'm afraid this place will turn our heads. Here we are safe and sound, and nothing wrong but my abominable debts. You would not wonder at my moping if you knew what debt is, but I won't look, if I can help it, quite so miserable for the future. For, after all, we must have money soon, and you know they can't hang me for owing them a few hundreds. And I'm quite angry with myself for having annoyed you so, you poor little thing." "My noble Rye, it is so good of you. You make me so happy. I did not know what to think, but you have made me quite cheerful again, and I really do think it is being so much alone. I watch your looks so much, and everything preys on me so, and that seems so odious when I have my darling along with me. But Rye will forgive his foolish little wife, I know he will. He's always so good and kind." Then followed more reassuring speeches from Charles and more raptures from poor Alice, and the end was that, for a time, Charles was quite turned away from his purpose. I don't know, however, that he was able to keep his promise about more cheerful looks, certainly not beyond a day or two. A few days later he heard a tragic bit of news. Tom related to him that the miller's young wife, down at Raleigh, hearing on a sudden that her husband was drowned in the mill stream, though 'twas nothing after all but a ducking, was took with fits, and died in 3 days' time. So much for surprising young wives with alarming stories. Charles Fairfield listened and made the application for himself. A few days later, a letter was brought into the room where, rather silently, Charles and his wife were at breakfast. It came when he had almost given up the idea of receiving one for some days, perhaps weeks, and he had begun to please himself with the idea that the delay augured well, and Harry's silence was a sign that the alarm was subsiding. Here, however, was a letter addressed to him in Harry's bold hand. His poor little wife, sitting next the tea-things, eyed her husband as he opened it with breathless alarm. She saw him grow pale as he glanced at it. He lowered it to the tablecloth and bit his lip, his eye still fixed on it. As he did not turn over the leaf, she saw it could not be a long one and must all be comprised within one page. "Rye, darling?" she asked, also very pale, in a timid voice. "It's nothing very bad? Oh, darling, what is it?" He got up and walked to the window silently. "What do you say, darling?" he asked suddenly after a little pause. She repeated her question. "No, darling, nothing, but possibly we may have to leave this. You can read it, darling." He laid the letter gently on the tablecloth beside her, and she picked it up and read. "My dear Charlie, the old soldier means business. I think you must go up to London, but be sure to meet me tomorrow at Hatherton. Say the Commercial Hotel at 4:00 p.m. Your affectionate brother, Harry Fairfield." "Who does he mean by the old soldier?" asked Alice, very much frightened after a silence. "One of those damned people who are plaguing me," said Charles, who had returned to the window and answered, still looking out. "And what is his real name, darling?" "I'm ashamed to say that Harry knows 10 times as well as I all about my affairs. I pay interest through his hands, and he watches those people's movements. He's a rough diamond, but he has been very kind, and you see his note. Where is it? Oh, thanks. I must be off in an hour to meet the coach at the Pied Horse." "Let me go up, darling, and help you to pack. I know where all your things are," said poor little Alice, who looked as if she was going to faint. "Thank you, darling. You are such a good little creature, and never think of yourself. Never half enough." His hands were on her shoulders, and he was looking in her face with sad, strange eyes as he said this, slowly, like a man spelling out an inscription. I wish 1,000 things. God knows how heavy my heart is. If you cared for yourself, Alice, like other women, or that I weren't a fool, but you, poor little thing, it was such a venture, such a sea, such a crazy boat to sail in." "I would not give up my Rye, my darling, my husband, my handsome, clever, noble Rye. I'd lose 1,000 lives if I had them, one by one for you, Charlie. And oh, if you left me, I should die." "Poor little thing," he said, drawing her to him with a trembling strain, and in his eyes, unseen by her, tears were standing. "If you leave this, won't you take me, Charlie? Won't you let me go wherever you go? And oh, if they take my man, I'm to go with you, Charlie, promise that. And oh, my darling, you're not sorry you married your poor little Ellie?" "Come, darling, come up. You shall hear from me in a day or 2, or see me. This will blow over, as so many other troubles have done," he said, kissing her fondly. And now began the short fuss and confusion of a packing on brief notice, while Tom harnessed the horse and put him to the dog-cart. And the moment having arrived, down came Charles Fairfield, and Tom swung his portmanteau into its place, and poor little Alice was there with, as old Dulcibella said, her poor little face all cried, to have a last look and a last word, her tiny feet on the big, unequal paving stones, and her eyes following Charlie's face as he stepped up and arranged his rugging coat on the seat, and then jumped down for the last hug, and the wild, close, hurried whisperings, last words of love and cheer from laden hearts, and pale smiles, and the last, really the last, look. And the dog-cart and Tom, and the portmanteau and Charlie, and the sun's blessed light, disappeared together through the old gateway under the wide stone arch with tufted ivy and careless sparrows, and little Alice stands alone on the pavement for a moment and runs out to have one last wild look at the disappearing trap under the old trees as it rattled swiftly down to the narrow road of Carwell Valley. It vanished. It was gone. The tinkling of the wheels was heard no more. The parting for the present was quite over, and poor little Alice turned at last and threw her arms about the neck of kind old Dulcibella, who had held her when a baby in her arms in the little room at Wyvern Vicarage, and saw her now a young wife, wooed and married and all, in the beauty and the sorrows of life. And the light air of autumn rustled in the foliage above her, and a withered leaf or two fell from the sunlit summits to the shadow at her feet. And the old woman's kind eyes filled with tears, and she whispered homely comfort and told her she would have him back again in a day or two, and not to take on so. And with her gentle hand, as she embraced her, patted her on the shoulder as she used to in other years, that seemed like yesterday, to comfort her in nursery troubles. But our sorrows outgrow their simple consolations, and turn us in their gigantic maturity to the sympathy and wisdom that is sublime and eternal. Days passed away, and a precious note from Charlie came. It told her where to write to him in London, and very little more. The hasty scrawl added, indeed emphatically, that she was to tell his address to no one. So she shut it up in the drawer of the old-fashioned dressing-table, the key of which she always kept with her. Other days passed. The hour was dull at Carwell Grange for Alice. But things moved on in their dull routine without event or alarm. Old Mildred Tarnley was sour and hard as of old, and up to a certain time, neither darker nor brighter than customary. Upon a day, however, there came a shadow and a fear upon her. 2 or 3 times on that day and the next was Mrs. Tarnley gliding, when old Dulcibella with her mistress was in the garden, about Alice's bedroom noiselessly as a shadow. The little girl downstairs did not know where she was. It was known but to herself, and what she was about. Coming down those dark stairs and going up, she went a tiptoe, and looked black and stern, as if she was laying out a corpse upstairs. Accidentally, old Dulcibella, coming into the room on a message from the garden, surprised lean, straight Mrs. Tarnley, feloniously trying to turn a key from a bunch in her hand in the lock of the dressing-table drawer. "Oh la, Mrs. Tarnley!" cried old Dulcibella, very much startled. The 2 women stood perfectly still, staring at one another. Each looked scared. Stiff Mildred Tarnley, without, I think, being the least aware of it, dropped a stiff, short curtsy, and for some seconds more the silence continued. "What be you a-doing here, Mrs. Tarnley?" at length demanded Dulcibella Crane. "No occasion to tell you," replied Mildred intrepidly. "Another one that owed her as little as I'm like ever to do would tell your young mistress. But I don't want to break her heart. What for should I? There's dark stories enough about the Grange without no one hanging theirselves in their garters. What I want is where to direct a letter to Master Charles, that's all." "I can't say, I'm sure," said old Dulcibella. "She got a letter from him o' Thursday last. 'Twill be in it, no doubt, and that, I take it, ma'am, is in this drawer, for she used not to lock it. And I expect you, if you love your young mistress, to help me get at it," said Mrs. Tarnley firmly. "Lor, Mrs. Tarnley, ma'am! Me to pick a lock, ma'am? I'd die first. You can't mean it." "I knowed you was a fool. I shouldn't ha' said nothing to you about it," said Mildred with sharp disdain. "Look, I never was so frightened in my life," responded Dulcibella. "You'll be more so, mayhap. I wash my hands o' ye," said Mrs. Tarnley with a furious look and a sharp little stamp on the floor. "I thought o' nothing but your mistress's good, and if you tell her I was here, I'll explain all, for I won't lie under no surmises, and I think 'twill be the death of her." "Oh, this place, this awful place! I never was so frightened in my days," said Dulcibella, looking very white. She's in the garden now, I do suppose, said Mildred. And if you mean to tell her what I was about, 'tain't a pin's head to me, but I'll go out and tell her myself. And even if she lives through it, she'll never hold up her head more, and that's all you'll hear from Mildred Tarnley. Oh dear, 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 my heart, how it goes! Come, come, woman, you're nothing so squeamish, I dare say. Well, said Dulcibella, it may be as you say, ma'am. And I'll say ye this, Justice, I hadn't missed to the value of a penny piece since we come here. But if ye promise me, only ye won't come up here no more while we're out, Mrs. Tarnley, I won't say nothing about it. That settles it. Keep your word, Mrs. Crane, and I'll keep mine. I'll burn my fingers no more in other people's messes. And she shook the key with a considerable jingle of the whole bunch from the keyhole, and popped it grimly into her pocket. Your servant, Mrs. Crane. Yours, Mrs. Tarnley, ma'am, replied Dulcibella, and the interview, which had commenced so brusquely, ended with ceremony as Mildred Tarnley withdrew. That old woman was in a sort of fever that afternoon and the next day, and her temper, Lilly Dogger thought, grew more and more savage as night approached. She had in her pocket a friendly, fulsome little letter which had reached her through the post, announcing an arrival for the night that was now approaching. The coach that changed horses at the Pied Horse was due there at 11:30 p.m., but might not be there till 12, and then there was a long drive to Carwell Grange. I'm wore out with them. I'm tired to death. I'm wore off my feet with them. I'm walked like a hoss. 'Twould be well for Mildred Tarnley, I'm thinking. She was under the mould with a stone at her head, and shut o' them all. End of chapter 24. Recording by Melissa Green.
Chapter 25 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 25. Lilly Dogger is sent to bed. That night, the broad-shouldered child, Lilly Dogger, was up later than usual. An arrear of pots and saucepans to scour, along with customary knives and forks to clean, detained her. "Bustle, ya huzzy, will ya?" cried the harsh voice of old Mildred, who was adjusting the kettle on the kitchen fire, while in the scullery the brown-eyed little girl worked away at the knife-board. A mutton fat fixed in a tin sconce on the wall, so as to command both the kitchen and the scullery, economically lighted each, the old woman and her drudge at her work. "Yes'm, please," she said interrogatively, for the noise of her task prevented her hearing distinctly. "Be alive, I say! It's gone 11, you slut! Ye should have been in your bed an hour," screeched Mildred, and then relapsed into her customary grumble. "Yes, Mrs. Tarnley, please'm," answered the little girl, resuming with improved energy. Drowsy enough was the girl. If there had been a minute's respite from her task, I think she would have nodded. "Be them things rubbed up or no? Or do you mean to done tonight, huzzy?" cried Mrs. Tarnley, this time so near as to startle her, for she had unawares put her wrinkled head into the scullery. "Stop that for tonight, I say. Leave 'em lay. You'll finish in the morning." "Shall I take down the fire, Mrs. Tarnley, Mom, please?" asked Lilly Dogger, after a little pause. "No, ye shan't. What's that you see on the fire? Have you eyes in your head? Don't you see the kettle there? How do I know but your master'll be home tonight and want a cup of tea, or law knows what?" Mrs. Tarnley looked put about, as she phrased it, and in one of those special tempers which accompany that state. So Lilly Dogger, eyeing her with wide-open eyes, made her a frightened little courtesy. "Why don't ye get up betimes in the morning, huzzy, and then You needn't be moping about half the night. All the colour's washed out of your big, ugly platter face, with your laziness as white as a turnip. When I was a girl, if I left my work over so, I'd a broomstick across my back, I promise ye, and bread and water next day too good for my victuals. But now ye thinks ye can do as ye like, and all's changed. And every upstart brat is as good as her betters. But don't ye think you'll come it over me, lass, don't ye? Look up there at the clock, will ye? Or do you want me to pull ye up by the ear? 10 minutes past 11. Wi' you dawdlin' ye limb? The old woman whisked about, and putting her hand on a cupboard door, she turned round again before opening it, and said, "Come on, will ye, and take your bread if you want it. And don't ye stand gaping there, you slut, as if I had nothing to do but attend upon you with your impotence. I shouldn't give ye that." She thumped a great lump of bread down on the kitchen table by which the girl was now standing. "Not a bit. If I did right, and ye'll not be sitting up to eat that, mind ye. Ye'll take it wi' ye to your bed, young lady, and tumble in without delay. Do you mind? For if I find ye out of bed when I go to see all's right, I'll just gie ye that bowl of cold water over your head. In wi' ye, and get ye twixt the blankets before 2 minutes get along." The girl knew that Mrs. Tarnley could strike as well as jaw, and seldom threatened in vain, so, with eyes still fixed upon her, she took up her fragment of loaf, with a hasty courtesy, of which the old woman took no notice, and vanished frightened through a door that opened off the kitchen. The old woman, holding the candle over her head, soon peeped in as she had threatened. Lilly Dogger lay close, affecting to be asleep, though that feat in the time was impossible, and was afraid that the thump of her heart, for she greatly feared Mrs. Tarnley might be audible to that severe listener. Out she went, however, without anything more, to the great relief of the girl. Lilly Dogger lay awake, for fear is vigilant, and Mrs. Tarnley's temper, she knew, was capricious as well as violent. Through the door she heard the incessant croak of the old woman's voice, as she grumbled and scolded in soliloquy, poking here and there about the kitchen. The girl lay awake, listening vaguely in the dark, and watching the one bright spot on the whitewashed wall at the foot of her bed, which Mrs. Tarnley's candle in the kitchen transmitted through the keyhole. It flitted and glided, now hither, now thither, now up, now down, like a white butterfly in a garden, silently indicating the movements of the old woman, and illustrating the clatter of her clumsy old shoes. In a little while the door opened again, and the old woman entered, having left her candle on the dresser outside. Mrs. Tarnley listened for a while, and you may be sure Lilly Dogger lay still. Then the old woman, in a hard whisper, asked, "Are you awake?" and listened. "Are you awake, lass?" she repeated, and receiving no answer, she came close to the bed by way of tucking in the coverlet, in reality to listen. So she stood in silence by the bed for a minute, and then very quickly withdrew and closed the door. Then Lilly Dogger heard her make some arrangements in the kitchen, and move, as she rightly concluded, a table, which she placed against her door. Then the white butterfly, having made a sudden sweep round the side wall, hovered no longer on Lilly Dogger's darkened walls, and old Mildred Tarnley and her candle glided out of the kitchen. The girl had grown curious, and she got up and peeped, and found that a clumsy little kitchen table had been placed against her door, which opened outward. Through the keyhole she also saw that Mildred had not taken down the fire. On the contrary, she had trimmed and poked it, and a kettle was simmering on the bar. She did not believe that Mrs. Tarnley expected the arrival of her master, for she had said early in the day that she thought he might come next evening. Lily Dogger was persuaded that Mrs. Tarnley was on the lookout for someone else, and guarding that fact with a very jealous secrecy. She went again to her bed. Wondering, she listened for the sounds of her return, and looked for the little patch of light on the whitewashed wall. But that fluttering evidence of Mrs. Tarnley's candle did not reappear before the tired little girl fell asleep. She was awakened in a little time by Mrs. Tarnley's somewhat noisy return. She was grumbling bitterly to herself, poking the fire and pitching the fire irons and other hardware about with angry recklessness. The girl turned over, and notwithstanding all Mildred's noisy soliloquy, was soon asleep again. Again she woke, I suppose recalled to consciousness by some noise in the kitchen. The little white light was in full play on the wall at the foot of her bed, and Mrs. Tarnley was talking fluently in an undertone. Then came a silence, during which the old Dutch clock struck 1. Lily Dogger's eyes were wide open now, and her ears erect. She heard no one answer the old woman, who resumed her talk in a minute, and now she seemed careful to make no avoidable noise, speaking low, and when she moved about the kitchen, treading softly, and moving anything she had to stir gently. Altogether, she was now taking as much care not to disturb as she had shown carelessness upon the subject before. Lily Dogger again slipped out of bed and peeped through the keyhole, but she could not see Mrs. Tarnley nor her companion, if she had one. Old Mildred was talking on, not in her grumbling interrupted soliloquy, but in the equable style of one spinning a long narrative. This hum was relieved now and then by the gentle click of a teacup or the jingle of a spoon. If Mrs. Tarnley was drinking her tea alone at this hour of night and talking so to herself, she was doing that she had never done before, thought the curious little girl, and she must be a-going mad. From this latter apprehension, however, she was relieved by hearing someone cough. It was not Mrs. Tarnley, who suspended her story, however, but there was an unmistakable difference of tone in this cough, and old Mildred said more distinctly something about a cure for a cough which she recommended. Then came an answer in an odd drawling voice. The words she could not hear, but there could no longer be any doubt as to the presence of a stranger in the kitchen. Lily Dogger was rather frightened. She did not quite know why, and listened without power to form a conjecture. It was plain that the person who enjoyed old Mildred's hospitality was not her master, nor her mistress, nor old Dulcibella Crane. As she listened and wondered and speculated, sleep overtook her once more, and she quite forgot the dialogue in the kitchen and Mildred Tarnley's tea, and went off upon her own adventures in the wild land of dreams. End of chapter 25. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 26 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Sheridan LE FANU. The Lady Has Her Tea. "You suffers dreadful, Mom," said Mildred Tarnley. "Do you have them toothache still?" "'Twas not toothache, a worse thing," said the stranger demurely, who with closed eyes and her hand propping her head, seemed to have composed herself for a doze in the great chair. "Wuss than toothache? That's bad. Earache, mayhap?" inquired Mrs. Tarnley, with pathetic concern, though I don't think it would have troubled her much if her guest had tumbled over the precipice of Carwell Valley and broken her neck among the stones in the brook. "Pain in my face. It's called tick," said the lady with closed eyes in a languid drawl. "Tick? Lawk! Well, I never heard o' the like, unless it be the field bug as sticks in the cattle. That's a bad ailment, I do suppose," conjectured Mrs. Tarnley. "You may have it yourself some day," said the lady, who spoke quietly and deliberately, but with fluency, although her accent was foreign. "When we are growing a little old, our bones and nerves, they will not be young still. You have your rheumatism, I have my tick. The pain in my cheek and mouth. A great deal worse, as you will find whenever you taste of it, as it may happen. Your tea is good. After a journey, tea is so refreshing. I cannot live without my cup of tea, though it is not good for my tick. So, ha, hee, ha, there is the tea already in my cheek. Oh, well, you will be so good to give me my bag." Mildred looked about and found a small beige bag, with an umbrella and a bandbox. "There's a green bag I have here, Mum. A beige bag? Yes'm." "Give it me." "Ah, yes, my bibe, and my box." So this lady rummaged and extricated a pipe very like a meerschaum, and a small square box. "Tobacco!" exclaimed Mrs. Tarnley. The stranger interpreted the exclamation without interrupting her preparations. "Tobacco? No, better thing, some opium." "You are afraid Mrs. Harry Fairfield she would smell it?" "No, I do not wish to disturb her sleep. I am quite private here, and do not wish to discover myself. Ya, hoo." It was another twinge. "Sad thing, Mum," said Mildred. "Better now, perhaps? Put a stool under my feet. Zere, that will do. Now you light that match, and hold to the end of ze bibe, and I will then be better." Accordingly, Mildred Tarnley, strongly tempted to mutter a criticism, but possibly secretly in awe of the tall and big-made woman who issued these orders, proceeded to obey them. "No great odds of a smell arter all," said Mrs. Tarnley, approvingly, after a little pause. "And how long since Harry married?" inquired the smoker, after another silence. "I can't know that nohow, but 'tis since Master Charles gave him the lend of the house. Deep people these Fairfields are," laughed the big woman drowsily. "When will he come here? Tomorrow or next day? I wouldn't wonder. But he never stays long, and he comes and goes as secret like as a man about to murder a'most. Ha, I dare say. Old Fairfield would cut him over the big shoulders with his horsewhip, I think. And when will your master come?" "Master comes very seldom. Oh, very. Just when he thinks to find Master Henry here, maybe once in a season." "And where does he live? At home or where?" asked the tall visitor. "Well, I can't say, I'm sure, if it bain't at Wyvern. At Wyvern, I do suppose, mostly, but I dare say he travels a bit now and again. I don't know, I'm sure, because I wrote to him to Wyvern to meet me here. Is he at Wyvern?" "Well, faith, I can't tell. I know no more than you, Mom, where Master Charles is," said Mildred with energy, relieved in the midst of her rosary of lies to find herself free to utter one undoubted truth. "You have been a long time in the family, Mrs. Tarnley," drawled the visitor listlessly. "Since I was the height of that, before I can remember. I was born in Carwell Gatehouse here. My mother was here at old Squire's time, meaning the father of the present Harry Fairfield, Wyvern, that is, and grandfather of the two young gentlemen, Master Charles and Master Harry. Why, bless you, my grandfather, that is my mother's father, was in charge of the house and farm, and the woods, and the tenants and all. There wasn't a tree felled, nor a cow sold, nor an acre of ground took up but just as he said. They called him Honest Tom Pennyquick. He was thought a great deal of, my grandfather was, and Carwell never turned in as good a penny to the Fairfields as in his time. Not since and not before. Never and never will, that's sure. And which do you like best, Squire Charles or Squire Harry? Inquired the languid lady. I like Charles, said Mrs. Tarnley with decision. And why so? Well, Harry's a screw. You see, he'd a lief gi' a joint of his thumb as a sixpence. He'll take his turn out of every one good-humoured enough, and pay for trouble wi' a joke and a laugh. A very pleasant gentleman, for such as has nothing to do but exchange work for his banter and live without wages. All very fine. I never seed a shillin' of his'n since he had one to spend. Mr. Charles can be close-fisted, too, when he likes it, suggested the old lady. No, he's not that sort, if he had it. Open-handed enough, and more the gentleman every way than Master Harry. More the gentleman, answered Mildred. Yes, Harry Fairfield is a shrewd, hard man, I believe. He ought to have helped his brother a bit. He has saved a nice bit of money, I dare say, said the visitor. If he hasn't a good handful in his kist corner, 'tain't that he wastes what he gets. I do suppose he'll pay his brother a fair rent for the house, said the visitor. Master Harry'll pay for no more than he can help, observed Mildred. It's a comfortable house, pursued the stranger. 'Twas so when I was here. Warm and roomy, acquiesced Mrs. Tarnley. Chimbley, roof and wall, staunch and stout. 'Twill stand 100 year to come, wi' a new shingle and a daub of mortar now and again. There's a few jackdaws up in the chimbleys that ought to be drew out of that, wi' their sticks and dirt, she reflected respectfully. And you mean to tell me he pays no rent for the Grange, and keeps his wife here? Demanded the lady peremptorily. I know nothing about their dealings, answered Mrs. Tarnley as tartly. And 'tain't clear to me. I should care much neither. They'll settle that like other matters without stopping to ask Mildred what she thinks o't. And I dare say Master Harry will be glad enough to take it for nothing, if Master Charles will be fool enough to let him. Well, he shan't do that, I'll take care, said the lady, maintaining her immovable pose, which, with a certain peculiarity in the tone of her voice, gave to her an indescribable and unpleasant languor. I never have 2 pounds to lay on top of one another. Charity begins at home. I'll not starve for Master Harry. And she laughed softly and unpleasantly. His wife, you say, is a starved curate's daughter? Parson Maybell. Poor he was, down at Wyvern vicarage, meat only twice or thrice a week, as I've heard say, and treated old Squire Harry bad, I hear, about his rent. And old Squire Fairfield was kind, to her anyhow, and took her up to the Hall. And so when she grew up, she took her opportunity and married Master Harry. She was clever to catch such a shrewd chap. Clever. Light again. I shall have 3-4 other puff before I go to my bed. Very clever. How did she take so well and hold so fast, that wise fellow, Harry Fairfield? Oh, fancy, I do suppose, and likin'. She's a pretty lass. All them Fairfields married for beauty mostly. Some of them got land and money, and the like, but a pretty face, all is along with the fortune." The blind stranger, for blind she was, smiled downward faintly and slyly, while she was again preparing the pipe. "When will Harry come again?" she asked. "I never knows. He's so wary." "Do you want to talk to him, Mum?" said Mildred. "Yes, I do," said she. "Hold the match now, Mrs. Tarnley, please." So she did, and puff, 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 about a dozen times went the smoke, and the smoker was satisfied. "Well, I never knows the minute, but it mightn't be for a fortnight," said Mrs. Tarnley. "And when Mr. Charles Fairfield come?" asked the visitor. "If he got your letter, he'll be here quick enough. If it's missed him, he mayn't set foot in it for 3 months' time. That's how it is wi' him," answered Mildred. "What news of old Harry at Wyvern?" asked the stranger. "No news in particular," answered Mildred. "Only he's well and hearty. But there's no news. The Fairfields is a long-lived stock, as every one knows. He'll not lie in oak and wool for many a day yet, I'm thinking." Perhaps she had rightly guessed the object of the lady's solicitude, for a silence followed. "There's a saying in my country, 'God's children die young,'" said the tall lady. "And hereabout they say the devil takes care of his own," said Mildred Tarnley. "But see how my score of years be running up. I take it sinners' lives be lengthened out a bit by the Judge of all, to gie us time to stay our thoughts a little, and repent our misdeeds while yet we may." "You have made a little fire in my room, Mrs. Tarnley?" inquired the stranger, who had probably no liking for theology. "Yes'm, everything's snug. Would you mind running up and looking? I detest a chill," said this selfish person. At that hour, no doubt, Mrs. Tarnley resented this tax on her rheumatics. But though she was not a woman to curb her resentments, she made shift on this occasion. That did not prevent her, however, from giving the stranger a furious look, while she muttered inaudibly a few words. "I'll go with pleasure, Mum, but I'm sure it's all right," she said aloud, very civilly, and paused, thinking perhaps that the lady would let her off the long walk upstairs to the front of the house. "Very good. I'll wait here," said the guest unfeelingly. "As you please, said Mildred, and with a parting look round the kitchen, she took the candle and left the lady to the light of the fire. The lady was almost reclining in her chair, as if she were dozing, but in a few moments up she stood, and placing her hand by her ear, listened. Then, with her hands advanced, she crept slowly and as noiselessly as a cat across the floor. She jostled a little against the table at Lilly Dogger's door. Then she stopped perfectly still, withdrew the table without a sound. The door swung a little open, and the gaunt figure in grey stood at it listening. A very faint flicker from the fire lighted this dim woman, who seemed for the moment to have no more life in her than the tall grey stone of the Druid's Hoe on Cressley Common. Lilly Dogger was fast asleep, but broken were her slumbers destined to be that night. She felt a hand on her neck, and looking up could not for a while see anything, so dark was the room. She jumped up in a sitting posture, with a short cry of fear, thinking that she was in the hands of a robber. "Be quiet, fool," said the tall woman, slipping her hand over the girl's mouth. "I'm a lady, a friend of Mrs. Mildred Tarnley, and I'm come to stay in the house." Who is the lady that sleeps upstairs in the room that used to be Mr. Harry's? You must answer true, or I'll pull your ear very hard." "It is the mistress, please'm," answered the frightened girl. "Married lady?" "Yes'm." "Who is her husband?" With this question, the big fingers of her visitor closed upon Lily Dogger's ear with a monitory pinch. "The master, mum." "And what's the master's name, you dirty little bavarigator?" And with these words her ear was wrung sharply. She would have cried, very likely, if she had been less frightened. But she only winced, with her shoulders up to her ears, and answered in tremulous haste, "Mr. Fairfield, sure. There's 3 Mr. Vervields. There's old Mr. Vervield. There's Mr. Charles Vervield. And there's Mr. Harry Vervield. You shall speak plain." And at each name in her catalogue she twisted the child's ear with a sharp separate ring. "Oh, law, mum, please'm. I mean Mr. Charles Fairfield. I didn't mean to tell you no story, indeed, my lady." "Ho, ho, yes, Charles. Charles, very good. Now you tell me how you know Mr. Harry from Mr. Charles." "Oh, law, mum, oh, law. Oh, mum, dear. Sure, you won't pull it no more, good lady, please. My ear's most broke," gasped the girl, who felt the torture beginning again. "You tell truth. How do you know Mr. Charles from Mr. Harry?" "Mr. Charles has bigger eyes, mum, and Mr. Harry has lighter hair, and a red face, please'm, and Mr. Charles' face is brown, and he talks very quiet-like, and Mr. Harry talks very loud, and he's always travelling about a horseback, and Mr. Charles is the eldest son, and the little child they're looking for is to be the Squire o' Wyvern." The interrogator here gave her a hard pinch by the ear, perhaps without thinking of it, for she said nothing for a minute nearly, and the girl remained with her head buried between her shoulders, and her eyes wide open, staring straight up where she conjectured her examiner's face might be. "Is the man that talks loud, Mr. Harry, here often?" asked the voice at her bedside. "But seldom, mum. Too busy at fairs and races, I hear them say." "And Mr. Charles, is he often here?" "Yes'm. Master be always here, except in this time only. He's gone about a week." "About a week, Mr. Charles?" "Oh, la, mum. Yes, indeed, mum, dear. It's just a week today since master went." Here was a silence. "That will do. If I find you've been telling me lies, I'll take ye by the back of the neck and squeeze your face against the kitchen bars till it's burnt through and through. Do you see? And I give you this one chance. If you have been telling me lies, to say so, and I'll forgive you." "Nothing but truth." "Indeed and indeed, mum. Old Tarnley will beat you if she hears you have told me anything. So keep your own secret, and I'll not tell of you." She saw the brawny outline of the woman faintly, like a black shadow, as she made her way through the door into the kitchen, and she heard the door close and the table shoved cautiously back into its place. And then, with a beating heart, she lay still and awfully wide awake in the dark. End of chapter 26. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 27 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 27. Through the House. This stalwart lady stumbled and groped her way back to her chair and sat down again in the kitchen. The chair in which she sat was an old-fashioned armchair of plain wood, uncolored and clumsy. When Mildred Tarnley returned, the changed appearance of her guest struck her. "Be ye sick, ma'am?" she asked, standing, candle in hand, by the chair. The visitor was sitting bolt upright, with a large hand clutched on each arm of the chair, with a face deadly pale and distorted by a frown or a spasm that frightened old Mildred, who fancied, as she made no sign, not the slightest stir, that she was in a fit, or possibly dead. "For God's sake, ma'am," conjured old Mildred fiercely, "will ye speak?" The lady in the chair started, shrugged, and gasped. It was like shaking off a fit. Oh, Mildred Tarnley, I was thinking. Did you speak?" Mildred looked at her, not knowing what to make of it. Too much laudanum, was it? Or that nervous pain in her head? "I only asked you how you were, ma'am. You looked so bad. I thought you was going to work in a fit." "What an old fool. I never was better in my life. Fit? I never had a fit, not I. You used to have 'em sometimes long ago, ma'am, and they came in the snap of a finger like," said Mildred sturdily. "Clear your head of those fits, for they have left me long ago. I'm well, I tell you, never was better. You're old, woman, and that which has made you so pious is also making you blind." "Well, you look a deal better now, you do," said Mildred, who did not want to have a corpse or an epileptic suddenly on her hands, and was much relieved by the signs of returning vivacity and color. "Tarnley, you've been a faithful creature, and true to me. I hope I may live to reward you," said the lady, extending her hand vaguely towards the old servant. "I'm true to them as gives me bread, and ever was. And that's old Mildred Tarnley's truth. If she eats their bread, she'll maintain their right, and that's only honest. That's reason, ma'am. I have no right to cry. I cry excellent, good, very good. For as you are my husband's servant, I have all the benefit of your admirable fidelity. Boo! I'm so grateful, and one day or other, old girl, I'll reward you. And very good tea, and every care of me. I will tell Mr. Vervield, when he comes, how good you have been. And tell me, how is the fire, and the bed, and the bedroom? All quite comfortable?" "Comfortable, quite, I hope, ma'am." "Do I look quite well now?" "Yes'm, pure and hearty. It was only just a turn." "Yes, just so, perhaps, although I never felt it, and I could dance now, only for 50 things, so I won't mind." She laughed. "I'm sleepy, and I'm not sleepy, and I love you, old Mildred Tarnley. And you'll tell me some more about Master Harry and his wife when we get upstairs. Who'd have thought that wild fellow would ever tie himself to a wife? I'd have fancied that clever young fellow that loves making money so well would have chosen out a wife without a florin to her fortune. Everything is so surprising. Come, let's have a laugh, you and me together." "My laughing days is over, ma'am. Not that I see much to laugh at, for any one, and many a thing I thought a laughing matter when I was young seems o'er like a crying matter now. I'm grown old," said Mildred, and snuffed the kitchen candle with her fingers. "Well, give me your arm, Mildred. There's a good old thing, yes." And up she got her long length. Mildred took the candle and took the tall lady gently by the wrist. The guest, however, placed her great hand upon Mildred's shoulder, and thus they proceeded through the passages. Leaving the back stair that led to Alice's room at the right, they mounted the great staircase, and reached a comfortably warm room with a fire flickering on the hearth, for the air was sharp. In other respects the apartment had not very much to boast. "There's fire here, I feel it. Place my chair near it. The bed in the old place?" said the tall woman, coming to a halt. "Yes'm. Little change here, ever, I warrant ye. Only the room's been new papered," answered Mildred. "New papered, has it? Well, I'll sit down, thanks, and I'll get to my bed just now." "Shall I assist ye, ma'am?" "By and by, thanks, but not till I've eaten a bit. I've grown hungry, what your master calls peckish. What would you advise?" "I would advise your eating something," replied Mildred. "But what?" "There's very little. There's eggs quite new, there's a bit of bacon, and there's about half a cold chicken roast, and there's a corner of cheddar cheese, and there's butter, and this bread." "'Tain't much," answered Mrs. Tarnley glibly. "The chicken will do very nicely. And don't forget bread and salt, Mrs. Tarnley, and a glass of beer." "Yes, ma'am." Mrs. Tarnley poked the fire and looked about her, and then took the only candle, marched boldly off with it, shutting the door. Toward the door the lady turned her face and listened. She heard old Mildred's step receding. This tall woman was not pleasant to look at. Her large features were pitted with the smallpox, and deadly pale with the pallor of anger, and an unpleasant smile lighted up the whiteness of her face. "Patience, patience," she repeated. "What a damned trick! No matter, wait a little." She did wait a little in silence, screwing her lips and knitting her brows, and then a new resource struck her, and she groped in her bag and drew forth a bottle, which she applied to her lips more than once, and seemed better. It was no febrifuge nor opiate, but though the flicker of the fire showed no flush on her pallid features, the odor declared it brandy. End of chapter 27. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 28 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 28. The Bell Rings. Will that beast never go to bed? Even there I mind. She used to sleep with an eye open and an ear cocked, and nowhere safe from her never. Here and there, up and down, without a stir or a breath. Like a ghost or a devil? Thought Mrs. Tarnley. Thank God she's blind now. That will quiet her. Mildred was afraid of that woman. It was not only that she was cold and hard, but she was so awfully violent and wicked. Satan's her name. Lord help us. In what hell did he pick her up? Mildred would say to herself, in old times, as with the important fury of fear, she used to knock about the kitchen utensils and deal violently with every chair, table, spoon, or cannikin that came in her way. The woman had fits, and bad fits, too, in old times, when she knew her well. And she drank like a fish, cognac neat. And she was alive still, and millions of people, younger and better, that never had a fit, kept their bodies in soberness and temperance, was gone dead and buried since. And that drunken, shattered, battered creature, with her falling sickness, and her sins and her years, was here alive and strong to plague and frighten better folk. Well, she's had smallpox, thank God, and well mauled she is. And them spyin' glarin' eyes of hers, the wild beast." By this time Mrs. Tarnley was again in the kitchen. She did not take down the fire yet. She did not know for certain whether Charles Fairfield might not arrive. The London mail that passed by the town of Darwind beyond Cressley Common came later than that divergent stagecoach that changed on the line of road that passes the Pied House. What a situation it would have been if Charles Fairfield and the Vrow had found themselves vis-a-vis as inside passengers in the coach that night. Would the matter have been much mended if the Dutchwoman had loitered long enough in the kitchen for Charles to step in and surprise her? It was a thought that occurred more than once to Mildred with a qualm of panic, but she was afraid to hasten the stranger's departure to her room, for that lady's mind swarmed with suspicion which a fear would set in motion. "The Lord gave us dominion over the beast of the field," Parson Wynyard said in his sermon last Sunday, "but we ain't allowed to kill nor hurt but for food or for defence." And good old Parson Buckles, that was as good as two of he, said I mind the very same words. I often thought of them of late, merciful of them brutes, for they was made by the one Creator as made ourselves. So the merciful man is merciful to his beast, will ye? Mrs. Tarnley interrupted herself sharply, dealing on the lean ribs of the cat, who had got its head into a saucepan. A thump with a wooden spoon, which emitted a hollow sound, and doubled the thief into a curve. Merciful, of course, when they're arter mischief, but them that's noxious and hurtful and dangerous we're free to kill. And where's the beast so dangerous as a real bad man or woman? God forbid I should do wrong. I am an old woman, nigh hand the grave, and murder's murder, I do suppose, and allow that's it. Thou shalt do no murder. No more I would. No, not if an angel said do it. No, I wouldn't for untold gold. But I often wondered, why, if ye may, wi' a good conscience, knock a snake on the head wi' a stone, and chop a shovel down smack on a toad, ye should stay your hand, and let a devil incarnate go her murderin' way through the world, to blastin' that one wi' lies, robbin' this one wi' craft, and murderin' t'other, if it make her interest, wi' poison or perjury. Lord help my poor head, and forgive me if it be sin, but I can neither find right nor reason in that, nor see nohow why she shouldn't be killed off-hand like a rat or a sarpent. At this point the bell rang loud and sudden, and Mrs. Tarnley bounced and blessed herself. There was no great difficulty in settling from what quarter the summons came, for except the hall door-bell, which was a deep-toned, sonorous one, there was but one in the house in ringing order, and that was of the bedroom where her young mistress lay. Well, here's a go. Who'd have thought of her awake at these hours, and out of her bed, and plucking at her bell? I doubt it is her. The like was never before. 'Tis enough to frighten a body, the Lord help us. Mrs. Tarnley stood straight as a grenadier on drill with her back to the fire, the poker, with which during her homily she had been raking the bars, still in her hand. This night'll be the death o' me. Everything's gone cross and contrary. Here's that young silly lass awake and out of her bed, that never had an eye open at these hours, since she came to the Grange before. And there's that other one in the stateroom not that far from her, as wide awake as she. And here's Master Charles a-comin' mayhap this minute, wi' his drummin' and bellin' at the hall door. 'Tis enough to make a body swear. 'Thas given me the narves and the tremblin's. and I don't know how it's to end." And Mrs. Tarnley unconsciously shouldered her poker, as if awaiting the assault of burglars, and vaguely thought, if Charles arrived as she had described, what power on earth could keep the peace? Again the bell rang. "Well, there's patience for ye." She halted at the kitchen door, with the candle in her hand, listening, with a stern, frightened face. She was thinking whether Alice might not have been frightened by some fantastic terror in her room. She has that old fat fool, Dulcibella Crane, only a room off. Why don't she call her up? But Mrs. Tarnley at length did go on, and up the stairs, and heard Alice's voice call along the passage in a loud tone. "Mrs. Tarnley, is that you, Mrs. Tarnley?" "Me, Mom?" "Yes'm. I thought I heard your bell ring, and I had scant time to hustle my clothes on. Is there anything uncommon a-happening, Mom? Or what's expected just now from an old woman like me?" "Oh, Mrs. Tarnley, I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry, and I would not disturb you, only that I heard a noise, and I thought Mr. Charles might have arrived." "No, Mom, he's not come, nor no sign o' him. You told me, Mom, his letter said there was but small chance it." "So I did, Mildred, so it did. Still a chance, just a chance, and I thought perhaps." "There's no perhaps in it, Mum. He bain't come. Dulcibella tells me she thought some time ago she heard someone arrive." "So she did, mayhap, for there did come a message for Master Harry from the farmer beyond Grice's mill, but he went his way again." Mildred was fibbing with a fluency that almost surprised herself. "I dessay you've done wi' me now, Mum," said Mildred. "Lugged out of my bed, Mum, at these hours. My aching old bones. 'Tain't what I'm used to. Asking your pardon for making so free. I'm really very sorry. You won't be vexed with me? Good night, Mildred. Your servant, Mum." And Mrs. Tarnley withdrew from the door where Alice stood before her with her dressing gown about her shoulders, looking so pale and deprecatory and anxious, that I wonder even Mildred Tarnley did not pity her. "I'm telling lies enough to break a bridge, and me that's vowed against lying so stiff and strong over again only Monday last." She shook her head slowly and with a sudden qualm of conscience. "Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. It's only for to-night, mayhap. And I can't help it. If that old witch was once over the doorstone, I'd speak truth the rest of my days, as I hae done, by the grace o' God, for more than a month. And here's a nice merry-go-round for my poor old head. Who's to keep all straight and smooth wi' them that's in the house, and mayhap comin'? And that ghost upstairs, she'll be groping and screeching through the house, and then there'll be the devil to pay wi' her, and the poor lass up there, if I don't gie her supper quick. Come, bustle, bustle, be alive," she muttered, as this thought struck her with new force. And so to the little safe which served that miniature household for larder she repaired. Plates clattered, and knives and forks, and the dishes in the safe slid forth. And how near she was forgetting the salt. And the bread all right. So here was a tray very comfortably furnished, and setting the candlestick upon it also, she contemplated the supper with a fierce sneer and a wag of her head. "How sick and weak we be! Tea and toast and eggs down here, and this little bit in her bedroom. Heaven bless her! La love it! Poor little darling!" Don't I hope it may do her good? I wish the first mouthful may choke her, keeping me on the trot to these hours, old beast." Passing the stairs, Mrs. Tarnley crept softly, and took pains to prevent her burden from rattling on the tray, while there rose in her brain the furious reflection, "Pretty rubbish that I should be this way among 'em." And she would have liked to dash the tray on the floor at the foot of the stairs, and to leave the startled inhabitants to their own courses. This, of course, was but an emotion. The old woman completed her long march cautiously, and knocked at the vrouw's door. "Come in, dear," said the inmate, and Mildred Tarnley, with her tray in her hands, marched into the room and looked round peevishly for a table to set it down on. "You'll find all you said, said old Tarnley. "Shall I set it before you, or will you move this way, please, "Before me, dear." So Mildred carried the table and supper over, and placed it before the lady, who sat up and said, "Good Mildred, how good you are! Give me now the knife and fork in my fingers, and put some salt just there. Very good. How good of you to take so much trouble for poor me. You kind old Mildred." How wondrous sweet she had grown in a minute. The old servant who knew her was not conciliated but disgusted, and looked hard at the benevolent lady, wondering what could be in her mind. "If everything's right, I'll wish you good night, and I'll go down to my bed, Mum, please. Wait a while with me. Do, there's a good soul. I'll not detain you long, you dear old lass. Well, Mum, I must go down and take down the fire, and shut to the door, or the rats will be in from the scullery, and I'll come up again, Mum, in a few minutes." And not waiting for permission, Mildred Tarnley, who had an anxiety of another sort in her head, took the candle in her hand and left the guest at her supper by the light of the fire. She shut the door quickly, lest her departure should be countermanded, and trotted away and downstairs, but not to the kitchen. End of chapter 28. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 29 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wyvern Mystery by Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 29. Tom is ordered up. When she reached the foot of the stairs that leads to the gallery, on which the room occupied by Alice opens, instead of pursuing her way to the kitchen, she turned into a narrow and dark passage that is hemmed in on the side opposite to the wall by the ascending staircase. The shadows of the banisters on the panelled oak flew after one another in sudden chase as the old woman glided by, and looking up and back, she stopped at the door of a small room, constructed as we see in similar old houses, under the stairs. On the panel of this she struck a muffled summons with her fist, and on the third or fourth the startled voice of Tom demanded roughly from within, "What's that?" "Hish," said the old woman, through a bit of the open door. "'Tis Mrs. Tarnley, only me." "Lauk, woman, you did take a rise out of me. I thought ye was, I don't know what. I was a dreamin', I think." "Never mind, you must be awake for an hour or so," said Mrs. Tarnley, entering the den without more ceremony. Tom didn't mind Mrs. Tarnley, nor Mrs. Tarnley Tom. A rush. She set the candle on the tiled floor. Tom was sitting in his shirt on the side of his settle bed, with his hands on his knees. "Ye must get on your things, Tom. If it ever you stirred yourself, be alive now. The master's a comin', and may be here across Cressley Common in half an hour, or might be in 5 minutes, and ye must go out a bit and meet him. And are ye awake? Staring. Go on. You'll tell him just this, the big woman as lives at Hoxton. Hoxton? Well? That Master Harry has all the trouble has come here angry in search of Master Harry, mind, and is in the bedroom over the hall door. Will you mind all that now? Aye, said Tom, and repeated it. Well, he'll know better whether it's best for him to come on or turn back. But if come on he will, let him come in at the kitchen door, mind, and you go that way too. And he'll find neither bolt nor bar, but open doors, and nothing but the latch between him and the kitchen, and me sitting by the fire. But don't you clap a door, nor tread heavy, but remember there's a sharp pair of ears that'd hear a cricket through the 3 walls of Carwell Grange. She took up the candle, and herself listened for a moment at the door, and again turned her earnest and sinister face on Tom. And again I say, Tom, if ever ye was quick, be quick now. As she clapped her lean hand down on his shoulder with a sort of fierce shake. And if ever ye trod soft, go softly now, mind. Tom, who was scratching his head and staring in her face, nodded. And mind you, the kitchen way. And afraid of slips, say the message over again to me. This he did glibly enough. Here, light your candle from this, and if ye fail your master now, never call yourself man again. Having thus charged him, she went softly from this nook with its slanting roof, and, thinking of the thankless world and all the trouble her old bones and brain were put to, she lost her temper at the foot of the great staircase, and was near turning back again to the kitchen, or perhaps whisking out of the door herself, and marching off to Cressley Common to meet her master, and shock and scare him all she could, and place her resignation, as more distinguished functionaries sometimes do theirs, in the hands of her employer, to prove his helplessness and her own importance, and so assert herself for time past and to come. Her interview with Tom had not occupied much time. She knocked at the vrat's door, and entering, found that person at the close of a greedy repast. Emotions of fear, I suppose, disturbed the appetite much more than others. Not caring 1 farthing about Charles, she did not grieve at his infidelity, taking profligacy for granted as the rule of life. It did not even shock her. But she was stung with a furious pang of jealousy, for that needs no love, being in its essence the sense of property invaded, supremacy insulted, and self-despised. In this sort of jealousy there is neither the sublimity of despair nor the pathos of sorrow, but simply the malice, fury, and revenge of outraged egotism. There she sat, unconscious of the glimmer of the firelight, feeding as a beast will, bleeding after a blow. Beast she was, with the bestial faculty of cherishing a long revenge, with bestial treachery and seeming unconcern. Oh, you've come back, she cried, with playful reproach. Cruel old girl, you leave your poor vrat alone among the ghosts. Now sit down. Are you sitting? And tell me everything and all the news. Did you bring a little brandy or what? Her open hand was extended and gently moving over the tray at about the level of the top of a bottle. No, ma'am, I haven't none in my charge, but there's a smell of brandy about, said Mildred, who liked saying a disagreeable thing. So there ought, said the gaunt woman placidly, and lifted a big black bottle that lay in her lap like a baby folded in a gray shawl. But I'll want this, don't you see, when I'm on my rambles again. Get a little, there's a good girl. Or if you can't get that, there's rum or gin. There never was a country house without something in it. You know very well where Harry Verfield is there will be liquor. I know him well. But he bain't here now, as is well known to you, ma'am," said Mildred dryly. "I'm not going to waste my drink, while I think there's a drink in the house. Who has a right before me, old girl?" said the stranger grimly. "Tut, ma'am, 'tis childish talking so. There's none in my charge, never a drop. Master Harry, I dare say, has summat under lock and key, but not me. And why should I tell you a lie about the like?" "You never tell lies, old Mildred. I forgot that. But young as she is, I lay my life the woman, Mrs. Harry Verfield upstairs, likes a nip now and then, eh? And she has a bottle, I'll be bound, in her wardrobe. Or if she's shy, twixt her bed and her mattress. Old rogue, you know very well, I think." "Does she? And if she likes it, she sleeps sound. And go you, and while she snores, borrow you the bottle." "She's nothing of the sort. She drinks nothing nowhere, much less in her bedroom. She's a perfect lady," said Mrs. Tarnley, in no mood to flatter her companion. "Oh ho! That's so like old Mildred Tarnley. Dear old cat, I'm so amused. I could stroke her thin ribs, and pet her, for making me laugh so by her frisks and capers, instead of throwing you by the neck out of the window for scratching and spitting. I'm so good-natured." "Do you tell lies, Mildred?" "I ha' told a shameful lot in my day, ma'am, but not more, mayhap, than many a one that hasn't grace to say so." "You read your Bible, Mildred?" said the lady, who with a knife and fork was securing on her plate the morsels to which old Mildred helped her. "Aye, ma'am, a bit now, and a bit again. Never too late to repent, ma'am. Repentance and grace. You'll do, Mrs. Tarnley. It's a pleasure to hear you," said the lady, with her mouth rather full. "And you never see my husband?" "Now and again, now and again. Once in a way he looks in." "Never stays a week or a month at a time?" "Week or a month?" echoed Mrs. Tarnley, looking quickly in the serene face of the lady, and then laughing off the suggestion scornfully. "You're thinking of old times, ma'am." "Thinking? Thinking? I don't think I was thinking at all," said the lady, answering Mildred's laugh with one more careless. "Old times, when he had a wife here, eh? Old times. How old are they? That's 18 years ago. You hardly knew me when I called here." "There was a change, surely. I'd like to know who wouldn't in 18 years. There's a change in me since then." "I shouldn't wonder," said the lady quietly. "Did he ever tell you how we quarrelled?" "Not he," answered Mildred. "He's very close," said the stranger. "A deal closer than Mr. Harry," acquiesced Mildred. "Not like you and me, Mrs. Tarnley, that can't keep a secret, never. They tell truth and shame the devil. I, because I don't care a snap of my fingers for you or him or the Archbishop of Canterbury. And you, because you're all for grace and repentance. How am I looking tonight? Tired?" "Tired, to be sure. You ought to be in your bed, ma'am, an hour ago. You're as white as that plate, ma'am." "White, are they? So they used to be, long ago," said the visitor. "The same set, ma'am? 'Twas a long set in my mother's time, though 'tis little better than a short set now. But I don't think there's more than 3 plates and the cracked butter boat that had a stitch in it. You'll mind, although ye may have forgot, for I usen't to send it up to table. Only them 3, and the butter boat broke since, and that butter boat wouldn't have brought 3 halfpence by auction, and 'twas that little slut downstairs that doesn't never do nothin' right that knocked it off the shelf with her smashing. And I'm not looking well tonight," said this pallid woman. "You'd be the better of a little blood to your cheeks. You're as white as paper, ma'am," answered Mildred. "I never have any colour now, they tell me. Always pale, pale, pale. But it isn't muddy. 'Tain't what you call putty. Well, no. Ah, no. I knew that. No. And I'd rather be a little pale. I don't like your great coarse peony-faced women. It's 7 years in May last since I lost my sight. Some people are persecuted, one curse after another. Rank injustice. Why should I lose my sight, that never did anything to signify? Not half what others have, who enjoy health, wealth, rank, everything. Things are topsy-turvy a bit just now, but we'll see them righted yet. End of chapter 29. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 30 of the Wyvern Mystery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Cullum. The Wyvern Mystery by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. The old soldier grows more friendly and frightens Mrs. Tarnley. The Dutch woman resumed in a minute and observed, "Well, old Tarnley, there's no good in talking where you can't right yourself, and where you can revenge. There's no good in talk either, but gone it is, and the doctors say no cutting, nothing safe in my case, no cure, so let it be. I liked dress once. I dressed pretty well." "Beautiful!" exclaimed old Mildred, kindling for a moment into her earlier admiration of the French and London finery with which once this tall and faded beauty had amazed the solitudes of Carwell. The bleached big woman smiled, almost laughed with gratified vanity. "Yes, I was well dressed, something better than the young dowdies and old frumps in this part of the world. How I used to laugh at them. I went to church and to the races to see them. Well, we'll have better times yet at Wyvern. The old man there can't live for ever. He's not the wandering Jew, and he can't be far from 100. And so sure as Charles is my husband, I'll have you there if you like it, or give you a snug house and a bit of ground and a garden, and a snug allowance monthly if you like this place best. I love my own, and you've been true to me, and I never failed a friend. I'm growing old and silly, ma'am, never so strong as I was took for. The will was ever stronger with Mildred than the body, bless she. No, 2 or 3 quiet years to live as I should ha' lived always, with an eye on my Bible and an eye on my ways. Not that I ever did aught I need be one bit ashamed on. No, not I. Honest and sober and most respectable, thank God, as the family will testify, and the neighbours. But I'll not deny 'twould be something not that bad if my old bones could rest a bit," said old Mildred. "Ha, girl, they shall. Your old bones shall rest, my child," said the lady. "They'll rest some day in the old churchyard of Carwell, but not much sooner, I'm thinking," said Mrs. Tarnley. "Oh, folly, folly, old girl. You've many a year to go before that journey. You'll live to see me, Mrs. Vervield of Wyvern, and it won't be a bad day for you, old Mildred." The Dutch woman, or the old soldier, as they used to call her long ago, in this sequestered nook, drawled this languidly, and yawned a long, listless yawn. "Well, ma'am, if you're tired, so am I," said Mildred, a little tartly. "And as for dreaming of quiet in this world, I ha' cleared my head of that nonsense many a year ago. There's little good can happen old Mildred now, and less I look for, and none I'll seek, ma'am. And as for a roof over my head for nothing, and that bit of ground you spoke of, and wages to live on, without no work, I don't believe there's no such luck going for no one." "Listen to me, Mildred," said the stranger more sternly than before. "It is because I don't swear you won't believe. Hear now once for all, and understand. I'll make that a good day for you that makes me the Lady of Wyvern. Sharp and hard I've been with those I owed a knock to, but I never yet forgot a friend. You may do me a service tomorrow, or next day, mind, and if you stand by me, I'll stand by you. You need but ask and have. Ask what you will." "Well now, ma'am." "Bah! What talk it is! Look, ma'am, don't I know the world, ma'am, and what sort of place it is? I have been promised many a fine thing in my day, and here I am still, old and weary, among the pots and pans every night and morning, and up to my elbows in suds every Saturday. That's all that ever came of fine promises to Mildred Tarnley. Well, you used to say it's a long lane that has no turn. You'll have a glass of this?" And she popped the brandy bottle on the table beside her, with her hand fast on its neck. "No brandy, no nothing, ma'am, I thank ye." "What, no brandy? Pish, girl, nonsense. No, ma'am, I thank ye, I never drinks nothing of the sort. A mug of beer after washing or the like, but my headache never would a bear brandy." "Once and away, come," solicited the old soldier. "No, I thank ye, ma'am. I'll swallow nothing of the kind, please." "What a mule! You won't have a nip with an old friend after so long an absence. Come, Mildred, come. Where's the glass?" "Here's the glass'm, but not a drop for me, ma'am. I won't drink nothing of the sort, please." "Not from me, I suppose, but if you mean to say you never do, I don't believe you," said the Dutchwoman, more nettled, it seemed, than such a failure of good fellowship in Mrs. Tarnley would naturally have warranted. Perhaps she had particularly strong reasons for making old Mildred frank, genial, and intimate that night. "I don't tell lies," said Mildred. "Don't you?" said the old soldier, and elevated the brows of her sightless eyes and screwed her lips with ugly ridicule. Mrs. Tarnley looked with a dark shrewdness upon this meaning mask, trying to discover the exact force of its significance. She felt very uncomfortable. The blind woman's face expanded into a broad smile. She shrugged, shook her head, and laughed. How odiously wide her face looked as she laughed. Mildred did not know exactly what to make of her. "But if you did tell lies," drawled the lady, "even to me, what does it matter if you promise to tell no more? So let us shake hands. Where's your hand?" And she kept shuffling her big hand upon the table, palm upward, with its fingers groping in the air like the claws of a crab upon its back. Give me your hand, I say," said she. "'Tain't for the like of me," replied Mildred with grim formality. "You'd better be friendly. Come, give me your hand." "Well, ma'am, 'tain't for me to dispute your pleasure," answered the old servant, and she slipped her hard fingers upon the upturned palm of the Dutchwoman, who clutched them with a strenuous friendship and held them fast. "I like you, Tarnley. We've had rough words sometimes, but no ill blood, and I'll do what I said. I never failed a friend, as you will see, if only you be my friend. And why or for whom should you not? Tut! We're not fools. The time is past for me to quarrel, being to the wrong side of 60 more than you'd suppose, and quiet all I wants. Quiet, ma'am. Yes, quiet and comfort too, and both you shall have, Mildred Tarnley, if you don't choose to quarrel with those who would be kind to you, if you'd let them. Yes, indeed, who would be kind, and very kind, if you'd only let them. No, leave your hand where it is. I can't see you, and it's sometimes dull work talking only to a voice. If I can't see you, I'll feel you, and hold you, old girl, hold you fast till I know what terms we're on." All this time she had Mildred Tarnley's hand between hers, and was fondling and kneading it as a rustic lover in the agonies of the momentous question might have done 50 years ago. "I don't know what you want me to say, ma'am, no more than the plate there. Little good left in Mildred Tarnley now, and small power to help or hurt anyone, great or small, at these years. I want you to be friendly with me, that's all. I ask no more, and it ain't a great deal, all things considered. Friendly talk, of course, ain't all I mean. That's civility, and civility's very well, very pleasant, like a lady's fan or her lapdog, but nothing at a real pinch, nothing to fight a wolf with. Come, old Mildred, Mildred Tarnley, good Mildred, can I be sure of you? Quite sure." "Sure and certain, ma'am, in all honest service." "Honest service, yes, of course. What else could we think of? You used to like, I remember, Mildred, a nice ribbon in your bonnet. I have 2 pieces quite new. I brought them from London. Satin ribbon. Purple one is. I know you'll like it, and you'll drink a glass of this to please me." "Thanks for the ribbons, ma'am. I'll not refuse 'em, but I won't drink nothing, ma'am. I thank you." "Well, please yourself in that. Pour out a little for me. There's a glass, ain't there?" "Yes'm. How much will you have, ma'am?" "Half a glass. There's a dear. Stingy half glass," she continued, putting her finger in to gauge the quantity. Go on, go on. Remember my long journey today. Do you smoke, Mildred?" "Smoke 'em? No, ma'am." "Dear me, there's no smell of tobacco, is there?" said Mildred, who was always suspecting Thomas smoking slyly in his crib under the stairs. "Smell? No, but I smoke a pinch of tobacco now and again myself. The doctor says I must, and a breath just of opium when I want it. You can have a pipe of tobacco if you like, child, and you needn't be shy. Well?" "Oh, foul! No, ma'am, I thank ye." "Foul?" echoed the Dutch woman with a derisive, chilling laugh, which apprised old Mildred of her solecism, but the lady did not mean to quarrel. "What sort of dress have you for Sundays, going to church and all that?" "An old dress it is now. I had the material, you'll mind, when you was here long ago, but it wasn't made up till long after. It's very genteel, the folks all say. Chocolate colour, British cashmere. 'Twas old Mrs. Hartlepool, the parson's widow, made me a compliment on't when she was going, and I kept it all the time with whole pepper and camphor in my box by my bed, when it looked as fresh when I took it out to give it to Miss Maddox to make up, as if 'twas just put new on the counter. She did open her eyes, that's nigh 7 years gone, when I told her how old it was. Hey day, hi, I think I do remember that old chocolate thing. Why, it can't be that, that's 20 years old. Well, look in my box, here's the key. You'll see 2 books with green leather backs and gold. Can you read? I'm going to make you a present." "I can read, ma'am, but I scarce have time to read my Bible." "The Bible's a good book, but that's a better," said the lady, with one of her titters. "But it ain't a book I'm going to give you. Look it out, green and gold. There are only 2 in the box. It is the one that has an I and a V on the back. 4, the 4th volume. I have little else to amuse me. I have the news of the neighbours, but I don't like 'em. Who could? A bad lot. They hate one another. 'Twouldn't be a worse world if they were all hanged. They hate me because I'm a lady, so I don't cry when baby takes the croup, nor break my heart when papa gets into the Gazette. Have you found it? Why, it's under your hand there. They would not cry their eyes out for me, so I can see the funny side of their adventures, bless them. Is this it, ma'am? There are but 2 books in the box. Has it an I and a V on the back?" "VOLIV, spelled out old Mildred, who was listening in a fever for the sounds of Charles Fairfield's arrival. "That's it. That's the book you should read. I take it in, and I hire all the others, and a French one from the Hoxton Library. I make Molly Jinks, the little dirty starving maid, read to me 2 hours a day. She's got rather to like it. How are your eyes? I can make out 12 or 14 verses with the glasses, but not more at one bout. Well, get on your glasses. This is the magazine of the Beau Monde, and court and fashionable gazette, and full of pictures. Turn over. La, ma'am, 'tis beautiful, but what have I to do with the like? Well, look out for the puce, Gros de Naples, walking dress, about page 29, and I'll show you the picture afterwards. Do be quick. I have had it 4 years. It's quite good, though, only I'm grown a little fuller since, and it don't fit now, so read it, and you'll see how I'll dress you. And bending her head forward and knitting her brows, she listened, absorbed, while old Mildred, helped or corrected at every second word by her blind patroness, babbled and stuttered on with her in duet recitation. Walking dress, said Mildred. Go on, said the lady, who, having this, like other descriptions in that cherished work, pretty well by heart, led off energetically with her lean old companion, and together they read. A pelisse of puce-coloured Gros de Naples, the corsage made to sit close to the shape, with a large round pelerine which wraps across in front. The sleeve is excessively large at the upper part of the arm. The fullness of the lower is more moderate. It is confined in 3 places by bands and terminated by a broad wristband. The pelerine and bands of the sleeves are cased with satin to correspond, and 3 satin rouleaux are arranged en tablier on the front of the skirt. The bonnet is of rice straw of the cottage shape, trimmed under the brim on the right side with a band and a nœud of gold-coloured ribbon. The crown being also ornamented with gold-coloured ribbon and a sprig of lilac placed perpendicularly. Half boots of black Gros de Naples, tipped with black kid. Here they drew breath, and Mildred Tarnley was silent for a minute, thinking how much more like a lady her mother used to dress than she was able, and what fine presents of old clothes old Mrs. Fairfield used to send her now and then from Wyvern. For a moment an air of dignity, a sense of feminine vanity, showed itself in the face and mien of Mrs. Tarnley. That rice-straw bonnet with the gold-coloured nœud, of course I haven't got, nor the Gros de Naples boots. They're gone, of course, long ago. But it reads best altogether, and I hadn't the heart to stop you, nor you to stop reading till we got to the end. And look at the pictures, you'll easily find it. And I'll write and have the police sent here by the day coach. It will be here on Sunday. Do you like it? It's a bit too fine for me, I'm afraid, said Mildred, smiling in spite of herself with a grim elation. My poor mother used to dress herself grand enough in her day, and keep me handsome also when I was a young thing. But since the ladies come no more to Carwell, the Grange has been a dull place, and gives a body enough to do to live, and little thought of fine dresses, and few to see them except to Sundays, if 'twas here. Not but 'twould be more for the credit of the family if old Mildred Tarnley, that's known down here for the housekeeper at the Grange of Carwell, wasn't turned out quite so poor and dowdy, and seeing them taking the wall of me, which their mothers used to courtesy to mine, at church and market, and come up here to the Grange as humble as you please, when money was stirring at Carwell, and I, young as I was, thought more on, a deal more, than the best of them. I drink your health, Mildred, as you won't pledge me. I do it alone. I thank ye, ma'am. Ha, yes, that does me good. I'm tired to death, Mildred. There's 2 on us so, ma'am. Shall I get you to bed, please? In a minute. Give me your hand again, girl. Come, come, come. Yes, I have it. I think you are more friendly, eh? I think so. But the little goodwill I ever show you now is nothing to what I mean for you when I come to Wyvern. Nothing. And she strengthened the present assurance with an oath, and grasped Mildred's hard-browned hand very tight. And you'll be kind to me, Mildred, when I want it. And I shall want it, mind, and I'll never forget it to you. 'Twill be the making of you. I'll show you how much I trust you, for I'll put myself in your power." And hereupon she shook her hand harder. Her face and manner were changed, and she looked horribly frightened for some minutes. "I don't blame you, Mildred, but this thing must not go on. It must not be." Mildred, in her own way, looked disconcerted and even agitated at this odd speech. She screwed her mouth sharply to one side, and with her brow knit had turned a frightened gaze on her visitor. "There's things that can't be undone and things as can," said she, after a pause, oracularly. "Best not meddle or make worms, that is, and dust that will be, and God over it." "God over all. Why not?" repeated the old soldier vaguely, and stood up suddenly with a kind of terrified shudder. "Take me, hold me, quick." "A fit? La bless us!" cried Tarnley, seizing her in her lean arms. The lady answered nothing, but grasped her fast by the wrist and shoulder, and so she stood for a time, shuddering and swaying. "Better at last," she said, a little. "Put me in the chair." And she made a great shuddering sigh or two, and called for water and hartshorn, and the hysteria subsided. And now she seemed overpowered with languor, and answered faintly and in monosyllables to old Mrs. Tarnley's uncomfortable inquiry. "Now I shall get some sleep," she said at last, in low, drowsy tones, interrupted with heavy sighs. And she looked so ill that old Mildred more than ever wished her back again at Hoxton Old Town. "Help me to my bed, support me, get off my things," she moaned and mumbled, and at last lay down with a great groaning sigh. "What am I to do with her now?" thought Mrs. Tarnley, who was doubtful whether in this state she could be safely left to herself. But the patient set her at ease upon the point. "Get your ear down," she whispered. "Near, near. You need not stay any longer. Only one thing. The closet with the long row of pegs and the 3 presses in it. That lies between her room and mine. I remember it well. It isn't open. I shouldn't like her to find me here." "No, ma'am, it ain't open. The doors were papered over, this room and hers, as I told you, when the rooms was done up." The old soldier sighed and whispered, "My head is very bad. Make no noise, dear. Don't move the tray. Don't touch anything. Leave me to myself, and I'll sleep till 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. But go out softly, and then no noise, for my sleep," groaned this huge woman, "is a bird's sleep, and a pin dropping wakes me, a mouse stirring wakes me. Oh, oh, oh!" That's all. Glad to be dismissed on these easy terms, Mildred Tarnley bid her softly good night, having left her basket with her sal volatile and all other comforts on the table at her bedside. And so softly she stole on tiptoe out of the room and closed her door, waiting for a moment to clear her head and be quite sure that the Dutchwoman whom they very much hated and feared was actually established in her bedroom at Carwell Grange. End of chapter 30.